Hey guys. This is part 25 of What If Naruto Was Sealed and Woke Up After 2,000 Years. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start.
We are pain, that's all. We are God.
Chapter 60. How to Effectively Ruin a Good Plan. Location: Naruto. Kami have mercy, am I here again? He thought to himself, standing in the middle of the ash-riddled forest. He did not have time for this. He had to get back to his crew. But he could already see a scene forming in front of him. There was nothing he could do to stop. The only thing he could do now was just let it play out. The scene revealed itself to be the Hokage's office. Like the hospital, it looked different from what he had known. One thing that stood out, and also seemed very wrong to him, was the fact that there was virtually no paperwork in sight. Oh, there might have been a paper or two on the desk, but none of the giant stacks that he was used to seeing when he was there. It was just wrong to his eyes. He tried blinking, but each time he opened his eyes again it was the same sight. What took precedent on the desk was the large computer screen on the left side. If he sat in the chair, that screen would have impaired about a third of his vision. But there was someone else sitting in that chair, fingers typing away at the keyboard. She was the Hokage, there was no doubt about that. But she was young, probably in her 30s. She tried to keep her brown eyes focused on the screen, but it seemed like she was having a hard time. She kept looking around the office like she couldn't believe that she was sitting there. If that the case, she must have been recently appointed. Why am I watching this? He wondered. His visions always had something to do with Sakura, but she wasn't anywhere in sight. The woman sitting at the desk looked vaguely familiar, but he couldn't place her. What's this all about? The door got knocked on and the Hokage almost leapt out of her skin at the sound. She didn't reply instantly, choosing instead to take a deep breath. Come in, she called out, her voice squeaking a little at the end. The door opened and Sakura walked in. This time, she truly was an old lady, and it made Naruto's heart stop. Gone was the pink hair he had known so well, and in its place was only white. Her eyes had lost some of the spark he knew that she had. Her face had more wrinkles than before. And she was leaning heavily on a cane as she walked. The Hokage stood up. Granny, she said in greeting. Sakura smiled warmly at her. Mikoto, she said back. Her voice sounded tired and a little weak. Naruto was stunned. His head snapped back to the Hokage, taking in all the details again. With that name on her, he could see the little girl that had been introduced to her grandmother, and was happy to see her. Holy hell, that is her! He thought to himself. So, Sakura said, coming to a stop in front of the desk, how has your first day as the Hakudame Hokage? Honestly? It's been a bit overwhelming. I know I've been in this office so many times, but I can't stop myself from looking up at the place every minute or so, she answered. She sounded almost embarrassed by her admittance. It just made her grandmother chuckle. Don't worry, she said. Konohamaru had the same reaction the first year he was the Nanadame Hokage. It lasts up to a year? He told me that it lessens over time. I'm sure it will for you too. I hope so. She sat back down in the chair and looked at the computer screen. I feel like I'm getting overwhelmed by all the work they've been giving me. That's odd. I had thought that they would be going easy on you for a week or so, giving you time to ease in before dumping the workload on you. She said it with a casualness that seemed natural. But Naruto could see the gleam in her eyes. That must have been where all the paperwork went, he thought to himself. It was a little weird for that to be a relief. Her granddaughter's face went pale. You mean there's more? You are the Hokage, dear. It's all about the paperwork. Why didn't Konohamaru tell me about this? For the same reason Kakashi-sensei didn't tell him when he took over. Why ruin the surprise? This isn't a surprise, Mikoto exclaimed. I can barely finish all the work they give me now. It's just nerves, dear. You'll be fine. How can you say that? Have you seen the work they give me? Of course I have. I gave the same work to Konohamaru. The Hokage's face paled. You what? She said. Sakura smiled at her. You'll be fine, Mikoto. She looked like she wanted to say something more. But no words came out of her mouth. In the end she fell against the back of the chair. I can't believe that I'm here. Naruto watched as Sakura walked closer to the desk. The smile she wore was more warm than mischievous. It was also proud. You've done well to get here, Makoto. You earned this position. She looked at her grandmother. Are you sure that I did? She asked. Sometimes I get this bad feeling that I only got the job because of my heritage. If that was the case, they would never let you near the hat, Sakura said sternly. You are the first Uchiha Hokage, Makoto. It's a position that your ancestor, Madara, had declared would never be held by an Uchiha because of the hatred between your clan and the Senju clan. Not only that, you are the second woman to take the position. You are setting one precedent and following another set by my master, Tsunade Senju. This is your chance to prove that an Uchiha can rule and that one woman isn't a fluke. Makoto took all of her words in with a rapt attention that Naruto had only seen on Sasuke when he was intent. I understand, she finally said. I do, Granny. I will do my best in this office. Sakura smiled warmly at her again, her stern demeanor vanishing. I know you will, Makoto. You do the entire Uchiha clan proud. She rubbed at her eyes and there were tears trailing down her fingers. I just wish that your grandfather had lived long enough to see it. A cold wave washed over Naruto. He felt numb. Sasuke's dead? He thought to himself, not really believing it. He knew that he shouldn't be surprised. After all, he was only watching a vision. His friends were long dead. Still, hearing it from Sakura made that little wound hurt afresh. I wish he could have seen it too, Makoto said. I'm sorry that you're alone now, Granny. The words were meaningful and supposed to be comforting. But they just made Naruto's hurt grow even more so. His friends were all dead. Sakura was alone. The hurt magnified itself 5 times over. But Sakura kept on smiling. It's alright, Makoto. I get the feeling that I'll be seeing them soon. Don't say that, she said sharply, standing up in a jolt. Her eyes were angry but not morphed into the Sharingan. They were also sad. You're not going to die, Granny. It's sweet that you care, dear. But I am an old lady way past her prime. There's a reason I retired from the hospital. My time is coming. You have to accept that. I don't want to, she said, sounding remarkably childish despite her years. It's happening, Makoto. My life is complete. I am content. She did sound like she was content. But her granddaughter didn't look so sure. She looked down at the papers on her desk. Are you so sure it's complete? She asked. What about the blood hand? Sakura's face went still. She hadn't been expecting that kind of question. What about him? She finally asked. I was going through some old paperwork a few days past to get myself acquainted with what was going on in the office. She reached down for the first paper, tapping a finger against it. This is a letter from Ira to Gramps and Konohamaru, saying that her father, the High Jarl, had forgiven you when you visited Midgard. That's public news, Makoto, and old at that. The public doesn't know that as a mean of forgiveness, the High Jarl offered you the current location of the disgraced. The letter asks if you took his gift. I didn't, she said shortly. Makoto moved her hand to the second paper. Then I found this. It's dated only a few years ago. It's from Bloodhand himself. It's a request for to come and see him. Have you read this? I did. I didn't go. But she looked down at the paper again. It said that he was dying and that he wanted to finally meet you one more time. Sakura's free hand clenched. That was the sign that she was about to punch something or someone, usually Naruto, hard. I was not going to give that bastard the satisfaction of seeing me finally caving to him. She closed her eyes and breathed deeply, her hand unclenching. Why are you asking me these things, Makoto? I just figured you had unfinished business. I don't. I made my peace a long time ago. That bastard caused me enough misery. He wasn't going to cause me any more. She stood firm and resolute. The cane only added to the image that she was projecting. Makoto bowed her head. I understand, Granny. I'm sorry. She lost the aura of command and became a regular old grandmother again. It's all right, Makoto. I know you meant well. Still, she said, looking at the back of the computer, it's about time for lunch. How about I take you for some food? She smiled at her. Okay, just give me a minute to finish this report. Should only take me a minute, she said, sitting back down in her chair. I'll wait outside. Thanks, Granny. She looked back to her computer and started typing away, only to pause when she heard something fall. She looked away to see what it was and suddenly shot off her chair. Granny! she shouted as she ran around the desk to Sakura's fallen body. Naruto was completely still. He could not find the strength to move his legs. He just watched as Mikoto screamed for medical need, all the while trying to make sure that Sakura was alive and stayed that way. But Sakura didn't seem to be moving. She lay there, halfway out the door, her cane just out of reach. It was not a sight he liked. "Come on, Sakura," he said silently. "Get up." But she didn't move. He kept trying to will her to get up to move. She stayed in place. He wanted her to get up. Get up. Get up. Get up. He came to in a world of pain. Everything hurt, even opening his eyes. That took a couple of moments to get past without the light piercing his corneas. He looked around and saw that somehow, he landed against the elevator doors. Good thing they didn't open, he thought to himself. If they had, he would have been in a lot of trouble. "Ow!" Kurama roared in such a loud voice that it echoed in the blonde's head. "That hurt. Would you stop shouting?" shouted Shikaka. "My ears are ringing and my tail feels numb." "Son, what are you doing?" Matatabi asked. "Let go of my tails." The Yami did as he was told, but still looked confused. "Why do I have a vague dream of chasing a moose?" "Do you honestly expect me to answer that question?" "Can anyone explain why my voice feels sore?" asked Isabu in a whisper. "What the hell happened?" Koko asked. "Don't ask me," Komiai replied. "I'm trying to figure out why I'm upside down." "I don't know why," Gyuki remarked. "But I feel like I'm waiting for something and the delay is making me angry." "I feel like I was watching something and doing nothing to stop it," Saiken said, clearly confused by his own words. "Oh, you guys are back to normal," Naruto said to them. It was both a relief and a resignation of what was to come next. The color commentary was back. "And hello to you too, Gaki," Kurama said. "What the hell happened to us?" He slowly pulled himself up into a sitting position, groaning ever so slightly from the pain of it. He stayed there for a second, breathing through the pain. "Well, what's the last thing you guys remember?" "Just the Normandy hitting the relay," Gyuki answered. "After that, it's a complete blank." "Okay, I'll leave it at that then." "Hang on, what happened?" Sun demanded. "Now's not the time, son. I blacked out too a little while back when we struck the collector base. I don't know what happened to everyone else and my body feels like we went through a fight to the death against all the Hokages that it barely survived." He didn't get any argument from them, so that must have meant they understood. He continued to peel himself off the floor. His head felt woozy when he reached full height, so much so that he had to grab something for support. "Okay," he breathed out, making sure that he didn't throw up. "You good?" asked Komiai. "Does it look like I'm good?" "You'll have to get over it," Kurama told him. "Your crew might be in danger." He knew that. It was why he was so focused on getting his breath back and making sure his head stopped being woozy. When he felt it clear, he lifted back up. "Everyone good?" he called out as he looked at the command deck. The empty spaces and chairs leapt out at him again, but he was looking for the team. Joker groaned through the calm. The sound of his pilot motivated him through the deck to the cockpit. Joker was slumped against his chair, almost unconscious. "Joker, stay with me," he said, coming to the chair. He reached to pulling Joker up. His hands got slapped away. "I'm alive," Joker told him as he got upright in his chair. "I probably just broke a rib." "All of them," he added. "Multiple core systems overloaded during the crash," EDI told them all. "Restoring operations will take time." "That's just great," Zaid groaned out from behind them. "We all knew this was likely a one-way trip," Miranda said from where she sat. It was a grim statement of their situation. But Naruto wasn't going to let that stop them. "This is not a one-way trip," he told them all, staring down the neck of the ship. All eyes on his team turned to face him. "We're going to get our people, get the people that were kidnapped, kill the collectors, blow up their base, and get out of here intact." "Well then," Joker remarked, "we're off to a good start. What's next?" He considered the question and looked at the ship. It didn't look like it would be moving any time soon. That might be trouble. "Are we fine here? How long will it take for the collectors to find us?" "I do not detect an internal security network," EDI answered. "It is possible the collectors did not expect anyone to reach the base." "Thank you, Ego," he remarked. It was reassuring that even in the future and out in space, Ego was still around. "If we're lucky, their external systems were hit just like we were," Joker told the shinobi. They might not know we're alive. So at the very least, we've got some time. If you want to be optimistic about it, he said. Things certainly looked grim from where he was sitting. We have to be optimistic about it. Otherwise, we're not going to live through it. He turned from the cockpit and walked down the length of the ship. Everyone, to the conference room, he announced as he passed his teammates. We're going to have one last meeting before we get out there. The majority of the team walked into the conference room alongside him, but they still had to wait for the others' decks below to come up. As soon as they walked through the door, Naruto started speaking. Alright, this wasn't the way it was supposed to go, but there's nothing we can do about it now. The plan is still the same: kill the collectors, destroy their base, and get everyone out alive. In order to do that, we're going to need something in the way of a plan. EDI, what have you found about the base? A hologram of the base shifted into view at the table's center. You should be able to overload their critical systems if you get to the main control center here, EDI told them all, highlighting the designated area. Jacob saw where the area was, near the top of the base. That would be a problem in his eyes. That means going through the heart of the station, he said to Naruto, right past this massive energy signature. He opened his Omni tool and used it to highlight what he was talking about. A blue structure appeared inside the base. It spread out from the center, going both up and down. Naruto looked at it hard, trying to figure out what it was in regards to the base. That looks like the central area to me, he told the team. I'd be willing to be that's where they're keeping the colonists and our crew. Looks like there are two main routes, Jacob said, highlighting the routes on the hologram. They were in separate places and also looked like they were on different levels too. Might be a good idea to split up to keep the collectors off balance, then regroup in the central chamber, he suggested. Miranda saw a problem with his suggestion. No good. Both routes are blocked. She pointed at the hologram where she saw the problem. See these doors? The only way past them is to get someone to open them from the other side. Naruto looked at the hologram. She was right about the doors. The only way to get through them was to open them from the other side. There had to be a way to do it. His eyes trailed over the hologram and found the very thing that would do it. What about the ventilation shaft? He suggested, gesturing the shaft on the hologram. Jacob saw it and declared, practically a suicide mission. I volunteer. Miranda looked to him. I appreciate the thought, Jacob, but you couldn't shut down the security systems in time. We need to send a tech expert. He knew that arguing with her would be a lost cause. He had been on the losing side of too many of them not to know better. Fortunately, it wasn't her decision to make. It's your call, Commander, he told Naruto, looking past her to him. Who do we send into the shaft? The shinobi's mind instantly went to three people, Tali, Gurus, and Jinchuriki. Gurus was out, mostly because he was not the same kind of tech support the other two were. So that left Aquarian and the Geth. He looked to them both. He should trust Jinchuriki for what they'd been through together. And he did trust the Geth. Perhaps it was time he extended that trust a little further. Jinchuriki, he said. You're going up the shaft. Acknowledged, the Geth replied. The rest of us are going to go through both passages. That'll keep the collector's attention on us. The hologram disappeared from sight. I'll lead the second fire team, Commander, Miranda said. We'll meet up with you on the other side of the doors. Like hell you will, Ruko declared. She stood up from where she leaned against the table. She scowled at her lover. Now isn't the time for this, Ruko. You ain't leading that team. You'd make reckless moves that could get you killed. You'd think I would be reckless? That was completely ludicrous. Ruko was firm in her stubbornness. I'm not the only one who's being rubbed off by him, she declared, pointing her thumb at her brother. Leave me out of this, Naruto thought to himself, stepping slightly back to avoid the thumb's direction. And calling Miranda reckless would be pushing it. Something told him that Ruko was trying to keep Miranda out of leading the team so she could protect her. The brunette biotic looked just as stubborn as Ruko in the matter. Commander, you need someone who can command loyalty through experience, she said to him. You're right, I do, he agreed. She looked hopeful, like he was agreeing with her. But he looked over at the resident Turian. Gurus, you're in charge. Gurus didn't say anything verbally. He only nodded once in acknowledgement. Well, at least he knows what he's doing, Miranda said grudgingly. She threw an accusative look at Ruko, but the blonde stayed strong, not once turning her eyes away. Naruto looked at them both. They were only doing this because they did actually love each other and didn't want to see the other get hurt. It was funny. It didn't seem so long ago that they were so sure that they hated one another and denied it when he suggested otherwise. Now here they were, trying to make sure the other stayed alive. All this needs is a declaration of love and we're good, he thought to himself. Good for what? A bodice ripper romance novel? Asked a sarcastic Kurama. Now's not the time to indulge in your fantasies, Gaki. A. They're not my fantasies. B. I know that. Then get to it. They're looking at you expectantly. He took a quick look and saw that they were looking at him. I'll be perfectly honest with you guys, he said. I don't know what's in this base or how difficult it will be. Quite frankly, I don't care. What matters is that we get in there, we find the colonists, we find our crew, and we get them out of here safely. The collectors want to know what makes us tick. Fine, we'll show them what makes us tick. We'll show them by giving them an ass-whooping worthy of Cammy and make them regret even thinking about taking people away. He looked at each and every one of his team. They didn't shy away from his sight. Are there any questions? Ruko stood tall and said, I think I speak for everyone when I say, hell fucking no. Miranda rolled her eyes but smiled slightly. Good, Naruto said. Then it's time to play the game. They exited the Normandy in 3 groups. Jinchuriki took the smallest group, going into the shaft with only Kasumi and Thane. Gurus took Zaid, Miranda, Eric, and Musashi. That meant Naruto had Ruko, Morden, Grunt, Jacob, and Tali. They soon lost sight of each other, and Naruto reached them through the comm. How are we doing? He asked. We are in position, Jinchuriki replied. Exterior temperature slightly elevated. No obstructions detected. Good to hear. Although he wasn't sure that part about the temperature was needed. What about you, Gurus? In position, Gurus replied, meet you on the other side of those doors. I'll hold you to that. He looked back at his own team and then at the entrance in front of them. It looked like the insides of the collector's ship but with more metal and rock. Let's go. They went into the entrance. It led into a tunnel that twisted and turned while still staying straight. They came out the other end and found themselves in an area where the ceiling and floor seemed to vanish from sight. There were platforms ahead that formed a bridge. That's where we need to go, Grunt said, moving forward. Look out, Jacob said in warning. We've got contact. The collectors were moving across the platforms to reach them. Naruto raised his guns, filled with Raiten and futon clips, and started shooting. Move forward and meet them, he ordered. They went to the platforms. The collectors started firing back, but the numbers were on their side. Coming in from above, shouted Morden in warning. There were more collectors coming in with attached. Ruko, get rid of them. On it, she replied. Her body glowed with her biotic power. Jacob put away his gun and clasped his hands together. I'll help, he told her, already flashing through hand seals. He held his arms with fingers extended and cried, Reijiki, lightning strike. Lightning formed along his fingers and leapt out at the flying collectors, lashing out angrily as they flew. Either the flying collectors didn't see the jutsu coming at them, or they thought they were impervious to it, but they did not stop in their descent. The lightning struck them and lit them like fireflies and making them spasm too. Thanks for the assist, Ruko told Jacob, arching her fist back and throwing her biotics through the punch. It followed through the motion and hit the collector's dead center, sending them down into the depths. Naruto and Grunt had crossed the first platform and were making their way across the second. We've got contact on this side, Naruto said into the comm. A collector got close and he lashed out with his guns. One hilt found the right side of its face, and the other found its knee. It went down and he finished it off with 2 shots. Gurus here, the Turian replied. We're taking heavy fire, but we're moving forward. Would you stand still, you piece of insectoid waste? Was that Zaid? Do we really need to answer that question? Good point. He turned his attention back to the fight. Tali came up from behind, stepping between him and Grunt. A collector moved to stop them, and she sent it to the ground with a single shot. Jacob and Ruko joined them on the second platform. More incoming, said Ruko when she looked up and saw more collectors. You want this one, Naruto? He shook his head. No, I don't want to waste what chakra I've got ready. He didn't know if the base had something that could lock down his chakra completely. If there was, he didn't want it to happen now. They were just starting. Ruko, bring them close, Morden said, his shotgun at the ready. She caught them in a biotic hold and lowered them into firing range. The Solarian's accuracy and pacing was impressive. He didn't take his time lining up the shot, but he also didn't use more than one shot per collector. Help appreciated, he told her when the last collector fell. That's the last one, Grunt declared. He raised his machine gun and opened fire. The collector tried moving into cover, but the hailstorm of bullets caught it and tore its shields to pieces. Within seconds, his bullet-riddled body fell to the ground. They made their way across the platforms, touching ground on the other side. Tali saw something ahead that made her stop. Is that the ventilation shaft ahead? She said. When the rest of them looked ahead, they saw it was the ventilation shaft, a metal tube with slightly tinted glass. They could also see human-sized figures moving through it. Pathing failure, Jinchuriki's voice spoke over the calm. What is it? Naruto asked immediately. His feet were already taking him towards the shaft to see if he could help. There is an obstruction in the tunnel. Yeah, I can see you guys. The three of them weren't moving inside the shaft. He looked around to see if there was anything that would let them go further. There was a console glowing green on the right side. It looked connected to the shaft, but he wasn't going to take any chances on it. Tali, does that control the shaft? He asked. She moved to the console and quickly examined it. It does, she said when she was done. If it lets them through, open it, he ordered. She did exactly that. The shaft hissed in response, emitting steam. Obstruction removed, Jinchuriki reported, proceeding. Naruto watched them head further down the shaft. It seemed like their job was done with them. But he had long since learned that it was always like that. Tali, check to see if there are any more consoles along the shaft line. She didn't ask him why, just did the job. Yeah, there are more consoles that control valves on the shaft, she said as she turned away from the console. How many? He asked. 7. Ruko felt a spark of irritation at the number. She knew what was coming next. They all did. And how many times do you think they'll try to stop Jinchuriki's team? She asked them all. She wasn't looking for an exact answer, but Morden gave her one. 7. She threw a glare at the Solarian, just standing there like he had done nothing wrong. Thank you for that, Morden. Like it wasn't already obvious, she retorted. Morden opened his mouth to speak. Save it, Naruto told him. We've got to make sure Jinchuriki gets through. That means we're following the shaft. Jinchuriki's team had gone down the right in the shaft. So that meant they would have to follow that direction. The path led them down a ramp into another open area. There was solid ground beneath their feet, and the shaft was on their left. Naruto saw the next console as they stepped out into the open. Tali, get to it. On it, she replied, moving towards the console. As her fingers reached out for it, she saw movement from the corner of her eye. Collectors were coming from the other end. Contact! She shouted to the others. Grunt moved forward to meet them. We've got it! He told her as his machine gun roared into life. Jacob and Morden came to his sides and started shooting too. Tali turned her attention back to the console. She reached out her hands but yanked them back when a bullet came buzzing her way. If her hand had stayed in place, her arm would have been hit, and her shields could have been taken too. She looked the collector's way and returned fire. Tali, get that console opened. Don't worry about the fight. Naruto ordered her. She turned her attention back to the console. Just keep them from shooting me, she replied. She saw shadows moving overhead. They came to a sudden stop. The path is blocked again, Jinchuriki reported in. You must locate another valve. Working on it, she told the Geth. Just hang on for a moment. The battle roared on beside her, but she turned it all out as she focused on the console. She wouldn't have been able to do that if she was beginning her pilgrimage. Her fingers danced lightly on the console, and it didn't take them long to open the shaft again. There, it's open. Get moving! The people in the shaft started moving again, and she joined the fight. Her shotgun barked out shot after shot at the collectors. With each shot taken, she stepped closer to them. The rest of the team moved forward alongside her. Where's the next one? Grunt asked her. Up ahead. It was glowing the same color green, making it stand out from all the pale browns and sickly yellows that surrounded them. It was also at the end of the path, completely obvious to everyone who could see it. I knew that. He went back to the fight, lunging for the nearest collector and bashing it to the ground with his machine gun. It felt satisfying to watch the bug crumple beneath his weight and strength. Gur is here, reported the Turian through the calm. We're making good progress. Meet you at the rendezvous. See you there, Naruto replied. He got in close to the remaining collectors and attacked them. To a casual viewer, his limbs would have been like blurs as he struck and kicked the enemies before him. There was a large gap on the right. He used it to his advantage, striking the collectors into a daze and then using their own weight against them to pushing off the edge. They might recover from it, but he was hoping that it would take them long enough so that his team would get through. It was a tactic that worked right alongside the firepower his team was holding. They reached the next console and Tali got to work. She had it open before the Shaft team could report a problem. Path is clear, said Jinchuriki. Moving on. Their path led them through a short tunnel into another passageway. This time the path had walls on both sides that were within touching distance. There was another console nearby and Tali made short work of it. We're down to 4, she announced over the hissing steam. Good, Naruto said. That meant they were halfway done. The path led them down around another corner. They came out into another open area with the shaft on the right again. They could see the console close by, but not so close for it to be an easy walk. It was made harder by the fact that there were already collectors waiting for them. Ruko stepped forward and threw her biotics at them, pushing them back. Jacob tossed a smoke grenade for additional cover. While the rest of the team went straight into battle, Naruto covered Tali as she went for the console. We're in position, Gurus reported, just waiting for the doors to open. Working on it, Naruto said back, running and shooting at a collector. The bullets kept it in place, and once he was close, a knee to the face sent it slumping over a barricade. Tali reached the console and went to work. She was getting faster since it was only 10 seconds before she said, "Done." Move across, Naruto ordered. He and Tali made their way across the path, shooting and bashing any collector that came close. They had less to worry about since the majority of the collectors went after the bigger group. The shinobi could have been worried about them, if he wasn't seeing lightning flashes from the corner of his eyes and hearing a biotic surge thrumming through the din of gunfire. They would be fine. He was proven right when they reached the other side. The rest of the team looked none the worse for wear, although Grunt was grinning excitedly. Tali zoomed ahead to the next console. Taken care of, she announced before they could reach her. Naruto looked up at the shaft and saw Jinchuriki, Kasumi, and Thane moving through without hindrance. He brought his sight back down to his level and saw collectors coming around the corner, guns pointing at the Quarian. Tali, hit the ground, he shouted, his gun snapping forward and firing off rounds. She did as she was told, but she didn't stay there. Her shotgun came out of cover and she fired at the collectors herself. She took out one and kept on firing as the others joined the fight. The gunfight lasted about 2 minutes. That was a little close, Jacob declared as the last collector fell. Unwise to rush ahead, Morden told Tali. If it was any other situation, he would have sounded like he was chastising. Should always be careful about what's next. I get it, she said back, making an effort not to sound like a petulant child. None of them looked at her like an adult judging a child, so she figured it worked. How many more consoles? Grunt asked. He looked ahead, waiting to see if any more collectors would come their way. 2. Ruko brushed past the Krogan. Let's not wait around, she declared. They went through the passageway and came out in an open space again. The last 2 consoles were in plain sight and close to each other. At the end of the area, a little after the second console, was the door they needed to get through. But the collectors looked like they were going to do everything they could to stop them. What do we do? Jacob asked Naruto. The mere sight of what was in front told him they needed a strategy. The blonde didn't waste any time saying speed run. He rushed forward, guns blazing, and they went after him. Grunt quickly took the lead and slammed into the collectors, bulldozing them aside. They reached the first console and Tali worked it. She was done and back amongst them before the collectors could take a shot at her. They were crossing a thin bridge when they heard a familiar buzzing sound. Inbound from above, Ruko warned, seeing the flyers coming down. Ignore them, Grunt told her. The Krogan was usually one for the complete destruction of the enemy, but he had also been a good student. He could see in this situation that they had to keep moving. If they wanted to shoot the flyers, they would have to stop and take aim. He reached the end of the bridge and slammed the collector waiting for them against the barricade with his shoulder. The next console was positioned so that it wouldn't impede anyone's path trying to get to the door. For them, it was a perfect setup. Holding off the collectors wouldn't be a problem since they were coming from the levels above. It was a simple thing to provide screen of fire while still moving for the console. They ran for it and covered Tali as she danced her fingers across it. "It's opened," she declared. "There are no more consoles to worry about." "Head for the door," ordered Naruto. "Grunt, hang back and provide covering fire. Jacob, Morden, assist." The human, Solarian, and Krogan banded together and held the collectors off as they came down to chase them. Morden fired on the ones closest while Grunt aimed for the back ones. Jacob helped both of them, but his real focus was on the airborne collectors. If he wasn't shooting them, he was throwing right-on jutsu at them. Grunt and Morden covered him as he flashed through the hand seals so he wouldn't be shot. At first, they retreated across the bridge easily, but after that they only gave ground when they had to. Every inch they were forced to give was paid for with collector bodies. Naruto and the rest used that time to reach the door. "We're here!" Naruto shouted into the comm as he skidded to a stop. "Get this door open! Look out! Seeker swarms!" Geras shouted through the comm. There were also the sounds of gunfire. "Jinchuriki, Geras, we've got collectors bearing down on us hard. We need this door open now." Ruka wasn't one to stand idly by. She looked back to the fight and armed her biotics. "Boys, watch your head," she called out, throwing her biotics over their heads. It landed in the middle of the collectors and expanded outward in an explosive move. The collectors that were hit sent flying, but the outer layers kept moving up. "The door has malfunctioned. Path blocked," Jinchuriki said through the comm. "Well, get it unblocked," Tali told the Geth as she fired at the collectors with a rifle. She had a sniper scope attached to it, but it was clear that she wasn't used to using it. Her shots would only graze the collectors or outright miss them. Grunt felt a hot lance across his arm. His shields had been whittled down, and the bullets could hit his flesh. Outrage poured through him, and his blood demanded that he rush out, find out who it was that shot him, and ground the little shit into paste. But his training kept him in place, shooting at the collectors. "They're getting too close," Jacob told them. "Back up! Back up!" They were already halfway to the door with all the backing up they were doing. "If we back up anymore, we won't be able to hold them off," Grunt said to him. "Reinforcing might be plausible here," Morden suggested. A collector lunged forward and grabbed his shotgun. They struggled against each other, trying to take the gun. Morden was successful, taking it back and blasting the collector in the chest. Grunt looked back at the others. "Anyone else care to join us?" he demanded. That was when the door opened. Naruto was never glad to see metal sliding away. "Fall back," he called to them. He held his place, shooting at the collectors as they moved forward at a faster pace. The three fell back through the door alongside Ruko and Tali. When they passed him, the shinobi held his position for a little bit longer. The collectors started getting closer and closer. "Naruto, cut and run, now!" ordered Kurama. If he stayed in place any longer, the collectors would overwhelm him. He fell back through the door. He felt an explosive go off right behind him, the sound deafening his ears momentarily. He didn't stop until he was through the door. "Close the door, Jinchuriki," he ordered the Geth kneeling down in front of the door's console. "Working on it now, Uzumaki-senin," he replied, metal fingers moving fast as he hacked. When Grunt had made it through the door, he immediately turned around and waited. He saw the collectors from beyond his sensei's shoulder. They didn't stop. "Here they come!" he shouted in warning, squeezing his trigger. Jacob and Morden joined him, and so did Ruko and Tali. But it still didn't seem like it was enough. As soon as Geras saw his door was closed, he turned around and went for the other door. Suppressing fire, he ordered his own team as they followed him. "Don't let anyone through that door." They lined up alongside the others and opened fire. Together, they made a wall of gunfire that prevented the collectors from even getting close to the door. There was return fire, and they could see their shields taking some hard hits, but they stayed in place. Jinchuriki was still working on the door, and they needed it closed. It was probably only seconds before Jinchuriki declared, "Complete," and the door closed shut, but it felt like minutes to them, and long minutes at that. Still, the door was closed, and they were all alive. "Good job, Jinchuriki," Naruto said to the Geth. He was glad that he had placed that trust in him. He quickly looked over his weapons and ammo. The clips in the guns were almost empty, so he could have to reload soon. When he checked the ammo pouch, he saw that he was about halfway through. When he took a look at his armor, he saw that it took a beating. If it went up against anything more like that, he didn't think that the armor would last. And we're barely into this place, he thought to himself. What lay ahead was going to be even harder. If he wasn't careful, he might run out of bullets before the end, or his armor would get shot to hell and become unusable. "Commander," called out Miranda, getting his attention. "You need to see this." He turned around and saw that she was standing a ways away from the team. He went over to her, asking, "What is it, Miran?" His question trailed off into silence as he looked at what she was looking at. The entire team came up from behind and saw the same thing. All of them were shocked into silence. Pods, just like the ones they had found on the collector's ship, were lined up on the walls. But while the collector's ship had a number that seemed impressive, looking at the amount of pods on the walls, going up and down, and how far the walls went back, it made that number seem a lot more minuscule. They couldn't even see how far the walls went back. There was a difference between what they had seen on the ship and here. Thick metal tubing jutted out from the upper walls and traveled up into the ceiling. It was a mystery why they were there in the first place. "Anyone got an idea what those are for?" Musashi asked. "I don't want to even think about it," Zaid said back. Seeing these pods reminded him too much of the collector's ship. The merc shuddered slightly at the bad memories. He looked away, wanting to find something else. He found it, ironically enough, in the pods that were close by. He could see the people inside them. He took a closer look at one and realized who was inside. "Fuck me, that's Kenneth from engineering," he exclaimed as he stared at the Fianna clansman. His words made the others start looking at other pods. Each one they found had one of the crew inside. The more they looked, they found more. "Over here!" Miranda called out from the far end. She was near the edge where there were fewer pods. Naruto hurried over to her. "Who is it?" he asked. "Dr. Chukwas?" "No," she replied. "It's one of the colonists." He looked into the pod. It was a young woman, probably about his age or a little younger. She was dressed in casual wear that seemed stained with juices. Was it from the pod, or did they grab her like that? "How long has she been in there?" he asked. "I don't know. There's nothing on the pod that tells us that." "There's more over here," Jacob said, looking at the pods nearby. The others came over and started looking too. It seemed that the colonists were separated from the crew and put closer to the edge. While they looked, Naruto looked at the colonist trapped in the first pod. She seemed too young. "What does that make me?" he asked himself. "Really fucking old?" Sun asked innocently. "I wasn't asking you." He reached out and pressed his hand against the pod's glass. He didn't know if it was because of that or something, but the colonist started to stir. Her eyes opened and they were full of panic. "She's awake!" he shouted to the others. He turned back to her and said, "It's okay. We'll get you out of there. You're going to be fine." But then things changed. Black veins appeared across her face and grew rapidly. It also spread across her body, and it continued to grow until they practically engulfed her. She started screaming, but her screams were muffled by the pod itself. Naruto saw what was happening and instantly tried to get the pod open. "Hang on," he told her as he searched for something that would open the pod. He found what felt like a handle and pulled on it. The thing was stubborn, refusing to give him even an inch's worth of separation. His eyes stayed on the colonist. She was practically engulfed in the blackness. Her screams sounded more pain now. He pulled at the handle with all of his strength, and it started to give. But it was too late. He watched, horrified, as the colonist shrank down into nothing but a liquid pool. The last look she showed him was one that pleaded him to stop this. "Merciful Kami," the shinobi thought as he watched the liquid get sucked out the back of the pod. "Get them out!" he shouted to the team, looking at the other pods. "Get them out right now! Move! Move! Move!" he roared. They sprang into action before the last word was uttered. Some went for pulling the handle as hard as they could, and others went for bashing their guns at the glass. The guns worked out faster, and the glass peeled back, letting the person inside fall into their arms. They were able to work fast and free everyone before any of them could be turned into that liquid. Naruto found the pod holding Quan Misli and got it open by pounding his War Hawk's pistols on the glass. It peeled back and she fell out with a near-silent groan. I got ya, he told her, catching her. He guided her down to a kneeling position. She came fully awake with a gasp of panic. She whipped her head around, looking for danger but only seeing the crew and her team. Relief flooded her body and it quickly turned into nauseous. "Look out," she warned Naruto before she threw up. He got out of her way thanks to the warning. The sound of multiple people vomiting told him that she wasn't only one who was like this. He also heard an indignant squawk. It sounded like someone wasn't quick enough to get out of the way. He wondered who it might be for a brief moment before returning his attention back to the hunter throwing up beside him. When she was finally done, Quan Misley wanted to curl up into a ball and die right there. She didn't though. Her training had made her go through situations much worse than this. She pulled herself back up to her feet. "Thanks, Naruto," she told him. "Feeling better?" he asked her. "Much better," she answered. "Commander Uzumaki?" he heard Dr. Chukwa say in disbelief. You came for us." He turned around and looked at her. "Did you think that I would leave you to rot?" He looked at the Normandy's crew. "Did any of you?" There were uncertain looks between them all. They didn't say anything to him. It was probably from that same uncertainty. Kenneth was the one who broke the silence. "They kept enforcing that we were to serve something greater now and no one would come to get us," he said. It was beginning to feel real. "This is real," Naruto told the clansman. "And so is this. I would never let any of my comrades die so easily." Chambers hiccuped out a sigh of relief. She wiped out the tears in her eyes and said, "Thank Kami you got here in time." A few more seconds. The bile threatened to rise up again. She had to take a breath to stop it from actually happening. "I don't even want to think about it." "Just what the hell happened over there?" Musashi asked, pointing at the pod that held the colonist with his Bakken. Quan Misley followed the Bakken's direction and found the pod. She knew instantly what he was talking about. "You saw it happen, right?" she asked him. "I would have been blind if I didn't see it happen," he retorted. While the commander had struggled to get the pod open, they all had a good view of what happened to the colonists. The sight of her melting down into goo was something that wasn't going to leave him any time soon. "What happened?" The crew all looked to Chukwas. She was the medical doctor. She would have been able to explain it better than any of them. She saw the looks and knew what they were silently saying. She didn't argue against it. The colonists were processes, she told Naruto and his team, struggling for a moment to find the right word for what they had seen. Those little swarm of robots, they melted their bodies into a gray liquid and pumped it through these tubes. She looked up at the tubes as she spoke. Naruto's eyes slipped upwards to look at the tubes. They went through the walls, but he could see them being attached to each pod on the other side. He looked away from them, not wanting to think about it any more than he had to. "Do you have any idea why they would want to do this?" he asked Chukwas. She shook her head. "I don't know. I'm just glad you got here before it happened to us." He smiled reassuringly at her. "Same here, Doc," he said. Miranda went to his side. "We still have a job to do," she reminded him. She looked to everyone. "We've done well so far. Let's hope we can finish the job." "Joker," Naruto said through the comm, "find us and point us in the right direction." "Roger that, Commander," Joker replied. In half a minute he was back. "All those tubes lead into the main control room right above you. The route is blocked by a security door, but there's another chamber that runs parallel to the one you're in." "I cannot recommend that," EDI jumped in on the conversation. "Thermal emissions suggest the chamber is overrun with seeker swarms. Morden's countermeasures cannot protect you against so many at once." "Shit," Naruto muttered. That was possibly their only way through. He looked at his team. "If anyone's got an idea, I'm all ears." "I've got one," Ruko said. All eyes fell onto her. "What is it?" "We use biotics." He didn't see how that would keep them away, but he wasn't going to dismiss it immediately out of hand. "Biotics?" he repeated. "How do you plan on making that work?" "Samsara taught me enough to give me a better control over my biotics. I could make a field around a small squad if they kept close and followed me through the swarm." "I could do it too," Miranda said. "In theory, any biotic could handle it." She scowled at her. "Is this payback for what I said on the ship?" Her temper was fraying a little, but she was able to keep it from lashing out. "It is not," she said to Ruko, keeping her voice controlled. "I am simply stating the obvious facts. We both know that I have strong biotics." "Yeah, I do too. And you're not the one who's been taught by an Asari Justicar." They could have kept the argument going if they wanted to. But Miranda knew that they were on the clock, and she knew that Ruko knew the same thing too. A decision had to be made, and if they kept fighting about it, it wouldn't be made. So she looked at Naruto and said, "Who do you want to maintain the field?" "Hey," Ruko said in protest. But it was a half-hearted protest at best. She knew that her brother would make the right choice. "Both of you," he said. "What?" they said together. In spite of the situation, he took the moment to grin at them. "Hey, you did it in stereo too. That's very well done." "Commander, please be serious," Miranda told him, resisting the strong urge to roll her eyes at him. He lost the grin and became as serious as she was. I want both of you on the squad. If one can't support the field, the other will take over. That way, we can be sure we'll get through." It made sense, in a fashion, to the brunette. It just made her worried about biotic support for the other teammates. "As you say so," she finally said. "I do. And besides," he leaned down to her ear and said quietly, "this way, you won't have to worry about Ruko getting hurt." She did not blush. Her face did not get warm. But she was willing to admit that she looked at her lover in concern when she heard those words. She was aware that the commander knew about them. They had fucked each other in his cabin for mercy's sake. If he hadn't noticed, she would have been worried. Then again, she wondered if that had been his intent the entire time. "All right, I understand," she finally said. "Good," he replied. Before he could say anything else, Quan Misley pushed herself through the crowd. "I'm coming too," she declared to Naruto. That declaration made him pause and look at the hunter. "You were on your knees throwing up 5 minutes ago," he told her. "I'm good to go." "No, you are not. Besides, no one has brought your weapons and grenade pack." Musashi looked a little guilty as he came forward and offered Quan Misley her gear. Naruto eyed him as she readied herself for battle. "You brought her stuff." "I had a feeling something like this would happen," he answered. "And I kind of felt like I had to." He looked back at the hunter and found completely ready. She had a determined look that he knew quite well. "You're not going to win this one, Gaki," Kurama told him. "Yeah, I can see that. So just tell her she can come." "Thank for the obvious statement there, furball." He sighed in resignation. "All right, you're with us," he told the hunter. "But you'd better keep up with the pace we set." "Don't worry," she told him. "I'll keep it." He had his doubts. She was still trembling in her legs and her hands looked shaky. "What about the rest of us?" Zaid asked him. He said to the merc in the team, "You'll go through the main passage, keeping them distracted. Once we're on the other side of those doors, we'll get them open for you. Tali, you're with me again." "Right," she said without missing a beat. "Who'll lead the diversion team?" Miranda asked. That was a no-brainer to him. "Guris, you ready for round 2? The Turian nodded. "I'll keep the defenders busy. You slip around back." "What about me and the rest of the crew, Commander?" Dr. Chuck was asked him. "We're in no shape to fight." "Commander?" said Joker. "We have enough systems back online to do a pickup, but we need to land back from your position." "We can't go back, Commander," Miranda protested. "Not now." He knew that, but they had come here to get their people back. He wasn't going to leave them high and dry, not after what they'd done to get them free. "You won't go alone," he told his crew. "Someone will go with." "Who?" asked Chambers. He looked at his team. They looked back without any signs of hope or despair. This could be a hard choice. He didn't know who to send back to the ship with the crew. Everyone contributed to the fight in their own way. "Who do I pick?" "Are you asking us?" Komiya asked him. "Not at the moment, no," he said back. "Good, 'cause I got nothing," Shikaka said. "I don't either," Isaba said too, a little embarrassed. In the end, the blonde wasn't the one who decided. Morden opened up his Omni-tool and said, "Joker, need location of landing zone. We'll meet you there." "Sending them your way, Morden," Joker replied. He stared at his Omni-tool for a second longer before closing it. "We'll take crew and colonists back to ship," he said to Naruto. "You didn't have to make the choice yourself, Morden," the blonde protested. "Logical choice. Skills lay mostly in medical lab. If counteragent proven useless, no point in me being here. Therefore, most acceptable to lead crew back to ship." He had the points. What Naruto didn't like was how he thought himself to be the least useful in this situation. But there was no use in arguing about it, not when they still had to get moving. All he could say was, "I'm sorry that you think you needed to do this." "I'm not." "Had to be me," Morden said with a smile. "Someone else must have gotten it wrong." "That better not be a slam against me," Zay told the Solarian, glaring hard at him. "Don't start fighting now," Jacob said to them both, getting in between them. "They didn't need right now." "Is anyone else going with you, Commander?" he asked Naruto. He shook his head. "No. My group is big enough. The rest of you will be the distraction." "Any more questions?" he asked. He didn't get a single reply. "Good. Let's move it." As soon as they were in place, Ruko raised her biotics in a field around them. The Seeker swarms saw the bright redness of the field and flew towards it. But they did not pass through the field, instead battering against it and buzzed around it. They were waiting for the barrier to fall. "No way in hell am I going to give you fuckers that," Ruko thought out at them. "Alright, I've got the thing up," she said to the squad. "Stay close and we'll be fine." Naruto went to the front, near the edge of the barrier. "Tali, cover the back," he ordered. "We don't know if the collectors will try to come at us from behind. Miranda, you stay close to Ruko so you can take over." "What about me?" Quan Misley asked him. He looked back at her. She looked better than before, but not by a lot. She held 2 submachine guns in her hands and they didn't tremble. She didn't have any kind of shielding, so they would have to be careful. "You stay close to Ruko too and support any you think needs it," he finally told her. "Understood," she replied with a nod. He looked back to the front. "Ruko, start walking." She walked forward and they went with her. "Gur is here," said the Turian through the comm as they rounded the corner. "Team in position and waiting for your orders, Commander." The comm was scratchy and his voice almost dropped out at points. But Naruto was still able to get the gist of it. Still, it was a cause for concern. "Anyone know what's up with the comm?" "It could be the Seeker swarms," Tali suggested. "They might be interfering with the signal." That was bad. They needed to stay in contact with the other team. "Any chance you can fix it?" "If we had the time, probably," she offered. "We don't have the time," Ruko said, determined to keep her pace. The path went down a ramp into the rest of the passage. "Let's keep it moving." They went down the ramp and saw collectors flying through the air. Naruto snapped his guns upwards, tracking them. But they weren't trying to land in front of them. They were flying ahead. There's probably going to be more room ahead. He didn't know if there would be more of them ahead, or just the ones he saw. There might be a way to bleed the numbers off, though. "Gurus, you there?" he said through the radio. "I'm here," Gurus replied. The signal wasn't strong. He didn't trust it to hold a long communication. "Move in." "On my way," he said. He found the collectors waiting for them below a causeway that they walked out onto. "To the left," said Naruto in warning, shooting his pistols down at the collectors. They fired back and he went to cover behind the causeway wall. It turned out to be a good move. He felt a bullet slip past his shield and catch his armor in the shoulder. The force dragged him backwards an inch, and he felt a momentary numbness. He kept behind the wall while the numbness died away. He looked at the shoulder piece. It had a dent from the bullet and the robe had through it. Their bullets would be able to get past Ruko's field. If the collectors knew that, they would go after Ruko. "Everyone, make sure they don't hit Ruko," he told the others. Quan Misley joined him at the causeway. "How many are there?" she asked him. "I saw 5. "Make that 4, Miranda said, lowering her gun. She was still standing tall, staying close to Ruko. It almost looked like she was protecting the blonde with her own body. The hunter looked back at her. "Are they close together or scattered?" "Somewhere in between, I would say." "Get them closer, I think I've got something for them." She reached for the pack and started rifling through it. "Here's hoping Musashi didn't fiddle with things in too much," she muttered to herself. Naruto left her to her planning. Miranda heard them from the left. He ordered the brunette, readying himself to stand up. "I'll take the right." She nodded and they went to work. When he looked over the ledge, he saw the collectors were moving behind barricades, spreading outwards. "Do they know what we're trying to do?" he asked. That didn't matter. He fired on the rightmost one and drove it towards the next one. Miranda did the same on the left. When the collectors were close, he looked down at Quan Misley. "Ready?" "Not yet," she replied, her hands twisting and turning around an explosive. He looked back at the collectors, shooting to keep them in place. "How long?" he asked. "A few seconds, I need a few seconds." The collectors started to move towards the ramp that went up to the causeway. You might want to hurry it up. They're coming this way. He tried to keep them away or at least slow them down with his guns. She snapped the last piece into place. Done, she announced, standing up and throwing the package over the edge. Fire in the hole. They watched the package land right in the middle of the collectors and explode with such intensity they were engulfed instantly. The fire vanished a second later, leaving no trace of bodies. Whoa, Tali said. Now that's impressive. Yeah, great, said Ruko through gritted teeth. Can we get a move on? They went down the ramp, avoiding the burned patch where the collectors had stood. The comm came to life. Hostilin, said Gurus before the comm cut off abruptly. Naruto reached for his comm. Gurus, respond. He got nothing but silence. Respond. The signal's very weak, Naruto, Tali told him. The Seeker swarms are doing everything they can to block it. There was nothing he could do about it. He turned his attention back to the front. A platform flew down and landed next to the floor. He thought that it would be more collectors on board, but it turned out to be zombies. That's what they're trying to throw at us now. He couldn't help but think in disbelief. Hey, remember those things are dangerous in numbers, Kurama told him. We've seen that. Especially when they're glowing, Saiken added. Wait, they're what? He looked back at the husks. He saw that some of them were glowing red. Whatever that meant, it couldn't have been good. Oh great, is there anything else we need on our plate? Collectors from above, shouted Quan Misli in warning. Kurama eyed his Jinchuriki. You were saying? Shut up, it was rhetorical. He moved one gun up to fire at the collectors while the other fired on the husk. Miranda joined him in shooting the collectors while Quan Misli aimed for the husks. Since their attention and firepower was divided, they quickly came to a standstill. The husks were coming fast towards them. They were a foot away from the barrier when Quan Misli threw a grenade at them. The explosion took them out, but Ruko winced. Ah! She bit out, careful where you throw those. You almost made the barrier go down. Sorry, the hunter said. Naruto did a quick look to see if there were any more husks coming at them. He saw there weren't, but also saw the collectors flying off, further down the path. Crap, they're going to reinforce themselves now, he noted. When that happened, it would make getting through a lot more difficult. He heard the hum of the barrier, and saw that he was a little too close for comfort. But as he stepped back, he noticed that he hadn't really moved in his position inside the barrier until now. It was shrinking. He looked over at Ruko, and saw that she was shaking visibly. She was losing control. Miranda, take over the barrier, he ordered. Ruko looked at him. I can still hold it, she insisted. I'm not going to risk it. Swap out. Miranda stepped close to her, close enough to hug and hold her. Don't argue, she whispered to Ruko. It's why both of us came. She turned her eyes on everyone else and told them, get in close. I don't want anyone getting caught by the Seeker swarms. They closed ranks around the two of them, keeping their guns pointing outward. As Ruko gradually released her grasp on the barrier, Miranda started forming her own. They couldn't have the two barriers in place at the same time, it would cancel both out. They had to pull this off to the exact second to prevent anyone getting grabbed. Miranda felt a little nervous even as she was outwardly cool and focused. She had done this method before with another biotic, but never this short on time. She didn't know if she was able to pull it off. She knew that the lives of the team depended on her. She couldn't let them down. So she did what she always did when she needed a touch of inspiration. She imagined her father looking down his nose at her, sneering and saying those 3 words, over and over again. Her anger bubbled up and reinforced her will. As Ruko's barrier fell, she thought, fuck you, Dad, and released her own barrier. It spread out and covered the area originally covered, fending off the swarms that flew in, eager for a kill. Alright, I've got it. Ooh, talk about a load off the shoulders, Ruko said, shrugging said shoulders. They were aching a little and not in the good way. They continued forward, turning to the right when they reached the edge. Barricades had been set in place in front of them, and there were collectors in front of them, just like Naruto knew there would be. Oh, there's a lot of them, aren't there? Shikaka asked as he stared at the collectors. I can see that, Naruto replied. It looked the collectors were trying to stop them right here. The barricades were full of them, and if there wasn't any room, they were out in the open with guns pointing right at them. One of the collectors near the front slumped forward. Assuming Naruto instantly put 2 bullets in it. You know, this is getting repetitive, the blonde thought to himself as the collector fell to the ground. Whoever was doing that just simply could not take a clue. The rest of the collectors started shooting and they returned fire. Miranda moved to cover to protect herself. Ruko stayed out in the open and readied her biotics. "All right, my turn," she proclaimed, glowing red. "Ruko, be careful," Miranda said in warning. "You could disturb the barrier." "Then I'll just step outside." "Ruko!" she shouted as her lover went to the barrier's edge, swaggering forward like she hadn't a care in the world. Naruto reached out to grab her, but she didn't step out. Instead, she dipped out through the biotics and came back in. It took a grand total of 2 seconds. "There we go," she said cheerfully, walking back to her position. She didn't look back to see what happened. She knew that her biotics would push the collectors back and out of position. Miranda didn't know whether to strangle her for the boneheaded move she just pulled or to kiss her since she looked so hot. Instead, she chose to say don't ever do that again, while also checking her out to make sure she wasn't harmed. Ruko saw what she was doing and grinned. "Love you too, honey," she said. "Would the two of you focus?" Tali asked irritably. "Now's not the time to flirt." The blonde shrugged and pulled out her gun. She joined the firefight while Miranda moved them forward. The collectors had gotten disorganized from the biotics thrown at them. They used that to gain ground and force the enemy away. The collectors fell back around a left turn when they got too close for comfort. They followed through, keeping the fire pouring on them. "Nice shooting," Gura said suddenly through the calm. Naruto almost paused at his words if he hadn't already known that pausing in the middle of a fight was a good way to end up dead. "Thanks?" he asked through the calm while gunning down a collector that was trying to shoot Miranda. "I don't think he heard you, Naruto," Tali told him. Restrained sarcastic comment, he told himself. Focus on the fighting. He could see light coming from some kind of glass window up ahead. He was hoping that meant they were getting close. Suddenly, the collectors broke off and took off, leaving them alone. "Why would they do that?" "Naruto, we've got husks!" Ruko shouted. He looked down from the air back to the path. Husks were crawling out of every crack in front of them. "Aw crap!" He started shooting every husk that was getting a little too close for comfort, and there were many. They probably should have stayed in place, but the sight of the light egged him on. "Move up!" "What?" Tali said from the back. Ruko looked at his back while dealing with a husk. "Are you crazy?" she demanded. "If we stay in place, they'll bog us down here," he said in reply. "If we move up, they're going to overwhelm us. We're going to have risk it. Move up!" He pressed forward, bashing a husk's head in when it got too close. He was close to the barrier and about to step through it when it moved ahead of him. His team was following him. Miranda gritted her teeth as she continued to hold the barrier and pressed forward. She hadn't realized just what Ruko was holding when she had the barrier. It was like a great weight was on her shoulders and it wouldn't budge. "You have to keep it going, Miranda," she told herself. She focused on her steps, putting one foot in front of the other. Her eyes were focused on the way they were going. The rest of the team held off the husks as they moved closer to the end. She saw the entrance they were looking for at the end of a descending ramp. The husks broke away and gave them an easy path out. They took it, climbing down to the ramp and starting for the exit, a closed door. Just when she thought that they were out, Tali swung around and started shooting. "We've got company!" she shouted. "Miranda, keep moving," Ruko told her. She went to join Tali, and so did Naruto. Miranda kept moving, but she also dared to look back quickly. The collectors had regrouped alongside the husks and were bearing down on them. She turned back for the door and pressed on. She didn't know if the others were following as she made for it. But she didn't hear anyone suddenly screaming for someone to save them, so she counted it as a good thing. The time it took to reach the door seemed to take forever, yet when she reached it and the door opened, it felt like no time at all. "Hurry through, people!" she told the others from where she stood in the doorway. The barrier felt even heavier now. "Suppressing fire and fall back," called out Naruto. The three of them had been shooting at the barrier's edge, stepping back only when they had to. But at that order, they all turned their backs to the enemy and scarpered to the door. He stayed in the rear, making sure that everyone got through before he did. He stepped through the doorway. A gunshot rang out. There were many like it, but none of the others had Miranda scream in pain and the barrier fall suddenly. "Miranda!" screamed Ruko in fright. He looked back and saw his sister holding the brunette in her arms. Miranda was still breathing, but it sounded pained. There was blood leaking out of her side, staining the whiteness of her jumpsuit red. "I'm fine," she said, but her voice was caked over in pain. Tali stood close to the door. She kept firing at the husks coming down the ramp. But it wasn't enough. "They're still coming," she called out to the others. Naruto turned back to the enemy and started shooting too. He saw that the seeker swarms were starting to bundle into a massive group. Without the barrier protecting them, they would be sitting ducks. "Tali, get the door closed." She went for the controls while he continued to hold off the enemy. But they kept coming, crossing the halfway mark. His left gun went empty and his right was nearly depleted too. He couldn't engage in close quarters, not right here. There were too many of them. He'd get swarmed over. "Now might be a good time for some chakra, Naruto," Kurama suggested. He agreed and knew which jutsu to use. He put his guns away and crossed his fingers. But then Ruko brushed past him. "Get back," she told him. "Ruko?" he started to ask. "I said get back. I got this." She flared her biotics, and its redness colored everything in sight. The power felt overwhelming, washing out in waves and choking anyone caught off guard. Naruto quickly stepped back and watched his sister clench her fists. The collectors and husks were coming closer, but she wasn't afraid. If anything, she seemed angrier and more focused. The power she flaring became stronger with each passing second. It cloaked her like a protective shield. He saw something form in the biotic cloak, close to her shoulder. He watched it take shape and quickly became stunned. "Am I seeing things?" he asked. The Kyuubi shook his head. "No, you are not. I'm seeing too." "We're all seeing it," Shikaka said with a voice of odd wonder. The biotics took the form of a fox's head. He only saw the back of its head, but he knew that it was glaring just as hard as she was. "Has something like this ever happened before?" Sun shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know. It's something to ask later." "Well, there's something else," Isabu added. "What's that?" "It's got actual fox ears, not the rabbit ones Kurama's got." The fox instantly clamped his hands over his ears. "We agreed not to talk about that." Sun got a sly look on his face. "I don't remember that agreement." "It's not a big deal," Komi said. "So you've got rabbit ears, big whoop." "Stop it!" Naruto cut through the arguing. "Guys, not the time for this," he told them all. "We're in the middle of something here." "He's right," Gyuki agreed. "Let's stay focused on the task at hand." "Thank you. But I am filing that whole ear thing away from later use." "Naruto, don't you dare!" Kurama ordered. He ignored the fox, choosing to watch his sister. As Ruko saw the collectors coming for her, the husks and the seeker swarms rushing towards her, she did not feel fear. She felt scared and angry. She was scared for Miranda, someone she held close to her heart, even dared to love. She was injured, hurt by them. And that made her angry. She had been angry many times before. There was always a madness that came with the anger, a madness that she had plunged into before without shame or regret. But this time, she didn't fall into it. She held her sanity from the madness, letting the love she had gained from her brother, her team, and Miranda hold her up. She felt her biotics grow in response to it. There was a presence growing inside it. It was a primal thing, one that had her focused on the collectors that dared to hurt the ones she held close. Her world tinged red, but she could still see with perfectly clarity. She stepped forward to meet the collectors and husks, her arms held wide. She had to stop them from reaching her team. She had to protect the ones she loved. She wouldn't let them get hurt. She would stop the enemy. She drew in all of her biotic power, holding it in a single point, and roared, "You will come and no further." Her arms swung forward and her biotics were released. It spread out from her in a massive wave, roaring like a feral beast and smashing into the enemy coming at her. Those that weren't crushed beneath it were flung away, down into the depths of the base. The wave vanished only when there were no more enemies to crush. She felt the power leave her and felt a little drained because of it. She turned around and her eyes found Miranda again. She went to her side, not caring about the door closing behind her. She knelt down beside the brunette, hands reaching out to find anything wrong. They were slapped away by Miranda. "I'm fine," she told Ruko once more, her voice sounding better than before. She looked down to where the wound was. The blood was still there, but it wasn't flowing anymore. She didn't ask how it happened, knowing full well how just good Medijo was. She stood back up and held out her hand. Miranda took it and was pulled up to her feet. Ruko took it a step further and pulled her into a hug. "Don't you ever scare me like that again," she whispered. Miranda heard the love and worry in those words. She might have rolled her eyes at the sentiment if she didn't think she would have acted the same way. "I make no promises," she whispered back, her words coated with reassurance and comfort. "If the two of you are done?" asked Naruto. They broke the hug and looked at him. "We're not done here. Do you copy?" Gurisa's voice demanded over the calm. "Come on, Naruto? Where are you?" Case in point, he thought to himself as he reached for the calm. "I'm here, Guris. We made it through. Where are you?" "We're pinned down at the door. Taking heavy fire," he said back. That was all the blonde needed to hear. He found the second door right next to them. "Guys, come on," he said to the others, rushing for that door. As they followed him, Quan Misli got close to Ruko. "You stole that line from that movie, didn't you?" she asked. Ruko didn't say anything, but it got Miranda's attention. "What?" she said, looking at the hunter. "Yeah, you know, that movie that had the scene where the wizard was trying to stop that fire monster from getting out of that cave?" They both looked at Ruko intently. She couldn't hold their gaze long and said, "I liked the movie and I always thought that line was authoritatively cool, alright?" Her cheeks were blushing as she explained. She just hoped they wouldn't tell anyone else. If anyone else knew that she liked fantasy movies, her rep would be ruined. Naruto looked to the Quarian amongst them. "Tali, get the door open," she finished for him, already aiming for the controls. I know. When she did reach the controls, it took her less than a minute to get them going. The door opened and gunfire poured through. Guris and his team fell back through while still trying to keep the collectors away. Naruto's group joined them with their own firepower. He saw the wave of collectors come to a halt, but they were still shooting. "Tali, get the door closed." "Working on it," she replied. He kept up his rate of fire, glad to have switched to regular ammo and to have packed spare clips. It was beginning to look like he was going to need it. "Ah, fuck!" Guris swore as the door closed. The shinobi almost snapped his neck looking at the kneeling Turian. "Guris, you okay?" "I'm fine," he said, more annoyed than pained. He rose back to his feet and checked his body. "The bullet got me in the armor close to the skin. Just feeling a little tender right now," he explained. Zaid snorted. "Don't be tender. We don't need it." "Fuck you, Zaid." "I do not believe that this is the time for that," Eric told the both of them. They stopped before they could get started. The Einherjar was right. Naruto ignored the three of them in favor for his calm joker. "Have you reached the rendezvous point?" he asked, walking away from the door. "I'm here, Commander," his pilot answered. Chukwas and the rest of the crew just showed up. "Morden's group arrived, Commander," Edi added. "No casualties." Miranda was listening to the conversation, just like everyone else. "Excellent," she said. "Now let's make it count. Edi, what's our next step?" "There should be some nearby platforms that will take you to the main control console. From there you can overload the system and destroy the base." "Commander?" said Joker. "You've got a problem. Hostiles massing just outside the door. Won't be long until they bust through." "Shit," thought Naruto, looking back at the door. "We can't stop now." He knew what he had to do. Someone was going to have to stay behind and hold the collectors off. "There are a lot of collectors out there, Naruto," Koko said. "It's going to have to be more than just someone." The Gobi was right. Several people were going to have to stay behind. He considered leaving them all behind and letting him go on alone, but kicked it away quickly. "This is not a story where I can do everything by myself." He turned back around and looked at his team. They were all looking at him expectantly. They waited for him to say something. "You're all thinking the same thing I am," he said to them. "If someone stays behind, they can hold off the collectors. But it's going to have to be more than just someone." "We know, Commander," Miranda said, stepping to the front so she could be a proper spokeswoman. "Pick a team to go with you. Everyone else can bunker down here and cover your back." He looked at everyone and everyone looked at him. He would have to keep his own team small, to the size of a shinobi squad. His first choice wasn't even a question. If there was something that needed to be taken control and hacked, there was one person only he would trust to get the job done. "Tali, you're with me." She went to his side and stayed there. That took care of the electronics. He would also need someone who could handle being the muscle, so to speak. He didn't want a chakra user because he didn't know what would be coming up next, and he had a feeling the biotic users amongst them would be better suited fending off the collectors. So that only really left one person. Thane, you too, he said. As you say, Commander, Thane replied, joining him and Tali. Before he could make a third choice, Quan Misley walked up to him. I already told you that I'm coming too, she told him. That doesn't change now. All right, he said back. Why bother arguing when she was probably going to end up with him anyway? She was stubborn. Got anything else to say to us? Gurus asked him, speaking for the rest of them. He looked at them all. They were all depending on him, relying on him to make sure that they got back safely. It made him feel uneasy, just like the first time he had been given a command. But he did what he always did and stuffed that uneasy feeling away. There wasn't any time for it. You guys all know why we've come this far. It's been a hell of a road to walk on, and we've come through it battered and bruised. But we're in the home stretch now. We get through this, not only will we disrupt the collectors, but we will kick their asses so hard that they will think twice before ever trying something like this again. So here is what's going to happen. My team will go on ahead and rip the base a new one. You guys will stay here and make sure that the collectors regret ever trying to fuck with the Normandy clan. Sound good? Yes, sir, they replied as one. And you said the Normandy clan without flinching, Kurama remarked. Very good, Naruto, very good. Don't treat me like a dog, he replied. He still didn't think that the name was right, but there wasn't anything he could do about it. His squad found the platforms that EDI had spoken of. They stepped onto one and Tali quickly took control. It lifted off from the ground and sailed away from the rest of them. He watched silently as they started to make a defensive line. You will all come out of this place alive, he told them, watching as Eric set up his mortar. I know you will. Commander! Shouted Quan Misley. Incoming! Sun was almost impressed. I think they're getting faster. It took them long enough, Matatabi said flatly. Naruto turned back around. There was another platform flying towards theirs. There were only a few collectors on board. Thane, he called out to the Drell, take them out. Thane pulled out his sniper rifle and lined up the sights. Within 5 minutes, all the collectors aboard the platform were dead. It connected with theirs and the whole thing stopped moving. Bosh Tet. Tali swore. They've got the platform locked. Unlock it then. We got more trouble than that, Thane said, watching another platform descend to didn't wait for the order to start shooting. The collectors aboard were dead when the platform connected, but a third platform was right on its heels. He was only able to get one shot off before they were too close, and it was a glancing shot at best. Naruto saw the trouble connect and started shooting. He was able to take down one of them, but the rest started shooting. He went for cover, pressing his back against a platform barricade. He rose out to return fire. Quan Misley and Tali worked together from what he saw out of the corner of his eye. The Quarian dealt with the ones that got too close while the hunter took out the ones farther away. Thane stood alone, firing his gun in short bursts. They all slowed the collectors down, but there was another platform flying in. Just how many of these things do they have? Asked Naruto. Komi eyed the platform. Here's hoping in the area, not a lot. The fourth platform connected with the third instead of coming around to attack from behind. Watching it connect gave him an idea. Everyone move up, he ordered. Tali flashed him a look that he knew, asked if he was crazy. What? If they run out of platforms, we can use the last one to reach our destination. He hopped over the barricade and went straight at the nearest collector. The creature was caught off guard by his move, making it easier for him. He disarmed it and sent it over the edge in 2 moves done so smoothly, Lee would have been proud. He turned for another and saw that Thane joined him in close quarters. The others didn't, but he still heard gunfire coming from their side. They must have been providing cover fire. Commander, Thane said when they were close enough to each other to speak, how many more platforms do you expect will arrive? Don't know, he replied, breaking a collector's arm as he spoke. He finished it off with a bullet through the head. But I'm hoping for only a few. That is not a factor you should hope for. Despite the situation they were in, there was a disapproving tone to the Drell's voice, along with a hint of lecture. He would have looked at him if he could. You do realize that most of my plans tend to get improvised a lot, right? I am very aware, Commander. It is something that we've talked about before. They continued the fighting and repeated it when a 5th and a 6th platform connected, bringing collectors and husks to stop them. They were able to continue moving up across the platforms, shooting them dead or attacking them when they were close, until they reached the last platform. They waited, searching the air for any more. But none showed and they all breathed a little easier. That was completely crazy, Tali declared, throwing an accusing look at Naruto. It worked, he replied. Thane examined the last platform closely. There is a control on this one, he announced. It was standing up plain as day for them all to see. Naruto looked at it, watched the screen glow green. Will it take us to where we need to go? Tali brushed past him, activating her Omni tool. If I work it, yes, she answered. The Drell looked around, taking in the view of everything. All of the tubing that we have seen so far seems to come to this spot in particular. We must be in the right place. Done, she declared. Naruto felt the platform shift beneath his feet as it disconnected from the rest. It flew through the air, following the tubes. Edi, he said, watching the tubes go by, what exactly are these tubes for? Can you tell us anything? The tubes are feeding into some kind of superstructure. It is emitting both organic and non-organic energy signatures. Given these readings, it must be massive. The platform entered a massive chamber, and they all saw why it was so massive. It was so a statue-like frame could be held easily. You could say that it's massive, Naruto said as he stared at the frame being held in support by all the tubes. He mentally compared it to the Hokage monument, and realized he would need 6 versions of it, stacked on top of each other, to match the height. You guys would feel small in comparison, he said to the Biju. For once, his tenants didn't argue or protest. You may have a point, Kurama acknowledged. But there's something else that's disturbing about this thing. I know. I see it too. The frame was made to look like the basic form of a human, from the fingers all the way down to the toes. It wasn't just a skeletal frame. Some of how the metal was shaped made the frame look like it was beginning to grow muscles. There were the beginnings of an actual face growing on the head, but the skeleton still showed underneath. Commander, if my calculations are correct, said Edi, the superstructure is a Reaper. He wasn't surprised as he probably should have been. Maybe it was because her words came a couple of seconds late for a big impact. Maybe it was because the frame was too large to be anything else but potentially a Reaper. But all he said was, it's more than a Reaper. It's a Reaper in a human's form. Precisely, she replied. Their platform connected with 3 others that were held just in front of the frame. They moved forward, unconsciously taking silent steps. They were afraid that they might wake the thing up. But it stayed still, completely dependent on the tubes. That's certainly an ugly-looking thing, Quan Misley remarked. Thane examined it more closely. I was led to believe that Reapers were ships made in a form that resembled a creature. He frowned, trying to remember what the creature was without going into his memories. If you're asking if they're supposed to look like giant metal squids, the answer is yes, Naruto told him, not taking his eyes off the frame. Edi supplied him with more information. It appears that the collectors have processed tens of thousands of humans. Significantly more will be required to complete the Reaper. Why? He wondered. Why would they turn humans into something like this? They may be facilitating the Reaper equivalent of reproduction. Or it may serve another purpose. I do not have the data to speculate further. However, it is clear that the collectors are merely pawns. The technology and ability to create this Reaper is not their own. It is likely that different species construct each Reaper. In this case, the collectors provide the labor. That would make a kind of sense, if they hadn't already known the truth about the collectors. Why would they help the Reapers? Thane asked. They used to be Protheans. They used to be, Quan Misley said to him. They're not anymore. She remembered how they found that out. Quan Misley is correct, said Edi. The Reapers subdued the Protheans long ago. Probabilities suggest they attempted to create a Prothean Reaper. And failed. Over time, they adapted the Protheans to suit their needs. Changed them. Turned them into workers. Tools for the Reapers. It was a grim prospect that made Naruto cold inside. Still, a part of him, the shinobi part, could concede that the Reapers weren't ones to leave something behind if it didn't work for them. They took the Protheans and ensured that they wouldn't turn against them while also making them serve the very things that had wiped them out. It made him wonder if there had been different versions of collectors before the Protheans. Were they the only ones who were able to somehow refuse to become a Reaper, or were there others before? But why make it look human? Thane wondered. It was a question that was all their minds, but they were a little afraid to ask it. Now that it was asked, they listened for the answer. It appears that a Reaper's shape is based upon the species used to create it. So Sovereign was created from a species of squid? Naruto said, still staring at the frame. It was the only explanation he could think of that would explain the shape of the Reaper. Tali leveled a look at him. Not the time, Naruto, she said. We've got more important things to worry about. Here's one, said Quan Misli. We know that the collectors have been taking humans, and now we know that they're using them to make this new Reaper. Why? The Reapers are just machines. Incorrect, stated EDI. Reapers are sentient constructs. A hybrid of organic and inorganic material. The exact construction methods are unclear, but it seems probable that the Reapers absorbs the essence of a species, utilizing it in their reproduction process. A horrifying thought came to Naruto. When you say essence, are you including chakra in it too? Yes. Oh shit. What is it? Thane asked him. He looked at the drill. Do you remember what I said on the collector's ship? That I thought the collectors were trying to give themselves chakra? I do. Recognition quickly flashed in his eyes. Oh. I see what you mean. This is bad. Tali didn't have a clue what they were talking about. She looked over at Quan Misli, and saw she knew what they were talking about. Somebody want to clue me in here? Naruto had forgotten that she hadn't been with them when they had boarded the ship. I had thought that the collectors were grabbing humans to give themselves chakra or to make them the new collectors. Turns out I was wrong on both accounts. The collectors have been grabbing humans, turning them into sludge to feed into this frame so they can make a Reaper with chakra. She looked at him like he had lost his mind. But she knew that he was serious. Her eyes turned back to the frame hanging in the air before them and said, Kila. Just how many humans do they need? Millions, EDI declared. Perhaps more. Impossible to know for certain. This Reaper appears to be in a very early stage of development. An embryo in human terms. It has a fully formed skeletal structure, Quan Misli objected. How can it be an embryo? Is it even alive yet? Naruto asked, looking closely at the frame. It didn't look like it was sleeping, just dead. There's a chance we can stop this from going any further, right? The process can be stopped, but it is unclear exactly how much it has developed. I cannot, for example, tell you if it has awareness. He stared at the thing for a moment longer before making the decision. This thing has got to go. How do we do that, EDI? The large tubes injecting this fluid are a weak structural link, she answered. Destroying them should cause the supports to collapse, and the Reaper to fall. Her words prompted them all to look at the tubes. There were 4 of the things. They would fill up with an orange fluid that even Naruto found repulsive and inject said fluid into the Reaper. When the injection happened, a metal casing would cover the tube. We would have to hit the tubes when they have the liquid ready to inject, Quan Misli noted. That's the only time they seem weak. You got anything that'll break them? Naruto asked her. She looked at him. There was gladness in her eyes. She must have been happy that he trusted her again. I do. But that's not the problem. What's the problem? She looked at the tubes with a hard, calculative expression. Distance, she replied. My arm's still weak enough to make me doubt I can throw the explosive that far once, let alone 4 times. Thane measured the distance too. She was right. A throwing arm wouldn't be able to make it, weak or strong. No, this would have to be something that was taken care of by a weapon. Do you have something that will shoot the explosives? He asked. Do you have a grenade launcher? She asked back, because that's what I'm going to need to hit those tubes. I do not. He wasn't one much for explosives, preferring his kills to be silent. Naruto knelt down on one knee and pulled out a scroll. He had it open with a quick flip of his hand, revealing seal after seal. His eyes searched down the line of seals until he found the one he was looking for. Kai release, he said, pressing his hand on the seal. Once the smoke disappeared, he took the grenade launcher and held it out for the hunter. Here, will this work? She stared at the grenade launcher with surprise, even though she knew that she shouldn't be. She took the launcher and gave it a once-over. It was 2 years old but looked like it had never been used. Why do you have a grenade launcher? She asked him. Arya gave it as a gift, he replied as he closed the scroll. She was being funny. At least he thought that she was being funny. She had to be. She knew he didn't need a grenade launcher. Why would you keep it? It was a gift. You don't throw away a gift. It would be rude. She looked at him in disbelief. Commander, that's not the only reason. That was true. One of the rules Jiraiya pounded into my head: you never know when the most random of shit will save you. He put the scroll away and stood back up. Now get to work. She nodded and opened the launcher. There were no grenades inside, but the slots would be able to hold her explosives. She reached into her pack, going for the intended pouch. But her arm jerked suddenly and her hand spasmed. It caused her pack to quickly become disarray. Crap, she thought to herself, staring down at the pack. Why did her arm suddenly do that? Any time now, Quan Misli, the commander said to her. She didn't say anything about her hand or how her pack was a mess now. Working on it, she said instead, her hand digging around in the pack. He raised his guns and the other two did the same. Work faster, we're about to have company again. She glanced up and saw platforms flying down from behind the frame, coming right towards them. That's not good. She went back to her pack, trying to restrain the urge to dig urgently through the pack. If she did that, it would give her less of a chance to find what she was looking for. Thane lined up his shot and took it. The gunshot, a near silent thing, echoed around them. But while he was able to take out one of the collectors, there were more of them and they were connecting to the platforms. He switched his sniper rifle for his submachine gun and started shooting in short bursts, taking out a collector before moving to the next one. Tali, cover the other side. He heard Naruto order. He glanced back and saw the human stood in the middle, watching both sides. He knew exactly what the blonde was doing instantly. He would be the floater, the one who would help either side if he could. Naruto saw that Thane was about to be overrun by the collectors. He swung his guns around and started shooting. But it didn't take long for him to run empty. Shit! He cursed. He didn't have time to reload or swap out the clips. He holstered the guns and pulled out shuriken. Thane, keep out of the way, he said in warning before throwing the shuriken. They spun through the air and nailed the collectors right in the head. It held them off and Thane was able to keep the rest of them back. Got it, declared Quan Misli, pulling a fist full of explosives out of the pack. She loaded the grenade launcher and snapped it close. She aimed for the tubes and fired. The 4 separate explosives sailed through the air. The collectors stopped attacking and instead flew after them. But the explosives struck the tubes as the metal plating retracted and the glass was bare. The 4 of them watched as the resulting explosions destroyed the tubes. The Reaper frame slumped forward towards them, its arms slowly separating from the tubes. They didn't move, didn't do anything except watch the frame. For a moment, it felt like it would raise its head and stare at them, fully alive. But instead the arms came fully free from the tubes and the entire frame fell into the depths of the base. They went to the edge and peered over it. They saw no sight of the frame. Anyone else felt like that was close? Tali asked, breathing in relief. Naruto ignored her in favor of the calm. This is Naruto, he said. Defense team, how are you holding up? Ruko here, replied his sister. I'm tagging them as they come, but feel free to call for an exit anytime. Eric, they're massing at the gate again. Firing the mortar! Shouted Eric. He heard the mortar go off through the comm. It was enough of an incentive to finish this mission. Go for the Normandy, he ordered before switching the channel. Joker, get the ship ready now. This base about to go up and I want an exit for us all. Roger that, Commander, Joker replied. Tali was already at the back platform, looking intently at its floor. Naruto, over here! She called out to him. I think I can raise the engine up and use it to destroy the base. He turned around and walked towards her, Thane and Quan Misli following from behind. He couldn't see what she was talking about exactly, but he wasn't an engineer like she was. But what he could see was that all 3 of the platforms were resting on a tall pole-like structure that was connected to the rest of the ship. If she set the explosion off, it would cause a chain reaction that would travel to the rest of the base. That was exactly what they needed. Do it, he ordered her. Right, she said, reaching down for the handle. But as she pulled it up, Joker came back on. Commander? He said, getting Naruto's attention. I've got an incoming signal from the elusive man. EDI's patching it through. What? You can't be serious, he demanded. Quan Misli was already opening up her Omni tool and allowing the signal to come through. The elusive man appeared as a hologram emitted from her Omni tool. His cold eyes did a quick scan of everything before focusing on the shinobi. Commander, he said in greeting. You've done the impossible. Naruto frowned hard at the hologram. What do you want? he demanded. We're a little busy here. I know. I'm looking at the schematics EDI uploaded. A timed radiation pulse would kill the remaining collectors, but leave the machinery and technology intact. He sounded slightly excited at the prospect. This is our chance, Commander. They were building a Reaper. That knowledge, that framework, could save us. They all paused and stared at him. He looked back at them with conviction. He truly believed that what he was saying was the best course of action. Are you crazy? Naruto asked him. Have you seen what they've done to the humans they've captured? How they're building that Reaper? No way. No way in hell is this stuff staying intact. Don't be short-sighted. Our best chance against the Reapers is to turn their own resources against them. Hearing those words, said insistently but also assuredly, made him think about how his tenants were treated by the hidden villages. It seemed like the only way that peace could be held between the countries was to have a Jinchuriki to fight against another Jinchuriki. What the elusive man was suggesting was the beginnings of the same thing. Sure, there was a chance they could use the Reaper frame against the Reapers, if it was completed. But how many more humans would it take in order for that to be? And once the Reapers were defeated, what then? People like the elusive man wouldn't have their Reaper destroyed, not when it can be useful. They would find usage for it, and with the belief of this new Akatsuki, Naruto would be willing to bet good money that they would try to use it to take over the galaxy. The other races would fight back against such a move. If they moved fast enough, they would be able to steal the process of how to make a Reaper and start to make their own. In the end, each species would have their own Reaper, made from millions upon millions of sacrifices, and the galaxy would be left on the edge of war, waiting for someone to pull the trigger. And all that would happen if he agreed to let the base survive, like the elusive man wanted. If there's anyone here who's short-sighted, it's you, he said. Tali, keep going. Commander Uzumaki, think about this. I don't have to. Quan Misley nodded. He's right. No one should have what this base contains. Not even us. It would be a betrayal to everything that we've done. If we ignore this opportunity, that would be a betrayal, the elusive man replied. They were working directly with the collectors. Who knows what information is buried there? This base is a gift. We can't destroy it. And what makes you think that I would give the base over to you? Naruto asked him, his voice challenging him. I know you and what kind of a man you are. He looked unyielding. My goal is to save humanity from the Reapers. At any cost, he declared. I've never hidden that from you. Imagine how many lives could be saved if we keep this base intact and use its knowledge to thwart the Reapers. Imagine the lives lost if we don't. He didn't have to imagine it. He could see it clearly. But he could also see the future too if they did save the base. And what then? He challenged the elusive man. What happens after the Reapers are destroyed? Would you destroy the Reaper that we control? Would you destroy this base in order to prevent another Reaper being created? He waited for an answer but got none. That alone was all he needed. I thought not. Like I said, you're the one who's short-sighted. I can see where this would go when the Reapers are gone. I will be damned if I let that future happen. Naruto, you don't have the right to call me by name, he snapped at him, cutting him off. The base shook as he spoke, adding some emphasis to his words. He wasn't put off by the snap. Commander Uzumaki, I had you rescued from the tribe so you could aid us in fighting the collectors. You fought the Reapers. I rescued you so you could keep fighting them. I didn't discard you because I knew your value. Don't be so quick to discard this facility. Think of the potential. The blonde was impassive as the hologram implored with him, but underneath his temper was raging. If the elusive man was here, he would have gotten slugged across the face for what he said. You rescued me, is that it? He finally asked. Is that what you want me to believe? You rescued me from the tribe? Let's be honest here, elusive man. You didn't rescue me, you retrieved me. It was the Akatsuki that caught and sold me to the shadow broker. It was the Akatsuki who was responsible for making sure the tribe found out about me and offered to pay a good amount of money for me. It was the Akatsuki's fault that I spent the better half of 2 years being experimented on and treated like a damn lab rat. No, don't you dare say that you rescued me. You did nothing of the sort. The elusive man frowned, irritation showing on his face. That has nothing to do with what's happening now. Then why did you bring it up in the first place? He asked. He didn't wait for an answer. He turned his back on him. And the answer is still the same. I'm not saving this base. I'm destroying it. To his credit, the leader of the Akatsuki did not try to argue with him anymore. Instead, he turned around to face the hunter in the group. Quanmisli, do not let him destroy the base. No, she said instantly, her face hard and disapproving. He frowned harder. I gave you an order, Quanmisli. I heard. It's a good thing that I was never loyal to the Akatsuki in the first place. Wait, did I hear that right? Asked Sun. I know I did, Komiai replied. Naruto had heard it too. It sounded like she was never really a part of the Akatsuki. But she had been made to look like one of their agents. What was she playing at? But even as he asked this question, he had a feeling that he somehow knew. It was rather confusing and irritating all at the same time. Commander, think about what's at stake. About everything the Akatsuki has done for you. You, oh for the love of Kami, just shut up already, he snapped, cutting the elusive man off again. The hologram vanished instantly. Whoops, lost the signal, Quanmisli said with a straight face. I'm sure you did, he said back with a face just as straight. Tali, how are we looking? Almost got it, she replied, keeping her focus on the system in front of her. They waited in silence as she continued to make the adjustments needed. As soon as she was done, the system lowered itself back down into the platform. No one needed to ask why it did that. How long do we have? Thane asked Aquarian. If I've set it up right, 10 minutes before the reactor goes critical and explodes, she answered, standing back up. So let's get out of here, Naruto said. He would be glad to see this place go up in flames. Suddenly the platform started shake hard, making them wobble for balance. There was a piercing scream from below that crawled up their spines. What was that? Quanmisli demanded, looking for the danger. A sound followed the scream, something that repeated rapidly. To Naruto, it almost sounded like metal punching through stone. But what could make that kind of sound? A shadow engulfed him and his team, blocking what light they had. He turned to find what caused the shadow and saw a metal hand coming down to grasp the platforms. Another hand rose up and grabbed the platforms too. You've got to be kidding me! He shouted in surprise, watching as the human Reaper frame pulled itself back up to face them. It looked at them with eyes that glowed with the same sickly orange that had been injected into it. There was something more to it than that, thought. It stared at them with loathing and hatred. If it was because it had been created like that or because it somehow knew they were the ones who made it fall, they didn't know. What they did know was that it was right in front of them, and it didn't look happy. I thought that thing wasn't on, Tali said as she stared at it. She had a bad thought and became worried instantly. Someone tell me that we didn't turn it on. Please tell me we didn't turn it on. Quanmisli stared too. I can't tell you that because I don't know. But even as she said those words, she had a feeling that she had caused it. Her hand reached for her pack, but her arm had a spasm again. For a long second, it felt like she didn't have any feelings in her arm and it terrified her. Perhaps now would be a good time to leave, Thane suggested. He judged the Reaper in front of them, analyzing if he could kill it. The eyes looked to be something of a weak spot and the location of the heart might be something as well, but those were debatable at best. He stopped himself before he could go too far in. He already knew that he wouldn't be able to kill the machine that was glaring at them. Naruto never took his eyes off of it. You guys get off these platforms, he told them, striding forward. Get away fast. Tali looked at him worriedly. She didn't like the sound of his voice or his words. What are you going to do? She asked him. I'm going to kill this thing. Now move. I don't want you to get caught in the radius. I don't want to divide my attention. His hands were moving towards each other. She knew better than to argue with him now. You heard the man, guys, she said to Quanmisli and Thane. We need to get away. The human Reaper stared at the armored and robed figure coming towards it. The figure did not fear it. That was wrong. It needed to be corrected. It raised its hand, ready to bring it down when the figure clapped his hands together and leapt, crying Futon, Tengu! There was a sudden blast of wind that knocked the others down. They looked up to see what happened and saw that the Reaper had been knocked back from the platforms. Standing between it and them was a giant matching its size, made entirely of wind swirling in place. As soon as she saw the wind-made giant, Quanmisli gasped in surprise. Santa Maria and all those who walk in her path, she breathed out in reverence. If it was a different place, she would have bowed her head and thanked the Silent One for the chance of seeing this. She couldn't see the face, but she knew that there would be a form of a mask on it, a mask with an angry face and a long nose. Tali stared at the wind giant for a moment longer, trying to understand why it was made to exist only of wind. This was a jutsu that she had never seen Naruto use. She looked over at the hunter. "Is this one of the lost jutsu?" she asked. "It's more than that," Quan Misli replied. "What you're seeing, Tali, is a jutsu created by him in order to match the Susanoo, blow for blow. It is the same jutsu that caused the one-time Obito Uchiha to flee a battlefield. Be honored and thankful that you were able to witness such a thing." While she could admit that it was an impressive sight, she was more worried about other things. "How we get out first and admire it at a distance." "That is an excellent idea," Thane agreed. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" Kurama asked Naruto. "You had limited control over this thing when you were at your full capacity of chakra." "It's a bit late to be arguing about it now," he retorted as he held Boyd inside the chest. "I'll have to keep the fight short and sweet. Provided your body decides to lock you up in pain again," the fox remarked. "Not helpful." The baby reaper screamed at him, a sound that pierced through his eardrum, traveled down to his bones, and started pounding on them hard. But he did not show any emotion of pain or fear. It would only make the fight more difficult. He kept his face impassive, and had his jutsu slug the reaper across the face. It fell to the side as the punch echoed around them. It came back up with another scream and threw a punch of its own. Naruto blocked it, but when wind contacted with metal, the reaper grabbed hold of the arm. He gritted his teeth as he began to feel the pressure in his own arm. That was something he had to make up when creating the jutsu. He had to connect everything that it was to his body. It moved as he moved, and he felt everything it would feel, that including a hand squeezing down on his arm. He broke the hold, freeing his hand. Then he slammed his shoulder into the reaper. It crumbled, but sucker punched him in the stomach. He took the blow and did not show the pain. He had been punched there too many times for it to make him lose his lunch. Instead, he pushed the reaper away from the platforms, making the wind howl as he flew the jutsu through the air. It struggled to get free, but he kept his grip firm. They slammed into the wall, and he punched the reaper across the face, again and again. Metal bits soon started to fly off the skull as he kept up the pounding. It looked like he was on the verge on caving the face in entirely. It spurred him on, punching hard. The reaper's chest started to glow. It got his attention, but before he could move, a large beam of energy flew out and slammed into his jutsu. His senses were dunked into a sea of unforgiving pain and held under there. He forced himself to pull out of the pain, but it was still there, a heavy weight on his chest. It forced him down every time he tried to get up over it. When the beam faded after a few seconds, the pain lasted a few seconds longer and made him weak in breath. He didn't know how the reaper could see the weakness, but it pressed the advantage. It pushed itself away from the wall and started punching him back. Its punches were different from his. He had thrown controlled, quick strikes on a central target. The reaper's punches were sloppy, all over the place, and wasting a lot more energy than it should have. The pain hitting him from everywhere actually helped Naruto a little. He could handle pain, probably better than most. But even he would start to feel it if it was kept in a single spot on his body. That was how he had been trained and why he kept punching the face. Being struck all over his body like this made the pain fade before it could amount to anything. He could get his breath back. If this reaper thinks something like this will hurt, it truly is a kid, he thought to himself. What was more revealing was the fact that it was actually fighting him instead of trying to use its superior firepower to overwhelm him. "Commander, we've managed to get a platform to separate," Quan Misli said through the comm, breaking his attention from his breathing. "Get out of here," he ordered. "Not without you, sir." "Go!" "No." Kurama saw how things might go from here and took executive order. "Move your ass, Naruto. End the fight now." "It's not the fight I'm worried about. It's them." "Then get the fight down with so you can make sure that they get out safe." The reaper stretched back for another punch. Naruto reached out his jutsu's arm and jabbed 2 fingers into its eyes. He sharpened the fingertips and they plunged through, coming out the other end. The reaper screamed as it grasped his hand and tried to pull it out. "So you can feel pain," he thought to himself. "Good thing to know." He ripped out the eyes and grabbed the core in the chest, ripping that out too. The reaper died in mid-scream, slumping against the Tengu. The wind poured through the holes where its eyes used to be, making a whistling shriek. He stepped back and let the dead creature fall back down into the darkness below. He turned around and found the platform his team was on. He started to cancel the jutsu when the platform suddenly dropped. It had lost power. He saw the looks of shocked surprise on their faces before they started falling. He saw every little detail and his heart started screaming. He screamed too as he dived down after them. "Naruto, take it easy," Kurama warned him. "You've never pushed the jutsu that fast." "They're falling, Kurama." He couldn't let that happen. He left a virtual storm in his wake as he chased them down. The distance between him and the platform seemed absolute. But it slowly shrank as he came closer and closer to it. He could see them again, trying to hold on to anything that would hold them. He stretched out a windy hand out towards them. It almost touched, but they were within easy reach. "Jump!" he called out to them. "I'll catch you." They were probably shocked, but they leapt all the same. They landed on his fingers, away from the platform. He took and enfolded them into safety, pulling up from the dive. He quickly searched for a place to land and found it in a ledge on the wall close by. It led into a corridor away from the area, possibly their way out. He flew over and deposited them on that ledge. They landed on shaky feet, trying to keep themselves upright and steady. That was nothing like I had ever felt before, Tali thought to herself. It had felt like trying to sit in a vibrating chair that was bumpy in the middle of a storm. And that was probably the nicest description she had for the experience. Naruto came down in the midst of them, collapsing to his knees and hands, wheezing like his life depended on it. His helmet peeled back so he could get more air. It tasted stale and foreign to him, almost making him want to gag. The other gathered around and he looked up at them. "I told you to go for a reason," he said, his voice strong enough to tell them that. "We couldn't just leave you there, Commander," Quan Misli said to him. "Are you okay?" He didn't look the part with his armor battered from the bullets, he shrugged off. His robe had the same holes, but it was also shredded in places, probably from all the wind he was in the middle of only moments before. "I'm fine, I've just seemed to have lost all feeling in my arms and legs, and there's a weight on my chest that doesn't seem to be leaving. So just give me a minute." "I do not think that we have a moment," Thane said, watching the base. He had mentally counting down ever since Tali had started the detonation sequence, and if he was right, they were getting close to the end of it. Not only that, he was fairly certain there were things coming down from above them. They were too far away for him to see if they were collectors or something else. Whatever it wasn't good. "Do you copy, Commander?" demanded Joker. "Come on, Uzumaki, don't leave me hanging. Do you copy?" He reached for his comm and replied, "I'm here, Joker." "What about the others?" "All survivors on board," he answered. "We're just waiting on you." "Seeker swarms," Thane shouted suddenly. They all snapped their heads his way. There were so many seeker swarms in the air above that they cast a shadow that darkened everything. And it was coming right towards them. Adrenaline kicked itself through Naruto's body, giving him back feeling in his body. He stood up and turned for the corridor. "Run!" he ordered, closing his helmet over his head. They bolted down the corridor and swarms followed. They didn't look back. They just kept running. Joker was speaking in through the comm, but his words sounded jumbled and confusing to Naruto's ear. His body understood and directed him whenever there was a fork in the path. They never stopped running. They couldn't. They passed another fork and collectors were waiting for them down one of the paths. "Shit!" Quan Misli swore, raising the grenade launcher. She was prepared to shoot her way through if she had to. "Not that way," Naruto said, turning for the opposite path. They ran down that way and the collectors followed in chase too. "Don't shoot back, there's no time." The corridor gave way to an open area that was half open air. The Normandy used that space to rise up out of the mist. Seeing the ship waiting for them gave them hope. The hatch opened, revealing Joker with a gun. "If you'd hurry it up, we can get out of here," he shouted at them. "This place is coming apart all around us." The ledge closest to the ship suddenly gave away. There was now more of a distance between them and the ship. Naruto looked at the distance, and quickly made the decision his team could jump it. "Go!" he ordered them. "Start jumping." Tali stopped in mid-run to look at him. "What about you, Naruto?" she asked him. He sounded like he would be staring behind. He pushed her towards the ship. "I'll get on when everyone else is. Someone needs to fend these guys off. Now go!" "Come on, people!" Joker shouted from the hatch. He was running out of bullets, and he didn't bring any spare clips. Tolly gave the blonde one last look before she turned and ran for the Normandy. He turned towards the collectors, drawing kunai. He started to dance amongst the gunfire, throwing the kunai at their eyes. The tide of collectors slowed but did not stop. That didn't matter. All that did was that his team got on board safely. So he kept throwing the kunai, and when he got low on those, he pulled out the rest of his shuriken and started throwing those. He heard the ledge give way again, sounding like rocks simply collapsing away. He looked back. Thane and Tolly were already aboard the ship, but Quan Misley wasn't. The distance between her and the ship had widened even more. But he knew that she could make it. She looked back at him. "Go!" he ordered. "I'll be right behind you." She nodded and took off running, leaping for the hatch. He smiled to himself, thinking that she was safe. But in the midst of all the confusing sounds, a gunshot echoed loudly in his ears. Her legs spurted blood from where it was shot. The force of the shot made her body turn with the momentum. It turned just as she was about to reach the hatch. Naruto could only watch as her head collided with the ship's hull, turning so violently fast that he heard the snapping sound of bone before he realized what happened. Joker and Thane pulled her in closer, not letting her dangle out for all to see. Joker looked at Naruto, and the look in his eyes was enough for the truth. She was dead. Naruto felt rooted to the spot, not willing to believe that she was dead. She has to be injured, right? He asked himself, hoping that was the case. She can't be dead. But even though he tried to reason with himself, he knew the truth. He had seen death before. He knew what it looked like. She was dead. "Naruto, the ledge!" shouted Komiai. The sudden roar snapped him out of his stupor. The ledge had given away again, and now the distance was too great. He wouldn't be able to make the jump. He was stuck there and with collectors coming towards him. His adrenaline was wearing off, making his entire body feel sore. This is it then, he thought to himself in resignation. Well, if he was going down here, he was going to take them with him. "I swear, you're as melodramatic as ever," Kurama said in resigned irritation. "Have you forgotten about the Hiraishin kunai?" With a start, he realized that the fox was right. He reached for the kunai and held it in his hand. It was the same as before, but now he looked at it with a new sense of purpose. He looked back at the ship, judging the distance. He could make the throw, but what came next concerned him. He still didn't know how to use the Hiraishin jutsu. "I'm going to have to let my chakra wing it," he decided. He had enough left for one last jutsu. He threw the kunai and watched it get embedded inside the hatch. The collectors sounded like they were getting closer. Were they reaching out to grab his robe? He didn't let himself think about it. He let his chakra reach out for the kunai, hoping that something would happen. And something did. His chakra grabbed hold and his body reacted before his mind did, folding his hands into a seal. He felt something tug at his entire being and let it pull at him. He found himself flying towards the ship. And crashed into a wall. "Ow, that hurt," he told himself, wincing at the pain in his back. He pulled himself away from the wall, hearing the wood creaking as he did. He reached for a nearby column and used it to get back up onto his feet. "Wait, wood in a column?" he asked silently. Those things shouldn't be on the collector base. But he saw his hand holding onto the column, and when he looked back, he saw the wall made of good strong oak. His eyes looked around fast, trying to find something else that would tell him where he was. He found the answer in abundance. He was standing on a porch in a traditional house, one that was usually found amongst the clans. It overlooked a pond surrounded by flowers and filled with fish. It gave off a peaceful and serene feeling, where one could watch it and feel relaxed. The sky was orange, slowly turning to pink and then to darkness, telling him that the sun was setting. The house was surrounded by a wall, but he was able to see a city beyond the wall. Something caught his eye in the distance, and he froze in place. It was a mountain looking over the village with 8 faces carved out of it. It was the Hokage monument. Konoha, he thought to himself. "I'm in Konoha." He was home. "Is there nothing you can do?" asked a man's worried voice from around the nearby corner. Naruto froze instantly at that voice and started looking for spots to hide. "I'm afraid not," replied another man's voice, older than the first by a few decades. "She is an old woman. All I can say is that you should make her last few days on this earth comfortable." "But she can't die," a little girl's voice protested. "Great Granny is invincible. Mommy said so." He heard a tired chuckle. It was a chuckle he had heard when it was younger. I'm not invincible, dear. I never was, Sakura said. His heart clenched as he listened to that familiar voice, now wizened with age and even more tired than the last time he heard it. He quickly looked around him again and recognized as the Uchiha compound. Of course, she would be here, he told himself. She married Sasuke. Is there anything you need, Mom? A third man's voice asked. He sounded older than the first but younger than the second. No, Shin, nothing now. Just let me rest some, HM? I'll feel better in the morning. Okay. He didn't sound like he believed her but still went with it all the same. Naruto went still as he heard a door open and footsteps walking out. He thought that they might come towards him but they faded instead of grow. He walked closer to the sounds, pausing when he reached the corner. He leaned his head out just enough to see where the voices had gone. He saw a back disappear around the corner. They were gone. He strode forward, his feet stepping lightly against the wooden porch. He wondered if this was a dream or one of the visions that had plagued him since he woke up in that lab. It didn't feel like a dream and his vision was perfectly clear. Have I traveled back? He asked himself. Had he gone back through time? Looks like it to me, Kurama told him. He was seeing the same sights as the human. Why? I don't know. I couldn't even tell you what happened. If you asked me, Shikaka said, you picked the wrong place to travel back to. I would have gone back earlier. He would have too. But he hadn't done this. All he had done was throw the kunai. Whatever kind of jutsu this is, it had to have been embedded in the kunai. He was astounded something like that could have happened. If he had heard about it before being sealed away, he would have thought that the person was crazy. But then again, 2,000 years will do something for chakra and jutsu. He came to a stop in front of the door he knew the Uchiha members had walked out of. He didn't need to see them to know they had come out of this one. He knew what lay beyond. But he still froze in place. Did he truly want to go in there? Sakura had thought him long dead. It might be cruel to show her his face now, when she was about to die. But he wanted to see his friend again too. He wanted to see her face one last time and actually talk to her. He wanted to tell her what happened to him, where he ended up, what was out there beyond the stars. And, he could admit to himself, he could finally give the answer she had wanted on that hill. He forced his hand to reach out and open the door. He stepped inside the bedroom. He knew the exact shape of it, having helped Sasuke move back in when he returned to Konoha. How many nights did he and Sakura spend in this room, just to make sure he was comfortable being back? Probably too many, but they weren't going to let him run away again. He searched the room for his friend and found her where he knew she would be. Sakura lay on a traditional mattress in the middle of the room. The covers were pulled up to her chin. Her eyes were open and turned sad when they found him. I thought I would be able to say goodbye to my family, she said in her tired voice. Can I do that at least? Huh? He asked reflexively. Then he kicked himself. She thought that he was a Shinigami come to take her. Considering what he looked like, he couldn't blame her. Despite the situation, she smiled a little. You do know what you've come to do, right? She asked. He grinned a little beneath the mask. If she was going to give him an opportunity, he could give her one last prank. I do, he told her, making his voice sound low and cold. He walked into the room, closing the door behind him, and came to stand above her. Good. The smile faltered and she looked worried. Can I say goodbye to my family before you take me? They will all be here in the morning. Please, let me tell them that I love them all before you take me. He looked down at her like he was examining her for something. It is not my place to tell you when it is time to go. That is something you must make yourself. She frowned, still worried. I thought that when you showed up, it was all over. You said that you knew what you came here for. I do. I never said that it was to take you to the afterlife. What is it? Talk to an old friend. Huh? He could have laughed at her puzzled expression, if what came next didn't seem so somber to him. He lifted up his hands, lowered the hood, and peeled the helmet back. Hello, Sakura, he said once his face was revealed. Her eyes went wide in shock. Naruto? She asked. Is this a dream? He didn't know himself, but that wasn't what she wanted to hear. He knelt down beside her so they were close. It's not a dream. I'm really here. She reached out with a trembling hand to touch him. She cupped his face. Her hand was warm and he leaned into that warmth. You've come back, she said, smiling with tears in her eyes. You've finally come back. There was a part of him that wanted to lie to her, to tell her that he came back the way she thought he had. But another part of him urged him to tell the truth. Sorry for taking so long, he told her. I'm sorry for coming now when you're… He couldn't say the word. Dying? She asked gently. But however gently she said, it would have made him crumbled all the same. Tears leaked out of his eyes as he wept. Hey, don't cry, Naruto. I don't blame you. No one else did either. We now know that you did what you thought was right. I'm just glad that I could see you one last time before I go. He tried to stop crying. It was a hard thing to do, but he was able to stop the weeping, at least. I'm sorry that I couldn't come earlier. I know I could have done something during the War of Three Flags. I could have saved Mikoto. She looked at him with sad eyes. What happened has long since passed. There's nothing you can do about it now. He knew that. It hurt to admit it, but he knew that it was the truth. I'm just glad that I was able to help you when you were at your lowest. How could? Her eyes went wide again. That was actually you? It wasn't a vision I had? No, he told her, holding her hand. I was there. I dreamed of those moments. You dreamed of us? I dreamed of you. I dreamed of the pain you went through. And when I saw you at your lowest points, you got me back up, she finished for him. Yes. It felt like a challenge getting that word out. She looked at him with a little awe. Have you become so powerful being the Jubi's Jinchuriki? Her question made him laugh. I don't know about that. I don't hold the Jubi inside me. But I thought that's why you sealed yourself away, to fight the Jubi and seal it inside yourself. That was half right. He had sealed himself away to fight Jubi but not to seal it inside him. After the power that Obito had wielded during the war, he didn't want that kind of power anywhere near him. I broke the Jubi back into the Biju. They're what I sealed inside myself. Truly? She asked him. He nodded. Yeah, I've got 9 voices in my head instead of just one. It can get kinda loud sometimes. It should match you just fine then. They both chuckled at her little joke. It reminded them both of days when they were younger and things seemed better. As their chuckles died away, she looked at him. There's something you're not telling me, Naruto. He went still. How could she have known that? Don't be stupid, his brain told him. It's Sakura. She could always tell when you were doing something that you didn't want her to know. That was true. It was how she almost caught on to the surprise birthday party they had been planning for her. Still, telling her what he was keeping from her might be for the best. Are you sure, Sakura? She looked him straight in the eyes. I'm sure, Naruto. Tell me. He contemplated it for a moment longer. If he tried to deny it, she wouldn't let it go. She would keep pushing. It was probably for the best if he just told her. He sighed in defeat. I haven't been entirely truthful. I don't know how I came to this time. She became confused, just like he knew she would. You fell back to Earth, just like you had planned. Didn't you? That's just the thing. I didn't crash into Earth. I was sealed away and drifted through space for 2,000 years. When I awoke, it was to something completely new and strange. He saw the question in her eyes and smiled. We're not alone in this universe. She looked out the door to the sky. Other races? She asked. He nodded. Yeah, but it's not a utopia like Shikamaru thought there would be. Things are tense, they don't always work, but there are people who try to make things better. It was just like things were, just out in space and with aliens. It sounds amazing. I wish I could see it. I wish I could take you to see it, he thought to himself. She would be astounded by what she saw. She looked at him. But there's something else, isn't there? Something that you're involved with, she said to him. He looked down to her hand held in his. Would it be pointless to tell her what was out there? No, it wouldn't be. If he couldn't tell her, a close friend, why would he have opened his mouth in the first place? There's something coming, Sakura, something from between the darkness between the stars. A race of creatures that is so powerful and terrible that Obito would pale in comparison. They're coming for us all. They want to raise everything that can reach the stars to the ground and then wait for them to get back up again. They've been doing this since forever and now it's our turn. And standing between and their goal is you. She didn't make it sound like a question because she knew that it wasn't. They both knew it was a simple fact. Yes. She chuckled, but it sounded weak. That's just like you, Naruto. I know. But I'm getting tired, Sakura. I'm tired of fighting for everyone while they all think that I'm crazy. I've been tempted to stop, to give up the fighting and let them go hang. You won't do that. Why's that? He challenged her. Silently, he would hope that she could give him an answer. Ever since he woke up from that tank, blackmailed into joining the shadow war between the tribe and the Akatsuki, and then going after the collectors, he felt like he was losing any kind of reason to keep fighting. She smiled up at him, and for a moment, he saw her as young again. Because you are Naruto Uzumaki, she told him. You fight to protect the ones who are unable to protect themselves. No matter how hard it is, how long, or how tiring, you still keep fighting. That's who you are. There's no changing that. Her words struck a chord within him. They would have, because they were the truth. That's what he did. He fought to protect everyone. If the Reapers were coming despite what he did at the collector base, he would fight them. He would fight them until he couldn't anymore. Thank you, Sakura. I think I've forgotten all about that. I don't believe it for a second, she said with firm conviction. The smile died away from him and she turned somber. You have to go back, don't you? He nodded once. Yes. As much as he wanted to stay here, he had to go back. He was never one to run away from what he had to do, no matter how tempting it was. She knew and accepted the fact. I'm sorry that I can't go with you. I would have gladly fought by your side again. I know you would. He raised her hand up and kissed it. But you can't help me now. Do you have people at your side fighting with you? I do. Then I won't be worried. Go and fight, Naruto, she told him. Beat that enemy. Save the universe. He laughed a little. I don't know about the universe. I'm just trying to save the galaxy. He leaned down and hugged her prone body. Goodbye, Sakura. Goodbye, Naruto. He stood up and went back to the door. As his hand reached out to pull it open, he hesitated. You remember that picnic we had on that hill? I do, she said at his back. Do you remember what you asked me? Yes. He looked back at her, engraving her face into his mind one last time. I would have chosen you. She didn't say anything back to him, only wiped away the tears forming in her eyes. He pulled up the hood and stepped outside again. The evening sky had turned to night. He paused to look at it. It hadn't felt like he was inside that long. Hey, a voice to his left said, Who are you? He knew the voice was Mikoto's. He didn't turn to look at her. He didn't want her to see his face, to ask questions. Just an old friend of your grandmother, he said. All her friends are dead. He could imagine the suspicious frown that matched her voice. Not all of them. She gasped in surprise. You're? Taking a chance to say goodbye, he cut her off. I did. I'll leave the Hokage to see her grandmother. How? She tried to ask. But he had already started to walk away. Wait. He stopped and waited, his back to her. Do you think I was the right choice to be Hokage? He didn't say anything right away. He could practically hear the doubts screaming from the air above her. Do you love this village and everyone in it? Yes. Would you fight to your very last breath to protect it? I would. Then Konohamaru chose the right person. He started walking again. Led well, Mikoto Uchiha. He turned the corner, out of her sight, and was hit by sudden darkness. He opened his eyes slowly. The light tried piercing his eyes and he closed them again. He repeated the process until he could open his eyes without being blinded by the light. He sat up slowly and saw that he was in the medical bay. Dr. Chukwas was at her desk with her back turned to him. Doc, he said, finding his mouth rather dry. She turned her head at the sound. Her eyes widened in surprise and she reached for the intercom button. He's awake! She came over to him and started checking his vitals. Are you all right, Commander? Water, he said. He wanted something to get rid of the dryness. She quickly gave him a cup full of the glorious liquid. He had to restrain himself from drowning it all in one go. He drank slowly and the dryness started to leave. When the cup was empty, he felt like he could actually speak. Thank you? How long was I out? 2 days since we came back through the relay, she said as she went back to checking the vitals. I've been told that you used the Haraishin Jutsu to get on board, but you landed completely unconscious. Everyone was afraid you killed yourself trying to get back to the ship. That split second I vanished must have been when I traveled back, he realized. It was the only thing that made sense. He saw something out of the corner of his eye. It was a white sheet draped over a body on the next table. He froze at the sight of it. Is that? He couldn't finish the question, even though he knew the answer already. Chukwas looked at the covered body too. She nodded silently. Yes, that's Quanmisley. He stared at the hunter's body, barely able to make out her face underneath the sheet. It was a move that made him sick. She really was dead. I should have sent her back with the rest of them, he thought in sorrow. She's dead because of me. She made her choice, Gyuki told him. Don't bemoan that fact, honor it. She fought well to the end. He knew that, but still she died under his command. He couldn't help but feel that it was his fault. He looked at Chukwas. Am I clear to leave? You appear to be fine, she replied, taking another look at his vitals. That was all he needed to hear. He got off the table and started for the door. He heard the doctor say something, but all he could think about was how he had to get out of the room. The door opened and he found himself greeted with 2 guns pointing at his face. What the? He asked, caught off guard by the sight of them. He looked past the barrels and saw 2 Alliance soldiers holding them. They looked nervous as they stared at him. Commander, Dr. Chukwas said from behind, I was saying that you couldn't leave the medical bay. We were boarded by an Alliance ship a day ago. They were looking for you. The captain placed you under guard while you were still unconscious. He couldn't believe the words he was hearing from her. What? He asked, staring back at her. Tell me this is some kind of protection detail. I'm afraid not. Stand down, a gruff voice ordered the soldiers, back to your posts. They stepped away from the door and a literal bear of a man wearing a captain's uniform walked through. Naruto had to step back to allow the heavily muscled man into the room. He looked down at him and gave him a salute. Jonin Naruto Uzumaki, I am Captain Nathaniel Ursity, he said respectfully. It's an honor to meet you, but I wish it was in better circumstances. Naruto narrowed his eyes in suspicion. What do you mean by that? The man looked almost mournful. Now that you are conscious, I am forced to place you under arrest and escort the Normandy back to Arcturus Station. He was stunned by those words and he knew that it was showing on his face. What? He demanded. On what charges? Willful homicide, the captain answered. You allowed the Bahak system to be wiped out, killing the Batarians living on Aratot. He tried to comprehend those words. But he couldn't. There was no way he could have done that. They had never gone anywhere near the Bahak system. How could they be blamed for something that they didn't do? It's a lie, he told the captain. It has to be. I don't know if it is or not myself, sir. I am under orders to bring you back to Alliance space so that you can be judged accordingly. He looked back at Chukwas and his mind ran through everyone else that had been with him on this ship. What about my crew? Are they a part of this too? No, they are not being arrested, only you. When we reach Arcturus Station, after being questioned, they will be allowed to leave. Doctor, do you believe he is ready to leave the medical bay? He asked Chukwas, looking past Naruto. I would like to keep him for another night to be sure, she replied. Very well, he said. In the morning, I will have the commander escorted to his room where he will be locked inside so he won't escape. Good day to you both. He saluted once more before leaving the room. Naruto watched him go, and when the door closed, there was a tone of finality to it that chilled his bones. Codex Entry, Historical First Contact War, also known as the Relay 314 Incident. The First Contact War was a 2-week-long incident between the Systems Alliance and the Turian hierarchy. It was the incident that brought the Alliance and Churka to the galactic stage. After discovering the Shinigami Relay, humans began a rapid expansion thanks to their newfound connection to the mass relay network. Hoping to expand their territory and driven by immense curiosity about the galaxy, they began activating every mass relay they could find. However, in 2157, their actions caught the notice of the Turians, who found human explorers reactivating an inactive mass relay known as Relay 314. This was forbidden under the Citadel regulations after the Rachni Wars, but instead of negotiating, the Turians tried opening fire. The explorers were able to escape and warn the Alliance of what was to come. To the Turians, it was merely a police action against an ignorant species violating council law. To humanity, it was their first encounter with another intelligent race, and it would shape their views of the galaxy for decades to follow. Instead of striking out against the Turians, the Alliance prepared their defenses, shaping it into trap. The trap was placed at Shanxi, the closest colonized planet to the relay. When the Turian force moved through the relay into Shanxi, They found the place supposedly empty of any military personnel. It was only when they landed on the planet that the Alliance struck. Despite the initial attack, the Alliance not fully understanding their physiology, and thanks to the aid their ships could give with orbital bombing, the Turians were able to turn the tide and push the Alliance back. Ground wasn't given easily, but the Turians pushed the Alliance to the brink of surrendering, and would have if not for the actions of General Williams. He turned the tides back in favor of the Alliance and led the charge. Driven back, the Turians attempted to flee back their ships orbiting the planet and bomb it into dust. That was when the Alliance sprang the trap. The first fleet entered from behind the Turian ships and crippled them. They were boarded and the Turians were forced to surrender. By this time, the Citadel Council found about the conflict and stepped in to negotiate a peace treaty. Fascinated and intrigued by the humans' ability to utilize chakra, the Council demanded that the Alliance hand over a detailed list of their jutsu. They gave the list without any complaint, but when the Council also wanted to study and test chakra, they refused. For their part, the Turians were ordered by the Council to pay heavy reparations to the Alliance. The Alliance took it a step further and made the leader of the original patrol apologize personally to the explorers. He was made to describe himself as a hot-tempered, short-sighted idiot. Surprisingly enough, the leader of the explorers forgave him for his attempted shooting, instead urging him to use your mouth more, not your guns. Chapter 61. Oh, so that's what happened. Location: Arcturus Station. Okay, Naruto thought to himself. This is probably going too far. They had taken him from the ship straight into this interrogation room and strapped him to a metal cross. He was sure that there was some term for what he was strapped to, probably gurney or something, but right now he was happy to use cross. It was an apt description. Kurama scoffed. Maybe if you had tried fighting a little bit harder, they wouldn't have put you in this thing in the first place. It was 10-to-1 odds, furball. When has that stopped you? How about the fact they were all still tired from destroying the collector base and mourning Quan Misli? Shikaka asked the fox. Come on, Kurama. You should know Naruto better than any of us. He wasn't going to risk the crew like that. He's right, their Jinchuriki agreed. I didn't even let Ruko fight. His sister had thrown herself in front of him when she saw all those soldiers waiting for them on the station. She was ready to throw her biotics at them all with a snarl. She would have too, if he hadn't stopped her. He pulled her into a tight hug and reassured her that he would be fine. Looking back at it now, he sounded a bit stupid. But thinking about his sister got him to thinking about the rest of the crew. I hope that they are all right. He knew that Captain promised they would be let go once they had been questioned. It was he who urged them not to fight when they were told the Normandy was being towed to Arcturus Station. I'm sure the captain will keep his word, Isabu assured him. What makes you so sure? He seemed honest and did regret having to arrest you. He could have been faking it, Saiken offered. It's a bit late to wonder if that captain was genuine or not, Gyuki said. For all we know, the man could be long gone from the station now. We should stay focused on what could happen next. Now that was something Naruto could get behind. He looked around the room, trying to find something that could get him off the cross. He was getting an itch in his neck that was beginning to get on his nerves, more so since he couldn't scratch it. There wasn't a window he could look out of. He was alone in a room, strapped to a freaking cross, wondering what the hell would happen next. And the truly sad thing is that I consider this to be all part of the job, he thought with some self-deprecation. Kurama grinned slyly. Wasn't that one time during the war where you got caught and was tied up by? We agreed never to talk about that again, Naruto replied instantly, frowning hard. I know that. But you have to admit that there are some good similarities here. All you would need is a nun and, would you stop it already? Gyuki frowned. Hang on. What's this about being tied up and a nun? I don't remember knowing about that. The fox grinned even wider. Well, it was early on in the war, before the Reikage started allowing B to work alongside Naruto again. You see, what happened, stop talking. Furball! He roared inside his own head. As much as his voice echoed throughout the space and made the other Biju cower and cover their ears, the Kyuubi didn't look bothered at all. There is no need to shout, Naruto, he said once the echoing was done. I can hear you just fine. Then stop talking about what happened. Alright, I will, provided you never bring up the subject of my ears ever again. It was a weird thing to give as a counter-proposal. If he hadn't heard how the fox reacted when his ears did come up, he would have thought it was crazy. Fine, he surrendered. Just stop. The door opened with a hiss, getting his attention. Admiral Hackett walked in, along with Anderson, to Naruto's surprise. "Commander," Hackett said to him. "It's good to see you again." "I'd say the same thing," Naruto replied as they sat down at the table, "except for the fact that I'm strapped to a cross." "We do apologize for that," Anderson told him. "But it was deemed a necessary item." "It was necessary to have me strapped to this thing?" he asked. They didn't answer him. "Look, could you just undo the neck strap? I've got an inch in my neck that's driving me nuts." They looked at each other. "Are you going to run if we do that, Commander?" Hackett asked. "How would I do that if the neck strap is the only one undone?" He gave the blonde a dry look. "We do read history. We are well aware of how you escaped that bounty station disguised as a nunnery." He groaned in shame. "Oh, Cammy, that made it into the books?" "Yes. I've heard it said that it was most original piece of tongue work that has ever happened." "I didn't need to hear that. It was embarrassing enough that he escaped like that. He didn't need to know that people knew about it." "Damn it, Sasuke! You promised!" "Okay, now I really want to know what happened," Gyuki said. I think the memory is around here somewhere," Kurama remarked. "Kurama, don't you dare! We had a promise." "Oh yeah, right," the fox said, making it sound like he had just remembered. "Sorry guys, no looking for the memory." "Ah," whined Shikako. The blonde put it all behind him and looked at the two men. "Look, I'm not going to run. So can you please undo the neck strap so I can deal with this itch before it kills me?" They looked at each other again, doubt in their eyes. "Are you sure?" Anderson asked him. "Yes, of course I'm sure. I'm amongst friends, aren't I?" Hackett stood up and came around the table. He undid the strap and Naruto instantly started rubbing his neck. He kept rubbing until the itch faded away. He lifted his head and the strap came back on. "There," said Hackett, going back to the table. "Thanks." He looked at the two of them with a puzzled look mixed with suspicion. "I am among friends, right?" "You are," Anderson assured him with a friendly nod. "Then why am I being charged of wiping out a system? A system, I might add, that I have never been to before." "Unfortunately, you have been to the Bahak system," Hackett said grimly. "You said as much to me after it was destroyed and the Batarians living in the system were killed." Damn, he was really hoping that it was complete bullshit. But the way the Admiral looked at him as he spoke showed he was being truthful. "When did this happen?" he asked. "A few weeks before you deliberately broke our methods of communication," he said. "I did what?" "You went dark, completely dark on us." The blonde couldn't help the scowl forming on his face. "I know what it means, Hackett. He had been using it long before either of them was born." "Why did I go dark?" "We didn't know at the time, but we did pick up some chatter that the shadow broker had you and sold you to the tribe. But we didn't have a location, so we could not go and find you," Anderson explained. "So they knew about the tribe. At least he wouldn't have to explain that to them." "That is not correct, Anderson," Hackett remarked. He looked at Naruto. "We were told not to try and find you, only to wait until the Akatsuki did. Afterwards, if any Alliance ship found you, they would place you under arrest and bring you back to Alliance space." "Who told you to do that?" "You did, in our last transmission." "I what?" he asked, not understanding a word of it. What he was hearing made no sense. Why would he tell them not to go looking for him until the Akatsuki rescued him? More importantly, how the hell would he have known that would have happened? Just what the hell had he been doing? "We don't know why you told us that, until now," Anderson said. "But you did leave us a phrase that we were supposed to tell you in the event we got you." He looked the blonde right in the eyes. "The only way to win the long game is to rig the odds in your favor," he finished. His body suddenly convulsed, and he tilted his head back in a wordless scream. His mind went blank and then suddenly got bombarded with everything. Flashback. As soon as he opened his eyes and saw the sky, smelt the air, and felt the wind pushing gently against the grass around him, he knew that he had made it. He was at Mt. Mayaboku. "Thank Kami," he thought to himself, sitting up. "It worked." "Great, let's not try experimenting like that again," Kurama declared. "I'm with him," Isabu agreed. He stood up slowly and looked around. The place hadn't changed at all. The buildings still curved at their peak and the tips spilled out water in a continuous stream. Lily pads towered overhead and offered shade if he chose to step underneath them. It was all just like he remembered it. He heard a loud crunching sound, like a giant foot crushing rocks, and a shadow engulfed him. That must be the welcoming committee, he thought to himself, not surprised at all. He turned around and looked at the toad glaring down at him with a gun in hand. "Who in the hell are you?" demanded the toad, pointing the gun at him. Its voice told him it was a guy. There was also something familiar about it too, he just couldn't place it. Naruto couldn't help but stare at the gun. It looked like any standard assault rifle he had seen while hunting Saren. It was just enlarged so the toad could hold it much more easily. He turned his attention back to the toad. "Aren't you supposed to be wielding a giant tanto or something?" he asked. The toad didn't expect that kind of question. It made him lower the gun slightly. "What?" "I said, aren't you supposed to be wielding a giant tanto or something?" "Ah, never mind. I probably shouldn't be surprised given the era we're in." He looked up at the toad and asked, "So, what's your name?" Gamabunta," he answered. The blonde went still at the name. He looked the toad over once more. "Sorry, but you're not Gamabunta." Anger flashed through his eyes at those words and the gun was lifted back into position again. "You want to repeat that?" "Sure, you're not Gamabunta." "I know Gamabunta." The color of the skin was the same rust brown. But he didn't have that scar over the eye and was wearing what he assumed was armor instead of a robe. "Watch it, pal, or I'm going to blow a hole through your head." "Now, who the hell are you?" He wasn't put off by the threat. "The name's Naruto Uzumaki," he said in greeting. The gun dropped to the ground and he stared at the human in utter shock. "Did you say Naruto Uzumaki?" "I did." "You've heard of me then." "Considering how you left the toads, that's probably not a good thing," Kurama told him. He was aware of how badly he had left the toads behind. Still, he kept his eyes on the toad and waited for him to make the next move. "You're him? You're really him?" "Yes," he answered, still waiting to see what would happen next. The toad stared at him for a moment longer, his eyes looking for something that could tell him that what he heard was a lie. But the human stared back up at him confidently and expectantly. He saw no sense of guile about his words. "You'd better come with me," he said, picking up the gun and putting it on his back. "The great toad sage will want to talk to you." "All right, fine by me." He knew where the temple that housed the great toad sage was but chose to follow the toad to be polite. There wasn't any need to piss him or any other toads off more since he was probably already on shaky ground. "So seriously, what's your name?" he asked the toad, racing across the mountain with it. "It's Gamabunta," the toad answered. Before the blonde could object, he said, "I was named after the toad you're thinking of, the fourth to have his name." If he hadn't been so focused on reaching the temple and had excellent reflexes, he might have crashed in mid-run. "Gamabunta's dead?" He knew that it was a stupid question to ask. It had been over 2,000 years since he had fought with the toads and left them behind. Was he really hoping that grumpy toad was still around? Maybe he was basing the assumption off the fact that the great toad sage had been incredibly old. If he had, it was a bad move on his part. "Yes." He didn't say anything else as they continued on. Another thought came to him. Was Gamabunta the one at Unreikyo? He felt sick to his stomach at the prospect. Someone he had once considered a friend died in a massacre. They found the temple on the edge of the mountain, just like it always was. "Wait here," Gamabunta told him. "Hey, I know the great toad sage and he knows me. The old toad might be a bit senile, but he still knew Naruto." "I know. You should still wait here. It might give you the few seconds you need to escape." "Huh!" The toad was already hopping inside, leaving him alone. He leaned against the temple wall and waited. He watched the clouds pass through the sky. He hadn't noticed it until now, but the clouds at Mt. Mayaboku were perfect. Was it something to do with all the nature chakra in the air? "I've got a better question than that," Komiai said. "How was it you were able to get pulled from a ship being destroyed in the middle of space back to Earth?" "Honestly, I don't know. I was improvising." "He does that a lot," Kurama added. "Naruto!" roared a voice from inside the temple suddenly. "Get your fucking ass in here now!" He almost leapt away from the wall and stared at the temple. What the hell? That was not the voice of the great toad sage. It was something different. It sounded just as old but was more cranky than senile. But again, there was something familiar to the voice. "You're not going to find out what it is until you go in," the fox pointed out to him. "You might as well get to it." "Now, Naruto!" roared the voice again. "All right, I'm coming," he shouted back, walking right into the temple. He walked down the familiar path to the hall. The new Gamabunta was off to the side when he entered, head bowed respectfully towards the great toad sage. As soon as he saw the sage, he paused. It was not the same sage he had known. This toad wore the same beaded necklace but didn't have the hat. His skin was brown-red, nothing like the sage's pale brown. He also had a cigarette chomped down between his teeth, and he was looking angrily right at Naruto. If I didn't know any better, I'd say that's. The blonde trailed off as he looked harder at the new sage. All the details that he saw and heard clicked into place. He knew this toad. Gamakichi. His question just made the sage glare harder. It's nice you remember me, he said, his tone making it sound not so nice. What the hell happened to you? What the fuck does it look like? I got old. I can see that. It was hard to imagine his old friend being this old, but here he was. But what are you doing being the great toad sage? Somebody had to take the job when the last one passed. Wow, and here I thought that geezer was immortal. The anger in Gamakichi's eyes simmered down but was still there. What are you doing here, Naruto? We made it clear that if you ever came back here, you would regret it. My ship was being destroyed and I had no other way off. I reacted. He frowned as he realized something. But you're not surprised that I'm here now, in this time. You haven't demanded where I've been all this time. We're not blind or deaf to the galaxy. I heard of your awakening within the day. He took that, along with the implication the other words gave off, and saw something. You've been watching me all this time? Yes, Gamabunta said. It earned him a look from the elder toad. He bowed his head in apology but said all the same. It is the truth, my ancestor. Wait, ancestor? Naruto said. He looked at Gamabunta and then at Gamakichi. He's not your son? It's been 2,000 years, Naruto. I've had a family and my children grew up to have children, he said shortly. Perhaps since he is here, we have the chance to talk to him? Suggested Gamabunta. Talk about what? The elder toad looked at the younger with a glare. Be silent, Gamabunta. Naruto looked at the both of them questioningly. They knew something that he didn't, and it made him curious. What are you talking about? He asked them both. I said be silent. Gamabunta stared hard at him. He's here, Gamakichi. He would be perfect to find out the truth. The truth about what? Asked the human standing before them. He was getting annoyed at being ignored like this. They ignored him for glaring at one another. This might take some time, Kurama remarked. Why don't you try breaking it up? He didn't reply with the usual sarcasm. Instead, he clapped his hands loudly. The sound echoed throughout the temple and it got their attention. Look, don't ignore me when I'm right here, he told the toads. So tell me what's up or I leave since it's clear that you don't want me here. He looked right at his old partner when he said those last words. The temple became filled with silence as they looked at each other. Unconsciously, they waited to see who would be the first one to flinch. It was Naruto when he finally had enough and turned around. Don't turn your back on me, Naruto, Gamakichi warned him as he went for the exit. You already did that once. He turned back around. Then tell me what's going on. Fine. What do you know about the Reaper attack on the Citadel? He knows about that. He couldn't help but be surprised by the question. Gyuki understood his surprise. But he also knew that it was a redundant question. He did say they weren't blind or deaf to the galaxy, he reminded the blonde. Oh, right. Now he felt kinda stupid. Yeah, I know about it, he said aloud. I was there. You were? Asked Gamabunta, surprised by it. His ancestor wasn't surprised. Of course you were there, right in the middle of it too. Yeah, I was. He sighed and shook his head. How typical of you, he declared. There was exasperation in his voice but also what sounded like a hint of fondness. Naruto heard the hint. It made him wonder but ignored it for now. What about it? You think it was a one-time thing too? If you do, I don't want to hear it. I've already had to. I don't think it was, he said. Those words made him freeze in mid-rant. He stood there with his mouth hanging open, looking foolish. He finally closed it and looked hard at the old toad. You don't? I don't. Something happened when you killed the Reaper. I can't explain it, but I was able to somehow see past the borders of what is known. I saw the Reapers. I heard how they were waiting to come forth again. Confused at what I saw, I consulted the knowledge of my predecessor, thinking he might know more than I did. Did he? He did. With the information the toads brought back to me, I was able to understand what the Reapers were, and what they did. But even as I learned this, it left more questions than answers. I could see that there was a bigger picture being hinted at, something I could not being found. The idea of a bigger picture got Naruto's attention. When you say bigger picture, he asked, do you mean like humans being around the time of the Protheans and fighting a rebellion against them? How do you know that? Gamakichi demanded instantly. He had only figured it out after reading between the lines for hours on end, spending sleepless nights trying to piece it together. I found a Prothean 6 that told me humans would not submit to the Empire, that they were rebels. Apparently, this is not the first time humans have gone to the stars. It wouldn't be the first time for the toads either. He wasn't surprised by that. If the humans had gone to the stars before, it would make sense that they would take chakra, jutsu, and their summons with them. How is it that we don't know that we've been in space before this? We would have known, wouldn't we? Not unless our minds were wiped. He cast Gamakichi a severe look of disbelief. You're kidding, right? How else would you explain it, Naruto? He asked back. He didn't bother to wait for an answer. Look, just because a Yamanaka can do it to a person, doesn't mean they can do it to an entire population. There are not enough people in the clan to do it. Unless it was something that was caused by more than a clan, he suggested. The blonde thought about it. It sounded ludicrous. He didn't even know how it would work. But the more he thought about it, the more it might make some sort of sense. How? He finally asked. I don't know. There's something else out there, a truth that only the dead and ruins know. I want you to go out there and find out what they have to say. He wants me to do what now? Naruto thought. He couldn't have heard that right. You want me to go travel, find ruins, and figure out what happened? Don't tell me that you're not interested, Gamabunta said. I wasn't talking to you. Yes, that's what I want you to do, Gamakichi said with a hard scowl. Think of it as payment for coming back here uninvited. He was tempted to refuse right then and there. He was not going on a scavenger hunt. What happened in the past could go hang itself. He had to get back to his team and make sure they're all right. But as he opened his mouth, he remembered something that Jiraiya had told him. If you ever disrespect the toads once, get on your knees and apologize instantly. If you disrespect them twice, make sure you have enough time to dig your own grave. He had been completely serious, and it made Naruto pay attention. It was something that he had thought that the pervert would do to him if he did disrespect the toads. But now, he knew that it was the toads that would do it. He hadn't thought about it until now, but he had disrespected the toads when he turned his back on them. He disrespected them a second time, Gamabunta would shoot him full of holes. You guys think I can get out of this? He asked the Biju. He probably wasn't able, but it never hurt to check. Nope, Kurama said. Maybe you should just go with it, suggested Isabu. It'd probably be less painful. Yeah, you've got a point, he admitted. Alright, fine, he said to Gamakichi. I'll do it. Good, he replied. He waited for the rest of the information but got only silence. Any chance you could tell me where to start looking, perhaps? Try looking for ruins. There couldn't have been more sarcasm to the toad's voice. It was practically dripping out of his mouth like the cigarette smoke. That's helpful. Look for the ruins that are 50,000 years old, at least, Gamabunta said. Now that was better. Thank you. He looked at the elder toad and pointed at the younger. See? That's what being helpful is like. I'm sure that you remember it. I do, Gamakichi said shortly. Now get moving. And how exactly? He was engulfed in smoke. When it cleared, he found he was in an alley. He went cautiously to the street and looked at it. It was a busy street, full of humans and aliens. It looked like a city street, but he couldn't tell where he was exactly. Looking up at the sky only told him that it was partly sunny. Thanks, Gamakichi, he muttered to himself, pulling away from the street. Could have told me where you were sending me at the very least. Where's the fun in that? Kurama asked. He frowned inwardly at him. Stow it, furball. I'm not in the mood for it. If he could strangle his once partner at that moment, his hands would already be around his throat. What the hell was Gamakichi thinking, sending me out with any kind of information? That you were a shinobi and you knew how to dig for information? Suggested Sun. He wasn't surprised by what the toad. It was a move that frequently used back in IWA. That was how they knew if the shinobi could handle being on their own. Naruto knew it too. But it was the whole principle of the thing. He could have given more of a hint than looking at ruins more than 50,000 years old. I think it would be safe to say that he's still angry about how you left them, Gyuki said. That's a long time to hold a grudge, Matatabi remarked. And the 9 of them knew about long times. No use worrying about it now, Komiai proclaimed. You've got something to do. Go and do it. Naruto couldn't argue with that simple logic. He came out of the alley in a single step and instantly blended in with the crowd. He reappeared back in the temple, gasping for breath and clutching his side. What are? He heard Gamakichi start to ask, only to trail off. You're bleeding. Thank you for noticing, he replied, feeling the blood leak out between his fingers. You think that I could get some help with this before I die? A medical toad was quickly summoned and his wound was quickly fixed. What happened? Gamakichi asked him as they were left alone. You left only a day ago, and you show up again? I was ambushed, he answered. By whom? The toad demanded. He checked his side, making sure that the bandage was still there and strong too. There was only a small amount of blood coloring the whiteness of it, but it did not spread. I don't know. Were they the same people who attacked the Normandy? He shook his head. No, these guys were human. The question he had was why they would come after him. He didn't announce himself in any way when he was sent back, thinking that what he was sent to do was going to have to be a stealth mission. But they still found him. The thing was they didn't try to kill him. When he fought them off, he saw that they were trying to capture him. Gamakichi breathed out smoke, filling the air with it. And you thought the best move you could do was come back here? He asked, anger leaking out of his voice. Naruto looked up at his old partner. It was the only move I had, he declared. Otherwise they would have captured me and who knows what they would have done. Of course it was. He heard the sarcasm. It angered him. He had been so close to the end of it all, and the toad gets moody because he decided to come back? He didn't need that. Look, I'm not happy about being here, okay? If I had another way out, I would have taken it. But they had me cornered and any jutsu I threw at them, they avoided with ease. He paused and took a breath. What came next was going to be hard, for them both. As much as I don't want to say these words again, I don't have much of a choice. He looked at the human suspiciously. What do you mean? I think I'm going to need the aid of the toads for this mission. I'm sorry. I thought I just heard you say something drastically stupid. Would you like to try that again? He looked the toad in the eyes. I'm serious, Gamakichi, he told him. His voice showed just how serious he was. The old toad looked like he was ready to stand up and kill him right there. You dare? After you left us behind, you dare come back here and say that you need our help? I already said that I don't have much of a choice. I'm not asking for the toads to come to my side in combat. I'd only need the smaller ones to help me hide, get past securities, and to pass on messages. The smoke belched out faster from his mouth as he smoked harder. I should kill you for even suggesting such a thing. Anger started to surge through him at those words. You're the one who set me on this mission. At the very least I could have gotten some kind of help, not thrown into the deep end of the pool, he snapped back. You have no right to ask for our help. Gamakichi roared, his voice filling the temple. You abandoned us. You turned your back when we offered you counsel. And now you come slinking back here, daring to ask for our help. I'm not asking you, he replied, his voice still hard. It looked like the two of them were about to fight it out right there. But instead of that happening, Naruto once again proved how he was the most unpredictable shinobi. He got down to his knees and bowed his head. I'm begging. If he had lifted his head, he would have seen just how shocked he managed to make Gamakichi. You're what? Asked the toad. I'm begging you, Gamakichi. For the sake of our friendship, what it once was, I'm begging you to give me the aid of the toads so that I might complete the mission you have given me. He kept his head down, forehead pressing against the cool stone floor. There was no other way to put it. If he had to find out the truth of the matter, he was going to have to need their help. It was a little galling to do this, but he did it all the same. He wasn't quite sure how long he had his head on the floor like that. He just knew that he wouldn't move it until he heard something from his once friend. That was what he was banking on. The silence stretched out like the smoke, filling the temple with it all. Fine, Gamakichi finally said. He raised his head. He wasn't sure he had heard what he heard. He had to be sure. Come again? The toad scowled. You heard me the first time, Naruto. You'll get your help. He came back to his feet. Thanks, Gamakichi. I mean it. He allowed a small smile to come onto his lips. It was good for them to get back on the same page. But the smile made Gamakichi scowl even harder and anger burn in his eyes. This comes with a caveat, though. He stilled. What do you mean? I mean that I'll have the toads help you, but it'll be the last time. Once the mission is over, don't you ever summon them again. In fact, after you leave here, you will never come back again. Naruto wasn't mad at that declaration. In fact, he wasn't even surprised. He knew that something like this would have been said. Alright, fine, he agreed. But I want something from you then. I'm already giving you the toads, Naruto. I'm not giving you anything else. You try it, I'll kill you myself. He scoffed in derision. The toad was so old now it would be a miracle if he got out of the chair. Relax, Gamakichi, I'm not asking this for myself, he said. In fact, you'd be doing yourself and the rest of the toads a favor if you agreed. I doubt it. You don't even know what it is that I want from you. It's something from you. It can't be good. He frowned. There was no need for the toad to be this stubborn just because it's him. Just hear me out before you automatically say no. It never hurts to listen. That's something you made me understand. And now I'm beginning to regret it, he said with a growl. But fine. What is it you want? For you, the slugs, and the snakes to come back into the galaxy proper, the blonde declared. I want you guys to take on new contractors and fight alongside them once more. They had a long time to grieve and mourn over what happened at Enreikyo. Now it was time they moved past it and came to the present. Gamakichi didn't say anything. He looked as if he was mulling the concept over. Naruto hoped that he would agree to it. This was something that they would need. And just who is going to pick these new contractors? That he already knew the answer to. Me. I don't think so. Who else would find the right people to take on your summoning contracts? I'm the only one in this day and age who would know what to look for. You know it and I know it. The cigarette burned slowly as the toad took a long drag from it. You're assuming that I'm going to agree with this in the first place. He gritted his teeth and mentally cursed the toad's stubbornness. Gamakichi, this is something you need. We both know it. You can trust me to find the right people. He didn't say anything back. Naruto tried one more thing to get it through. It was risky, but it could get it done. Trust me one more time? He asked. Gamakichi snarled and the smoke turned jagged from his cigarette moving so. Even so, he said, fine, I'll trust you with it. But you'd better find us a good one. You know I will. He looked away. The conversation was done. Get back out there already. Gamakichi, wait. No smoke appeared around him, so he knew he could keep talking. Send me to the Citadel. It'll be easier if I start there. Would you like anything else while you're still asking for things? He did have one thing else to say. He smiled once more. It was good to see you again, Gamakichi, despite everything that we've said. The toad didn't blow up in anger or yell at him to get out. He didn't even lose his temper in the slightest. He simply sighed and rested against his chair. Suddenly, Naruto could see just how old his friend had become. Just go, Naruto. He waited for Yudina and Anderson to come walking into the office from their lunch. The new Alliance counselor didn't disappoint when he walked in still talking to Anderson. The talking stopped when they saw the cloaked man sitting in the corner. Can we help you? Anderson asked. Turn off the cameras, Naruto told the two of them. Yudina turned angry at that. Who do you think you are to order me to do something like that? He demanded. Someone who wants to talk with you both and not be seen doing it. They both stilled at those words. Are you NBU? Turn off the cameras, please. It probably would help if he added some politeness. Anderson and Yudina looked at each other. If the man was an assassin, he would have killed them by now. He also wouldn't have worried about the cameras because he would have had some kind of device on him that would wipe the cameras. Yudina went over to the computer. There, he said as he finished typing in the code, it's done. Even the secret ones? There are secret cameras? Anderson asked himself. He wondered why there would be secret cameras, only to mentally kick himself. Of course there would be secret cameras. The other counselors would have them installed so they could spy on the others. A naive person would say they wouldn't do something like that. But he was not naive and he could believe that they would do such a thing. Yes, Yudina answered. I made sure of it. Good, the man said. He stood up, coming out of the shadows. When they saw his blonde hair, blue eyes, and whiskered cheeks, both Udina and Anderson were completely surprised. "Commander Uzumaki?" the counselor asked. He nodded. "In the flesh. Where have you been? The Normandy crew and your team said that you were still aboard the ship when it was destroyed." "I got out." They looked like they wanted to know more. He didn't feel like telling them how, so he pushed on. "Is there any word on who attacked the Normandy?" "Officially no," Anderson told him. "Whoever attacked the Normandy is a complete mystery." He looked at him. "And unofficially?" he asked. Udina told him. "Our sources have informed me that the people responsible for the attack are a group known as the Tribe of Athame." "Terrorists?" he asked. "No. They're a group sanctioned to operate by the Council." He frowned. As a Spectre, he had access to the information not a lot of people had. He had taken a browse through it once or twice while in the Attican Traverse. But not once had he seen that name. "Why haven't I heard of them?" he asked. "Most likely because they were created in reaction to humanity," Anderson said. There was a slight tone of disgust to his voice. "What?" "You already know that after the First Contact War, the Systems Alliance was made to hand over information regarding jutsu and basic concepts about chakra." He nodded. He was told that at Saren's hearing. "I also know that you didn't hand over all the information, and you refused to allow chakra to be studied by the other races." That first had been an irritation at first, but now he was glad for them both. They allowed him to keep the upper hand against his enemies. Udina said, when they were refused, publicly they accepted the fact. But in secret, they created the tribe. It is composed of some of their brightest scientists and dangerous soldiers. They have only one goal: to capture a human and study their chakra capacity. He frowned as he explained. It was clear that he didn't approve of them or what they wanted to do. As he listened, Naruto's gut clenched. A group like that could go after any human that could utilize chakra. "How many have they taken?" he asked them both. "For now, none," Anderson answered. His voice was a mixture of relief and anger. He didn't like the tribe, same as Udina, and was glad that no one had been taken so far. The blonde looked at them both. He was a little surprised by that news. If a group like that had been operating in the dark since the First Contact War, they would have made off with a few people by now. But no one had been taken? He was a little doubtful. "Is that the official line?" he asked. "No, it's the truth," Udina said from behind his desk. "How?" he asked. "We would like to assume it's because they knew if they grab someone with powerful chakra, they'll have an easier time studying it. It's why we're careful with all our chakra users. But since you were out of our grasp, so to speak, they were able to go after you." Naruto noticed that his tone sounded a little forced, like he was saying something he didn't fully mean. He grew suspicious of him, wondering if he was lying. Anderson frowned, realizing something. "It makes no sense," he said. "The tribe would have tried to incapacitate the ship so they could grab you and anyone else who had a chakra system. They wouldn't have destroyed it. Perhaps they went a little too far and realized it too late." He was trying to change the conversation, but Naruto was still focused on his lying. "We can worry about that later. What aren't you telling me, Udina?" He turned his head a little too sharply to be genuine. "What are you saying?" "You heard me. Commander, tread very lightly about what you're going to say next." That warning probably should have scared him. But he had faced things worse than an irate Udina. "You're keeping something from me, something that about the tribe." "What is it?" Anderson looked at him too. "Udina?" he asked, his eyes showing his curiosity. He looked at the both of them, mentally trying to see a way out. He probably would have been able to if it was only Anderson. But Naruto looked as if he wouldn't budge. He was getting a stubborn look on his face. It made his neck hairs raise. Sighing and giving in to what was coming, he spoke. "It's not so much something about the tribe as it is something that concerns you, Commander." He frowned, his stubbornness mixing with curiosity. "What do you mean?" "When we first learned about the tribe and what they had intended, the Alliance was worried, of course. There were shadows in every corner, and we watched them all for fear of seeing one of the tribe there. There were plans drawn up to protect every single chakra user out there, something that could have bankrupted the Alliance as a whole. Before any of these plans could be put into action, the Alliance was approached by a man representing an organization. He offered to blunt the attacks of the tribe on any chakra user in exchange for the Alliance turning a blind eye to them. The alliance accepted and the man left with their promise of a blind eye. Soon after, rumors began to float around about an extremist group that would put humanity atop the galactic order, even if humanity didn't want it to be so. Many things were attributed to them, but no one came forward with proof. Sources came back to us, telling the Alliance that this group was engaged in a secret war against the tribe, and the Alliance knew it was the same organization they made a deal with. They did not press for more information, but those who listened found out that the organization had a name and an emblem. The way he looked at Naruto, the blonde began to have a sense of dread about what was to come. When he finished, there was only one name that came to him. No, he said, no. Tell me you are kidding. Tell me you are playing with me right now, Yudina. He shook his head almost sadly. Even though I wish I was, I'm not. The emblem is a stylized red cloud. The name of the organization is Akatsuki. The blonde wasn't alone in his outrage. What? Anderson demanded. They call themselves Akatsuki, he said again, not looking either of them in the eye. This was why he tried to keep silent about it. He didn't want to tell Naruto this news. He looked at the blonde, waiting for his reaction. Naruto was too being stunned to acknowledge his look. He was still trying to process what he heard. The fucking Akatsuki is back? Why? What did I do to deserve this? He mentally screamed. Please tell me you're not asking me that, Kurama replied, wincing from the volume of the screaming. He was furious too, but was trying to do his best to keep a level head. A small memory came to the blonde in the middle of his despair. During his ambush, when he tried to fight them off, he suddenly remembered a detail on one of them. He didn't know why he had forgotten about it, not when it was so potent it practically screamed itself at him. Maybe it was because he didn't want to acknowledge what it could have meant. Even if that was what he wanted, the fact that there had been a red cloud emblazoned on the ambusher's armor made it clear to him. Son of a bitch! He grated out. Both men looked at him. Commander, I know it's upsetting, Yudina said, trying to calm him down. You think that's upsetting? He said with a snap. How about this? The Akatsuki tried ambushing me yesterday. What? He almost shouted, coming out of his chair. That can't be. It is. I saw the emblem on my attackers. They were trying to kidnap me. But that makes no sense. Why would they do something like that? Perhaps for the same reason as the tribe, Anderson said. His voice was quiet, but it drew them both their eyes toward him. Having Naruto Uzumaki in their grasp would surely tip the scales in whatever war they're fighting against each other. Like hell I'm going to let that happen, Naruto growled defiantly. The Akatsuki had been after him once before. He refused to let that happen again. They need to go, along with this tribe of a thing too. Anderson expected Yudina to object or protest. He was quite surprised when the counselor said, I agree. This needs to be taken care of. He paused when he heard those words. I heard that right? He asked his tenants. It sounded like that to me, Komi agreed. Saiken wondered what it would mean for the blonde. How about we listen to see what's come next? Matatabi nodded. Yeah, that's a good idea. Clearly, the tribe needs to be stopped if they are so bold as to try and capture one of humanity's greatest heroes, the counselor said. And if the Akatsuki are trying to do the same thing, then it's time for them to be accountable for their actions. Anderson could see where he was going with this. You want to destroy them both, he said, so they all understood. He didn't object to the idea. In fact, he thought it was rather a good one. But there was always the fact that the plan being made and the plan being executed were two different things entirely. The latter had the unfortunate tendency to balloon severely out of proportion with additional factors. Naruto knew that also to be the truth. So do you have a plan, Yudina? Or are you just going to throw me out the door and let me figure out on my own? Now is not the time for your feelings about the toads, Naruto, Kurama warned him. He stopped talking before he made things worse, but they were already looking at him questioningly. Why do you think that I would do that, Commander? Yudina asked him with a confused look. Sorry, past experiences bubbling up, he explained. They looked at him, waiting for more answers. So, he said quickly, do you have a plan, Yudina? No, Yudina replied. But I have the basics of a plan. Tell me, Commander, what is it that every secret group in history has feared? He had only known one secret group in his life, so he didn't really think that he was qualified to answer the question. But the counselor was looking at him expectantly. He was going to have to answer. He thought back to the Akatsuki he had known, trying to remember everything there was about them. They had been intent on finding him and the other Jinchuriki but managed to stay out of sight doing it. The strange thing was when they were found out they didn't try to go back into hiding. They would stand out in the daylight without a care in the world. Why did they do that? Was it because they knew that no one would be able to find their lair? It had taken Jiraiya, one of the best spy masters Konoha had ever known, some time to find out that Pain was hiding out in AIM and lost his life when he went to confirm it. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that only the shinobi world had known about the Akatsuki in the beginning. The civilians hadn't known until the war started, and they started looking for the reason why it all happened. Even then, there were some of them who blamed the shinobi for creating them, not caring that the Akatsuki had been a secret organization that had gone after them originally. Some had even thought that the Akatsuki had only been a myth, and that the shinobi were fighting shinobi again. They fear being revealed to the masses? He finally asked. Close, but not quite, Yudina told him. They fear being exposed to the masses. That didn't make sense to Naruto. He had always seen the two words as interchangeable. The end result was the same for either word. The secret group wouldn't be so secret anymore. But clearly Yudina thought it was something else. What's the difference? Being revealed only means that the secret group is shown. Being exposed means that, and the fact that they have no place to maneuver. What I want from you is to find out everything about the tribe and the Akatsuki. I want places of meeting, training grounds, armories, science labs, names, ranks, and a hierarchy. I want you to feed us all of this information so that we can go in and gut them officially. Anderson raised his eyebrow at that last one. Officially? He repeated. He nodded. As counselor for the Systems Alliance, I am a part of the council. And since the tribe of Athame is a council-sanctioned group, they can fall under my jurisdiction. If we have proof of what they've been trying to do, I can use that proof to bring them out into the open and destroy them. He sounded a little excited as he spoke, which made Naruto realize something about him. He wasn't a solider like him or Anderson, but he was a warrior all the same. He just chose to have his battles in the political world, and like any warrior he got excited at the prospect at beating his enemies. Naruto's respect for him went up a couple of notches after that realization. They were made of the same metal, almost. Alright, do you guys have anywhere I can start? He asked, looking more pointedly at Yudina than Anderson. Don't forget about the toads, Naruto, Sun warned him. I haven't, he said back. It's just one more thing that I need to do. I'll have to get into contact with our agent inside the Akatsuki before we can give you any decent headway with the Akatsuki, Yudina told him. For now, focus on the tribe. If they come after you, see if you can interrogate one of them and get some information. He could do that, amongst other things. If he went after what the toads wanted him to find, the tribe was probably going to follow him. They did that, he would be able to grab one of them. I can do that. Now I need something from you guys. What is it? Asked Anderson. I need a list of Prothean ruins, both explored and unexplored. That was not something they had expected to hear. He could have laughed at their puzzled looks. Why? It's something I have to do. Why? He said again, wanting to know more. I did something that made me have to bargain. In exchange for my life, I have to dig up the past. He stopped before saying anything else. They might get into trouble. That's all I can say. That's not enough, said Yudina. It'll have to be. The list? He asked, holding his hand out. It stayed there for a long minute as he stared down the counselor. Yudina stared at him, and then at his hand. He had a neutral face, leaving what he was thinking about uncertain. Anderson didn't say anything, choosing to stay out of the conflict that was beginning to brew. Naruto didn't budge. He kept his hand out and stared down the counselor. Commander, Yudina finally said, I know that you have a lifelong habit, but you do realize what era you are living in, correct? Huh? You think I'm going to give you the information on paper? We use digital now. He sat back down in his chair and quickly typed a few keys. A couple of silent minutes later, he looked back up at the blonde. Look at your Omni tool. He looked and saw he had an email waiting for him. As soon as he opened it up, he found that it had the list he wanted. He was glad for it. He should have expected it to be digital, not paper. I feel like an idiot. How is this different from any other day? Kurama asked him. Shut up. Happy? Asked Yudina. Very, he replied, turning the Omni tool off. Anderson spoke. Before you go, you'll need to stay in contact with us. The blonde looked at him. Why's that? So we can be sure that you are still alive, Commander. You keep in regular contact, feed us what you can find on the tribe and the Akatsuki. It'll give us more time to prepare and go in for the kill, so to speak. He saw the reasoning behind it, and understood it. He had never gone anywhere on a mission without backup. He wasn't going to start now. All right, he agreed. Thank you, Commander. Now, the way I see it, you will need to stay in contact with two people so you know that you're not being tricked or conned by a hack. You will contact both of these people at the same time. You can do that? He always thought talking through a video feed like talking through a phone. It was a one-to-one thing. Saiken rolled his eyes. You shouldn't be so surprised, Naruto. It's the 22nd century, after all. They've made some advancement in technology. Anderson wasn't aware of the small fight going on inside the blonde's head. Yes, Commander, we can do that. Huh. Who did you have in mind? He couldn't think of a lot of people off the top of his head that he would be able to trust with this kind of thing. That was something he needed to correct. I will be one of the contacts. Naruto nodded his acknowledgement. He knew Anderson, he could trust him. Now there just needed to be one more. Before he could even turn to look at him, Udina stood up and said, I can't be a part of this officially, so I cannot be one of the contacts. I recommend someone else in the military structure. Hackett? Suggested Naruto, thinking of the admiral he had met on Thesha. The man seemed competent and responsible. He had been in charge of making sure he woke up properly, after all. Both men nodded in agreement. The man was solid and knew how to keep a secret. Yes, he will do, Udina agreed. We will brief him and get in contact with you so he knows that what we're telling him is the truth. Sir, a voice coming from his computer said, Mr. Gurs Vicarian is coming up to your office. I've tried stopping him but... It's alright, he said. I will handle this. He turned off the intercom and looked at Naruto. No one can know that you're alive. As much as he wanted to disagree and let Gurs in on the secret, Naruto also knew that he was telling the truth. If Gurs found out, it would mean the rest of the team would be clued in, followed by the crew, and then somebody would spill it to the media, putting him back out into the open. He couldn't have that. He needed to stay in the shadows. So he nodded and said, It's time to play the game. As the door opened and they were distracted, he leapt up and over the wall, the same way he got in. They really need to think about putting in ceilings, he thought to himself as he crouched in the shadows. It was just too easy to get in that way. He watched Gurs stride angrily in. The Turian's eyes turned his way, and he was gone before he could fully be seen. He walked lightly amongst the Prothean ruins, trying to sound quiet than a mouse. It was a little hard to that when every noise that he made sounded thunderous in comparison. This was his third ruin in the Attican Traverse and the first one that hadn't already been looked through by archaeologists. That meant there was a mess he had to pick his way through and his step had to be careful. His flashlight was the only thing that was keeping him from being completely in the dark. The beam pinned to his jacket showed him how to move down the steps. Said steps were riddled with rubble. One wrong step and he would be falling down them hard. Finding a good place to step down to was getting trickier the further he went down. The only thing worse than this will coming back up, he muttered to himself. Or, knowing your luck, you'll find some kind of elevator that'll take you right back to the entrance, Kurama suggested. I don't think I'm that lucky, Fox, he replied, stepping over a boulder like rubble down to the next step. His foot almost slipped, and he had to grab hold of the rubble to not fall. See? You'll live. Keep moving. He kept going down the steps carefully. I hope that this is worth it. Not finding anything at the bottom of this place is really going to piss me off. The fox grinned. Kinda like the day you sprinted back to Konoha for ramen only to find that Ichiraku was closed? That had not been a fun day. When his team finally caught up with him, he was still standing in front of the closed store with tears close to falling down his face. This is different, Fox, and you know it. Yes, there's no ramen, Shikaka said with a sniggering smile. The other Biju rolled their eyes at the tanuki, even though they knew that it was coming. How about we hope and pray there's no tribesmen waiting for us outside of this ruin? Isabu suggested. I can work with that, Naruto replied. The tribe had tried to catch him just as he was arriving at his first ruin. The only way he had been able to escape was by joining a tour into the ruins and using a henge. He knew that they were waiting for him outside, so he had used one of the toads to hide out. That was his first time hiding in the stomach of a toad. He hoped to Kami it was an experience that he would get used to. But it also made him wonder about what would come in the future. How am I going to fend off both the tribe and the Akatsuki while hunting for whatever it is I'm supposed to find? He asked. You're also supposed to be finding a way of gutting the tribe and the Akatsuki so they can't survive, Koko reminded. Priorities, Koko. I've gotta start somewhere. He might as well start with the ruins since he got that first. Kurama huffed in exasperation. Gaki, if you truly have to ask that kind of question, that means you're getting slow. I'm very disappointed that you haven't considered your usual solution. What's that? Asked a curious Matatabi. He clones the shit out of it. Sorry, what? She asked. He's talking about the Kagebunshin, Naruto told the Nibi. Oh, I see. And for the record, I have thought about it, Kurama. So haven't you used it? Well, for one, I'm deep inside a ruin. There's not much use for it here. His flashlight showed the bottom of stairs were near. He leapt from one side down to the next. And what about once you're out there? Not sure yet, he answered, steadying his feet, still figuring it out. He made it to the bottom without major injury and continued on. His flashlight showed him that there was only one way to go, and that was forward. Man, these Protheans didn't really have any kind of decorating style, did they? He asked aloud as he for the nearby door. You're saying this after 50,000 years since it was last inhabited, at the least, Sun pointed out. It was a wonder that the structure as a whole was still standing strong on the outside. Everywhere he looked he saw rubble and debris covering all sense of style. Matatabi saw the same thing but took note of something else. That's not the only thing. There's something else to it, something grim. The blonde heard the hesitation in her voice, and he stopped at the door. What do you mean? He asked. I'm not exactly sure, but... He didn't like it when they paused. But? He asked, prompting her to keep going. But this place does not feel like it was a part of any settlement. It feels more like it was a prison. He looked at the door and considered her words. If what she said was true, what lay beyond that door would not be pretty. There was an idealized notion about the Protheans that the galaxy had. It was a notion that they were an empire once that stretched across the galaxy. Following that same vein, it was generally believed that they were the ones who constructed the mass relays before vanishing mysteriously. They were considered to be people of great wisdom and mystery. But no one ever considers the other side of things. The Protheans might be wise, but they also had great military might. If they had that might, they would have enemies. There would be war between them and those enemies. If any enemies were caught, they would be thrown into prisons so to be tortured, information taken from them, often with bloody force. And their torturers would stand over their broken bodies, uncaring and unsympathetic to their pain. In their eyes, it was nothing less than they deserved for what they had done. If they had only cooperated, given the info needed, the pain they were suffering would be less. He knew these facts all too well. He hadn't just fought on the front lines during the war. Tsunade had also sent him to Ibiki and Anko so he could learn how to get information. The first time he had witnessed them and the torture corps go to work on a prisoner, he was so sickened that he was tempted to make them stop. But he held his peace and his tongue, watching them torture the man to an inch of his life. He didn't stop them because the man they were torturing was one he had found raping a woman, cutting scars into her skin while she wept. The man was a monster who had enjoyed what he had done. Naruto had no qualms stopping him from getting what he deserved. But that didn't mean he enjoyed watching it. He stayed for the entirety of it, and when the man finally screamed out what they needed to know, he left the room and hurled his guts out against the wall. Ibiki was the one who found him there. The man didn't give him any grief about his throwing up. He only said, "It's a bad job, what we have to do. But we have to do it because no one else will." The longer Naruto had stayed with the torture corps, the longer he understood who they were. They weren't monsters. They were people who had to do the nasty job that no one else wanted. By the end of the day, they all went home to something that comforted them. He learned this from Anko when they shared drinks after a long session with one of the captured prisoners. When she was done, she left to go relax by, in her own words, having wild jungle sex with the man who manages to love me for me, in spite of what I do. He never asked her who that person was, figuring that was her own business, and it wasn't his to pry. When he found a completely worn-out Irika the next day and the man said his girlfriend had a bad day at work, Naruto made the connection. He wished he hadn't. Were the Protheans the same kind of people? Would they be torturers of prisoners who needed the information they had? Or were they the kind who tortured people because they liked it? There's only one way to find out, Naruto, he told himself. And that's walking through that door. So, what was he waiting for? He pushed open the door and stepped through. On the other side wasn't another corridor like he had expected but an entire hall. He was on the 3rd floor, and when he looked over the rail, the way down looked rather high. Getting down might have been a problem since both ways were filled with so much rubble, he wouldn't be able to traverse them. But he was a shinobi. He could get out of situations like this easily. He leapt over the rail and planted his feet on the side, channeling chakra through them. A quick walk down and he swung onto the 2nd floor. The floor had less rubble than the one above, but it still made getting around potentially difficult. He took a quick look around all the same to see if there was a path he could traverse without killing himself. He saw the cells in the walls, their bars still holding despite years of rust. When the Protheans built things to last, they built things to last. He kept his flashlight away from inside the cells. He didn't want to know what remained inside there. He didn't find a way through the debris to find a way down. He planted his feet on the railing again and went down to the 1st floor. His landing on the old floor was almost silent, but to his ears it sounded thunderous. The sound echoed up into the black ceiling and came back down. He froze in place, instinctively looking for places to hide away from enemy soldiers. He found such a spot, behind a support column holding up the 2nd floor. He started for it, only to stop himself. "Calm down, Naruto," he said to himself, focusing on his breathing. It had gone silently still, and he worked it back up to audible level. "You're not in the war anymore. You're not supposed to be hiding from the enemy. You're in an old ruin looking for information." "You alright there, Naruto?" asked Saiken. "Does he look alright?" Shikaku asked back. "No, he doesn't. He looks like he's about to bolt." "I'm good. I'm good," their Jinchuriki assured them. "I just had a brief return to the war. Sorry about that." "Well, so long as you're fine," said the Ichibi. "Naruto," Gyuki said to him, "look to the wall in front of you." He looked at the wall and saw the hooks jutting out from it. He moved closer to them for a better look. There were 4 hooks to a set, with each set spaced out so they couldn't touch each other. 2 of the hooks were placed low in the wall while the other 2 were higher up and closer to each other. The hooks themselves weren't dangerous looking. Actually, the more he looked at them, the more he couldn't call them hooks. They weren't supposed to be shaped like hooks. They had been broken into hook shape. The pointed end was jagged and rough, not in the shape it would need to be to pierce skin. If he imagined the hooks as a closed loop, he saw them as a means of restraint, but restraint against what? Wait. There was something in the positioning of the hooks that he recognized. He turned around and stepped against the wall. The higher hooks came between his neck perfectly. All that would be needed to stop him from pulling away would be a strap across the neck. He looked down at the lower hooks. They were close to his wrists. He could move them around unless there were chains stopping him. He knew then what the hooks were. He stepped away and looked at them again. Only this time, he saw the humans strapped and chained inside them. The Protheans probably stood where he stood now, watching them trying to get out of their chains. He looked at the other wall, and through the debris he could see the other hooks. He looked up and saw how the cells could be seen from down here. If that was true, then the people in the cells could have easily seen the prisoners down here. The base floor was where they made examples of bad prisoners. The others would watch as the shackled prisoners get beaten and tortured. They would see the pain, hear it being given, and listen to the sounds of screaming, pleading, anything to make the pain stop. It must have been a way to convince them that rebelling wasn't a good idea. "Now I'm glad that it's been 50,000 years since this place was last occupied," he said. "Why's that?" asked Isabu. "There's no smell of blood and death in the air." "You're not smelling hard enough," Kurama told him bluntly. "Even if there was only a hint of it, the smell was there." "I know. It's a conscious choice for me." There was another door at the end of the hall. He kept his flashlight on it as he quickly walked over to it. It was opened only an inch. He reached down into that crack, fingers brushing past all the hardened dirt, and gripped the other side tightly. He breathed in deeply and pushed the door open. The thing was heavy and did not go up willingly. When he got it up high enough for him to step through, he did, and then let go. It stayed in place. He had a way out now. He went through the corridor and found another door. This one was open enough for him to crawl through quickly. He came out into a room that was just as big as the one he had left. But this wasn't a prison cell. With all the rusted slabs, machines hanging over said slabs, and the amount of what he assumed were security cameras up in the air, this place looked more like a lab. What the hell was going on here? He asked as he walked slowly through the area. Is this place a prison or a lab? If these two places are in the same structure, it's a lab, Sun declared. Lab beats prison every time. Look, Komi, I said, looking to the far back. There are computers there. They were computers in only the basic sense of the words. They looked more oblong than flat screens, spreading out further than the computers he had seen. There weren't any keyboards that he could. And above all else, the computers were off. He took in all these facts as he stared at the computers. Could it be as easy as plugging it in? He asked himself. Just once, please? Go ahead and try it, Isaba suggested. He went around the back and checked the wall. There was a socket in the wall and a corresponding plug lying on the ground. And your luck strikes again, Kurama declares drily. All he would have to do is plug the plug in. Funny, furball, very funny, Naruto said just as drily. There's probably not even a power source left in the structure. Still, he reached down, sneaking his hand behind the desk. The plug was within reach and he could put it in the socket. There was a humming sound in the air, weak at first but quickly gaining strength. He pulled back and saw the computers were coming to life. The oblongs went from black to blue to green, blinking rapidly. Strings of strange-looking characters started moving across the screens. They moved anywhere they could across the screen, up, down, diagonally. He was fairly certain that some of them were doing loops. Is this normal? He asked. Do we look like tech people to you? Sun asked him. I had to ask somebody. We haven't even touched a computer. Well, sorry. The strings finally came to a stop and the screen settled for a cobalt blue color. The center screen had 4 strings of the characters, each string lined horizontally. It stayed like that as the blonde continued to stare at it. I think it's on now, Kurama said. I can see that. And I see another problem, Saiken added. You don't know how to read Prothean. He wasn't too concerned about that. That's not a concern. He pulled out a small book from his coat pocket. I've got this. How to Translate Prothean into the Modern-Day Languages, 39th edition. Read off, Kurama. You actually bought that? Of course I did. Why wouldn't I? I thought the tour guide had it out as a joke. He scoffed at the idea. Why else would they have it out at the end of the tour? They need to seduce people to join their profession somehow. He had noticed the book and quickly bought it before hiding inside the toad. The fox had no argument against that. But he knew, just as well as the blonde knew, that he wasn't the best when it came to solving problems like this. I hope you've got a lot of paper and pens, he said. Your translations are going to take a while. Thanks for the vote of confidence. You know it's true. Kurama, let him work, Matatabi admonished the fox. He leaned against the desk, flipped the book open, and went to work. The translations came slow, and what he was looking wasn't all on the same page. Time moved on without him as he kept translating. By the time he could translate what he was able, his hand was cramping. Ow, 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 he groaned, shaking the cramp out. Well, I think I got it. Well, what is it? Shikaka asked him. He looked at the translation he had written out on the paper. If I did it right, the first string is the security cameras, the second strings are the logs, and the third, I think, is about research. And the fourth? Asked Sun. He frowned down at that translation. That had been the most difficult, and as a result, it was the most incomplete. Not sure, but it might have to do something with the power. Oh great, it only took you 2 hours to write it all out, Kurama remarked with enough dryness to fill a desert. He sighed in exasperation. Cut me some slack here, Fox. I'm working with a dead language for the first time. We're probably lucky that it only took me 2 hours to make a very rough translation. Try the research, Naruto, Matatabi suggested. He touched the string of code and it multiplied into many strings that engulfed the screen. He saw so many characters on the screen, it almost engulfed his eyes. Oh boy, he muttered. This was going to take a lot longer. Still, like the fox said, that's what the Kage Bunshin Jutsu was for. And it took him and 2 clones 3.5 hours to write the complete translation. At the end of it, his hand was really cramping. Add to the fact that he was feeling it for 2 clones as well, and it was a wonder he could still feel his hand. Ow, 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 he groaned, flapping his hand to get the cramp out. Focus on the work, that'll take your mind off the pain, Kurama told him. He grumbled obscenities at the fox as he turned his attention to what he had translated. The more he read, the more he forgot about the pain in his hand. Son of a bitch! He swore at the end. Bad? The fox asked him. That's putting it lightly. He glared at his translations like he wanted them to burn right there in his hands. Talk to me, get it out of your system. This place is a prison and a lab, we got that much right. We just never asked what kind of prison it was supposed to be. It's a prison, Shikaka said, that's pretty self-explanatory. It's not just any kind of prison. They were keeping chakra users here. They were experimenting and torturing them, trying to figure out how it worked and how to get it themselves. Basically, everything that the tribe wanted to do to him, the Protheans had already done. Oh, okay, I'll stop talking now. Yeah, that's probably for the best, Isabu agreed without a hint of sarcasm. The Ichibi was liable to bury himself in his own words if he kept talking. At least this way he was stopping himself before it got worse. Gyuki kept his focus on what was written down. Was there any success? I don't know, Naruto said, looking down the paper. He already knew the information since he had written it, but it also helped him when he looked down and read it for himself. It doesn't say anything about that. Looks like the work stopped halfway. Why? I'd guess that either the prisoners revolted or the Reapers found them. He was more partial to the former since it gave him the hope that the prisoners got free. The more he read his translation, his eyebrows furrowed. Huh? What? Why are you saying huh? Asked Sun. I could be reading this wrong. How could you be reading it wrong? You wrote it. Well, we are talking about Naruto, Kurama remarked casually, too casually to be authentic. Shut up, furball, the blonde in question said. As I was saying, I could be reading this wrong, but it looks like the Protheans were planning to attack a human stronghold in a nearby system, bringing back more prisoners. What system? Komi asked. The Xad system, he answered, I think. If the Kabutomushi could frown, it would have done so. I don't remember a system called that. 50,000 years will change the names of systems, Matatabi pointed out. It's probably named something else entirely now. Either way, that's where I'm going next, Naruto decided. If I can find the ruins of that stronghold, I might be able to figure out the human side of this. But we don't even know which system it is now, Koko reminded him. The translation also didn't mention how far away the system was. Naruto could be looking for a needle in a haystack that was huge. And what planet it will be, Sun added. Once they got to the system, they would have to find the right planet, and that could take even longer to do. If anyone has a better idea, I'm all ears, he said to his tenants. They all fell silent, except for Kurama. How's this for an idea? Instead of you rushing off without any idea of what you're looking for, you go to someone who actually knows this stuff and get their help. It was a good idea. But he had a bad feeling about who he had to go see. Who'd you have in mind? Who do you think? No. Absolutely not, he said immediately. We're not going to her. Do you know anyone else who is knowledgeable in Protheans? Of course I do. That you know well and will keep your being alive a secret? He stopped before he could answer. They didn't need to hear him say the word. They already knew the answer. He didn't know anyone else who could help him with this. It's a bad idea, he said instead. You really don't have a choice, unless you want to waste hours trying to translate all these Prothean characters? He growled and looked back at the computer. All those figures were still foreign to him. His hands still hurt from the cramp. And this was just one of the options he picked, on one planet in one system. If he kept this up at his level of understanding, it would take too long. They would need her. He sighed in defeat. I hope she can keep this secret. Come now, Naruto, Matatabi told him. You know Liara. You can trust her. I know. But she thinks I'm dead. He activated his Omni tool and aimed it at the computers. What are you doing? Sun asked him. Seeing if I can download all of this so she can see it, he replied, searching through the thing's settings. If she saw all of it, it would make things a lot easier for him. There's an app for that? I thought there was an app for everything, Shikaka remarked. If that was the case, the tribe wouldn't be after Naruto to figure out chakra, Saiken said. They could just download the app. Very, very funny, the human in question said drily. He found what he was looking for and activated it, pointing his Omni tool at the computers. It took a couple of minutes, and they felt longer just by how empty the lab felt around him. Got it, he declared when it was finally done. Good. Now get going, Kurama told him. I'm going, relax? He stepped away from the computers and took one look around the place. Would you look at that? He said with heavy sarcasm. No elevator. The QB huffed. So he was wrong one time. Just get moving. He sat in the back corner of a bar, watching the rest of the people go about their business. The bar didn't stand out by being seedy and rundown or high class and expensive. It was just a bar, one of many. It even had an ordinary name, Kuranas. He was on one of the older colony planets inside Turian space. He wasn't there for the ruins since there weren't any. Dodging both the tribe and the Akatsuki was quickly becoming a full-time job. Trying to find 50,000-year-old ruins at the same time almost made it impossible. He was forced to go with the Fox's suggestion and, in its own words, clone the shit out of it. Both groups were chasing his clones all over the galaxy. But he also made use of it to make things easier on him. While some clones were simply for provoking the chase, others were actually searching for the ruins and the answers they might hold. From the information they were sending back to him, there was a picture beginning to form inside his mind of what happened. It wasn't a solid picture, calling it rough would be too much. If he was being honest, all he had were clues and pieces of information that formed the beginnings of a picture. In any event, the reason he was sitting in the bar was because the Alliance had finally got in contact with him after a week and a half of silence. Both Hackett and Anderson told him that the agent inside Akatsuki was finally able to make contact with him. They directed him to this planet and told him to wait at Karanas for the agent to make contact. He got to the bar 2 hours ago and spent the time looking like he was nursing a drink. But not a drop ever went past his lips to his throat. He wanted to stay sober for this. So, you think the agent is going to show up any time, or are we going to be bored out of our minds with the waiting? Shikaka asked. If you're going to be bored, keep it to yourself, Naruto replied as he watched the crowd around him. They only gave passing glances. That was good. He wanted it to stay like that. The bar was steadily getting busier as time went on. Happy hour must be close approaching. And why would I do that? I don't want to get carried out of here because I look like I'm having an argument with myself, okay? Alright, fine. But this agent better hurry it up. You got better things to do? Kurama asked him scornfully. He glared at the fox. Pardon me if I don't like to people watch. Well, looks like that's about to change, Saiken declared. Someone's coming right this way. Naruto could see the person in question coming towards him in a coat that covered the entirety of the body. But he saw a slight swish in the hip and he knew that only a woman could manage to pull that off in a coat. He watched her come closer until she stood at his table. Can I trouble you for a drink? She asked. What do you like? He asked back. Inwardly, he was thinking. The voice was muffled, but it was definitely a woman's. But there was something else to it. It sounded familiar. He just couldn't place it. Anything that has a good burn, she told him. He gestured at the other side of the booth. Sit down. She did quickly, checking the bar. She saw nothing looking at them and almost sagged down in relief. She looked his way. It's good to see you again, sir. Sorry, do I know you? He couldn't see her face. It was engulfed in enough shadows to hide the details from him. She seemed like a complete stranger to him. Oh, right. She reached up and pulled down the hood. The light above them revealed her face to him. He was astounded. Quan Misli? He couldn't help but ask. She nodded. Her hair might be cut short and colored bright neon red, but he knew those amber eyes. He had seen them both warm with laughter when the team relaxed and hard with seriousness when it was mission time. I heard you took out Saren and Sovereign. He quickly came out of shock and went into anger. What the hell are you doing here? I thought you died. He did his best to keep his voice lowered, but his temper made it audible. A few people looked their way but did nothing. She didn't react visibly. I know and I am sorry. The Akatsuki extracted me on Vermeer. Kaden? He asked. He probably shouldn't have asked, not since he was already getting a bad feeling in his stomach. She shook her head. They killed him to make my extraction easier. A growl bubbled up from the bottom of his throat. That was something they were going to pay for, he would make sure of it. He wanted to direct some of the anger onto her, but it only took one look from her to make him see that she felt guilty about what happened to Kaden. Anger against her wouldn't do anything. So he took a moment to breathe in and let his anger go, at least for the moment. So, he finally said, you're the agent inside Akatsuki? Yes, I am, she said with a nod of her head. An Asari waitress came up to them. What can I get you too? She asked them. Her Omni tool was opened and she looked ready to type. Got any fire ice? Quan Misley asked. We do. I'll take a glass. Naruto looked at his still mostly full drink. I'm good, he told the waitress. All right then, she said, putting the Omni tool down and walking away from them. He waited for her to be out of earshot before he spoke again. He drank some, making sure anyone could see that he had. What exactly does the Akatsuki want with me? He asked the hunter sitting across from him. They want you to be a part of their war with the tribe. The general thought is that you'll be the factor that will make them win. He frowned. That can't be it. If that was there was to it, why would they chase after him like he had a prince on his head? If that's it, why are they chasing? They think that if they come to you and ask, you would refuse just because of their name. You're damn right. But still, that can't be it. She checked the bar again. We're not just fighting the tribe. I've heard things that have been done by the Akatsuki. That was never good when someone said something like that. It also meant he would need to know what happened. Like what? He asked her. Have you heard about the Izo accidents by Eldfelashland back in 2170? No. There was a pained look in her eyes as she started to explain. Eldfelashland Energy is a company that deals in mining and distribution. In 2170, they suffered accidents over human colonies, causing Izo dust to fall down on those colonies. There were more children born with Izo and also birth defects because of that. And the Akatsuki was responsible for it. He was disgusted by what he heard. And he could tell that wasn't the only thing that they've done. Should I know about anything else they've done? She shook her head slightly. No. You just need to know that they want to get humanity to the center of the galactic stage by any means necessary. He scoffed. That was already a given. The waitress came back with the hunter's drink, setting it down on the table and leaving without looking back. The fire ice was a dark red color with one large, spherical ice cube floating in the middle. Quan Misley picked up the drink and took a sip of it. He watched her as her body shuddered in a way that caught the eye. That's got to be one hell of a drink to make her shudder like that, Sun declared. That might be true, but he wasn't interested in that. So, what have you got for me? He asked when she put the glass down. What do you mean, sir? You're here, talking to me, so I have to assume that you've got something that I could use against the Akatsuki. She didn't give him any kind of visible reaction, but her hand did dip into her coat. She pulled out an OSD. I've got this, she told him, keeping it in her hand. It's a list of Akatsuki locations, labs, armories, training grounds, and such. Is it the entire list? He asked her. She shook her head. No, just what I could find without being suspicious. He looked at the OSD in her hand. It fit in her palm just enough so that it wouldn't fall out of it. It was so small but held information that could be worthwhile. It was funny how that was. But still, the amount she didn't have was possibly staggering. It's not going to be enough, he told her. She scowled. I thought better of you, Commander. This isn't me trying to sell you this. This is all that I've got from them. There's no more. He scowled back her. I thought you knew me better than that, Quan Misley. I wasn't talking for myself. If there's more, the Alliance will want it all. If one thing is left out, the Akatsuki could use that to escape and disappear. He wasn't going to let that kind of thing happen, not when he was on them. I know what the Alliance wants. This is me showing that I can get it. But you run the risk of getting caught more and more. She got a stubborn look in her eyes. It's part of the job. They glared at each other, wanting the other to back down from their words. But they both knew it wasn't very likely to happen. There's got to be another way, the shinobi thought to himself. Like what? You having her destroy the Akatsuki from the inside? Shikaka asked in rhetorical sarcasm. But even though it was a sarcastic question, it made Naruto pause. An idea started to form in his mind. He mused as he thought it over. I don't like the sound of that, Kurama declared. He knew that when he heard something like that, bad and very crazy things were sure to follow. You're planning something. What is it? I've got an idea. That's not reassuring. What are you planning? Take it easy, Kurama, Saiken told the fox. You're beginning to panic. This is not me panicking, Saiken. This is me knowing full well that something is going to happen that's going to be crazy to say the least. You think it's bad when he improvises? You know I can hear you, right? Naruto asked him. Of course I know. How else am I going to make sure that the others know you are dangerous when you are actually planning? He's overreacting, people. Ignore him. Do you have a plan? Matatabi asked him. I do, he said to Kwanmizli. Hold on to that data for now. She was confused. She thought that he would take it and bring it to the Alliance. But now he was telling her to hold on to it. Why am I doing that? She asked. I have an idea, one where we get all the information from the Akatsuki without them ever catching on. The idea in his head was a simple one, but the more he thought and talked about it, the more complicated he saw it becoming. But that didn't stop him from continuing to think on it. She leaned in so she could hear him better. What did you have in mind? We give the Akatsuki exactly what they want, me. Now she was even more confused. I don't understand. The Akatsuki wants to use me to end the tribe? Fine, we'll let them get me. But in doing so, they're going to leave themselves open to the both of us to look around for information to give to the Alliance. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. The man had to be insane. She knew that they were stories about how unpredictable Naruto Uzumaki could be, but what he was suggesting right now sounded like something a madman would say. No one would want the Akatsuki to catch them, but here he was, suggesting that he let it happen, just so they could get inside easier. How do you plan on doing it? She asked him. Don't know yet, he admitted. I'll have to work it on as I go. There's the Naruto I know, Kurama declared. He felt much more at ease when the blonde admitted that he would improvise the plan. It was more like him. And love, replied Naruto. You're supposed to add and love to that. Why would I love your puny ass? I just have to live with you. Commander, how are you planning to make this idea of yours work if you're making it up as you go? Kwanmizli asked him with more than a hint of disbelief. She was well aware of her unit's own personal motto, but she knew the benefits of a proper plan. He could hear the disbelief in her voice. She didn't believe that he could do what he was saying would happen. That happened a lot with people who didn't know him well. The ones who did know him, they would either get out of the way or help him adapt the plan when needed. Still, she was going to help him. He couldn't leave her completely in the dark. We're only going to give me to the Akatsuki when I say we do, he told her. We're working on my timetable, not theirs. That sounded better to the hunter, but it also raised some questions. She looked at the blonde, trying to understand what it was that he would be doing in that time. He didn't hold the eye contact. In fact, he acted like it wasn't there to begin with. He acted as if they were just two people at a bar. He took a swing of his drink seemingly, but the amount of alcohol in the cup barely dipped. She ran through some possibilities. Whatever Naruto was doing, it had to be time critical if he was going on his own timetable. Or it could be distance critical. She had known that the Akatsuki had been going after him ever since they discovered he was still alive. But those attempts to grab him were never on the same planet. She hadn't known he would be here on this planet until she was told to meet him. But the strange thing was that every planet that the Akatsuki and the tribe found him on always had some kind of ruin. Naruto, she's trying to figure you out, Gyuki said in warning. I know. I can see it, he replied. Are you going to do something about it? Of course I am. He took another sip of his drink, keeping the image up for anyone watching. Do you trust me, Kwanmizli? I do, Commander, she answered instantly. If she didn't know any better, she would have been insulted by the question. He nodded in appreciation. Then trust me and trust in the fact that the Akatsuki will get me. But it's going to be on my terms and my goals. She didn't say anything. She just nodded and finished the rest of her drink. Thane Krios? Asked Naruto as he looked at the Drell in the alleyway. The assassin looked at him, his eyes unflinching. Yes? He asked. I'd like to hire you. He was quiet, staring at him with an analytical eye. Naruto knew what he was doing. He was sizing him up. He shouldn't have expected anything less from one of the best assassins in the business. It was because of how good he was that both Hackett and Liara had recommended him when Naruto said that he wanted to get some help who could also help him in a firefight and be discreet all the while. Finally, he said, Who am I killing? No one, said Naruto. He frowned, which looked like he only slightly furrowed his eyebrows. If you are not here to want someone dead, you have no business hiring me. All the same, I'd like to hire you. Do you need someone dead? This is about to get repetitive, the blonde thought to himself. The only way he was going to get around that was if he was direct. I want to hire you as a helper. He still frowned, unsure of what that word meant. The man wanted a helper? What did that mean? He was not some servant who would clean up a brat's mess. He looked at the man and tried to find what made him say such a thing. He looked young, but he didn't have an air of arrogance that came with youths. If anything, he would say that he had an air of experience that only veterans could have. But that couldn't be. He was too young to be a veteran. He took in the appearance of the man. His blonde hair was messy but did not spill over from his head. In fact, it looked like parts of it had been sawed off to prevent it from getting too messy. The whisker-like marks on his face didn't look like they were carved onto his face. They looked like they belonged there. The clothes he wore were in shades between gray and black that looked as if they came off a retail rack. If the man tried, he could probably disappear in a crowd. But there was something about him that would make that almost hard. Thane didn't know what it was exactly, but there was something about the human, something that seemed to say that whatever the human said, he would do, and he would not stop until it was done. Depending on the person, that was either a good thing or a bad thing. The more he examined the man, the more he found that he did not seem evil. Such things could be hidden and hidden quite well. But it wasn't his place to find that part out. For now, the man was offering to hire him, and there were details that needed to be cleared up. What do you mean by helper? He asked. I need someone who can help me in a fight, lend a hand in my explorations, and generally help me keep my own ass out of the fire, which is going to be really close at all times. You interested? He considered the offer. It was plausible, and it didn't sound like there would be intentional deaths involved. You do not plan to kill anyone? He asked. Only in my own defense, the human answered, and yours if you agree. Very well, he finally said. I accept. The human smiled widely. Great, I was hoping you'd say that. Maybe it was his enthusiasm, but Thane felt a little put off. No one should be happy or glad that they hired an assassin. There is the matter of payment, he said, trying to keep the meeting still businesslike. Ah, yeah, that. Do you have a flat rate, or does the price go up the more danger you find yourself in? Despite his enthusiasm and his happiness, the human was not naive to the ways of business. That was good. All I will need to know right now is if you will be able to pay the amount I ask for. I would need to know an amount to answer that, Thane. Is it just one number, or do I need to know about a starting number? He asked insistently. It will be a starting number, the Drell answered. Okay, good to know. Come on, we'll discuss it as we walk. He turned from the alley and stepped out into the street. The Drell was puzzled but still followed him out. They had made a deal and he would stay with it. Naruto was hiding out in an apartment whose occupants were out on vacation. He knew they were out because he heard them talking about it and trailed them back to the apartment. He hid until they left, coming out of the closet as they went out the front door, ignoring the joke from Shikaku. He sat at their dinner table with all of the notes and information he had collected spread out in front of him. How's it coming? Saiken asked. It's coming, he replied, keeping his voice low. He wasn't sure how thin the walls were around him, and he didn't the neighbors to try and figure out who was in the apartment. Did the information you got recently helping any? Questioned Matatabi. Some. It was a good thing that Thane had seen it when it did. The Drell wasn't with him at that moment. Instead, he was with one of his clones. They had done the swap when the Drell wasn't looking, something that took a little doing considering how good the assassin was. He looked at one piece of information in particular, frowning as he read. It was from one of the ruins he found untouched. It hadn't been a Prothean ruin, which would explain why it was untouched. To his great surprise, he had found that it was a ruin made from humans. He was able to peel the information out of a computer that looked modern despite being 50,000 years old. What it had to say was something he was still having trouble believing. It was a report about if both humans and Krogan rebels had managed to successfully attack the Prothean Empire. While it was surprising to read about Krogan operating in the time of the Protheans, it was even more surprising to read the same Krogan had chakra. What's more, they were apparently the ones who taught to an emerging humanity. This almost seems unbelievable, he remarked. It's right there on the paper, Isabu pointed out to him. I know that, but it's still hard to believe. Krogan teaching humans how to use chakra? He said the fact aloud, trying to see if it made better sense there. It sounds like something out of a story. Are you going to treat it like a story? I'm tempted, but the evidence is right here. Krogan used chakra right alongside humans. While this all admittedly strangely fascinating, said Shikaku, perhaps we could focus on another important thing? What's that? How exactly are you going to get inside the Akatsuki? He paused in his reading. The Tanuki had raised a good point. I'm still working on that. What do you have planned? You were just going to let them grab you. It was an idea that had merit to it. That's not a bad idea. It's a lousy idea, he said, almost shouting it. Then why did you suggest it? Shikaku actually huffed at him. You mean to tell me that you didn't think it was a lousy idea right away? Come on, Naruto. We all know you're better than that. He probably should have realized that it was a bad idea right away. His attention was still focused on the paper in front of him. He realized that he was about to be involved in a talk that would need his full attention. So he put the paper down on the table. All right, what makes it a lousy idea? That just made the Tanuki even grumpier. I'm not going to hold your hand through this, Naruto. You need to figure out how to use that brain of yours. Hey, the only one who gets to insult the Gaki like that is me, Kurama said warningly at Shikaku. Watch what you say. Naruto couldn't help but smile a little at those words. Despite how they argued with each other, the Kyuubi would be a bit protective of him. He was the same if someone insulted the fox or any of his tenants. Appreciate the love, Kurama, he said. The fox rolled his eyes but didn't deny it. Well, you heard the Tanuki, Gaki. Use your brain to figure out why the idea's lousy. He chose to think on it rather than reply. At first glance, getting caught by the Akatsuki seemed the ideal thing. They wanted him, and he wanted to make sure they get destroyed. But the thing was, he knew what he wanted to do with the whole idea. He didn't know what the Akatsuki wanted from him. He was a cynical kind of person with experience. The Akatsuki wanted to kidnap him, so they must have some kind of plan. They're playing a different plan than I am, he finally said. I get kidnapped, who knows what they'll do to me? They're happy? He asked Shikaku. Yes, but you left something out. What? He thought he had covered everything. What did I miss? The fact that you don't have the tightest lips? Asked the Uchibi. Sun gave that a quick thought. Oh, I don't know. I think Arya might have something to say about that. Koko gave him a look. That's not even remotely on topic, Sun. Why did you bring that up? Don't answer, Shikaku said before anything could be said. We need to stay on topic. I agree, Naruto said. Talking about his sex life with Arya was the last thing he wanted to do with the Biju. It was weird enough that they were watching and listening when he slept with the Pirate Queen. And for the record, I do know how to keep a secret. He can, Gyuki agreed. But Shikaku wasn't convinced. We're talking about you getting into the grasp of the Akatsuki when you're planning to gut them. If you're not iron tight, they're going to find you out. What do you want me to do? Have memory loss? He paused as he mentally repeated the question. The more he repeated it, the more it sounded more like an actual idea. That's not bad. What? Matatabi asked. What is it? Shikaku had the answer. We want to make sure I'm not caught by them? I'll lose my memory. Like completely? Komiya asked him. He shook his head. It wouldn't be able to work like that. No, if I lost my memory completely, I might actually buy into what the Akatsuki will try to sell me. If he bought into it, all of this would be pointless. I would have to make it so I lost my memories at a certain point. Aisabu suggested, how about when the Normandy was destroyed? If the last memory you have is trying to escape, it would be a little more plausible. Good idea, Aisabu. Thanks, he said appreciatively. I would have to make it look like I consciously lost my memories but could come to my old self when needed. If that happens and you keep the memories, you run the risk of getting caught, Sun pointed out. You're right. So once the need passes, I would lose all memory of the time. But what would the need be? Asked Aisabu. He thought about that some more. The Sanbai was right. Need could be defined as many things. If he wasn't careful, he could get his memories back at the wrong time. He would have to figure out what his need would be. Quan Misli would probably be in on it, so the need would have to involve her. It would have to be taken care of quickly and it would have to be able to be wiped from any camera feeds watching him at the time. Got it, he finally said. I'll only have the switch when Quan Misli needs to report to me on what she's pulled and sent to the Alliance. You do realize with all this specific memory losing and gaining only in emergencies, There's only one way you're going to be able to make it work, right? Kurama asked him. He didn't know. We're going to need a Yamanaka. You're not going to need just any Yamanaka. You're going to need a damn skilled Yamanaka to pull off something this delicate. And it's not like you can just call Ino from the dead and have her do it for you. He was aware of the fact. This made the idea more complicated, like he had expected it to be. He didn't know any Yamanaka in this time. He would have to be careful, lest he was exposed to the public. I'll figure that out, he finally said. Of course you will. I'll look past that sarcasm for the confidence you've hidden behind it, Kurama. He picked up the paper again. Now, can I get back to what I was looking at? By all means, said the fox. Go right ahead. He kept reading the paper until he reached the end of it. He read it again, just to be sure of what he had read. It was still the same the second time through. Krogan had chakra, he said, wanting to hear it so he knew it was the truth. We already established that, Komiai reminded him. Yes, said Koko, but it is one thing to see it on paper and another to actually see it yourself. Naruto put the paper down in the middle of the mess. He looked at the rest of it all spread out across the table, and felt a little drained. What do you suggest I do, Koko? He asked as he leaned against the couch. Go looking for a Krogan using chakra? Even as he said the words, they sounded ridiculous. Just what you've been doing for the others, go look for ruins made by the Krogan. Tuchenka is a good place to start. He groaned softly. He felt already spread thin with the number of clones he had running around the galaxy. But if there was proof on Tuchenka, he would have to go there and find it. All right, but not right away, he finally said. I want to have a more concrete picture of what happened before I go looking. Oh, hey, said Isabu, brightening up. I just had an idea for your whole memory loss thing. What? Well, you'd have to clue yourself into the fact that something is going on, but you don't want to make it obvious. So, why don't you start recording yourself to tell yourself about what you found and what's going to happen? And then what? I keep the recordings on me the entire time? The turtle shook his head. No. You'd scatter them around the galaxy so when you found one, it would be a coincidence. You know, Isabu's onto something, Gyuki acknowledged. But you would have to leave some of the key recordings where you can find them easily. That way, you won't be scratching your head when you find a random recording and you don't know what the context is. It was a good idea and one he could get behind. There was the risk of other people finding the recordings, particularly the Akatsuki and the tribe, and figuring out what he was doing before he did. That meant he was going to have to be careful where he placed the recordings. Two pieces couldn't be too close to each other. It would probably be best if he kept the distance as one planet to another in each system. He would just have to be careful of what system he went to and what he dropped off. He looked around the apartment. If he did this, he would have to record in places where the details wouldn't give him his location. They would have to be generic as possible. But still, it was a good idea all the same. All right, he decided. I'm in for it. He felt an odd sense of renewal, almost like a second wind. He looked back at the mess of notes and papers, ready to delve into it again. Hey, Thane, Naruto said to the Drell as they walked down a crowded street. Can I ask you a question? You already have, Naruto, the Drell replied simply. While he usually would have kept himself professional while serving an employer, the blonde had been able to make him open up some. In truth, he was beginning to see the human more as a known associate, and possibly a friend, and less as an employer. He gave Thane a droll look. Funny. But in all seriousness, do you know any good thieves? He considered it. He did know thieves, but only in the sense that he was sent after them for stealing something. But there had been the rare occasion where he had gotten to know some thieves professionally enough. Why? He asked. I'm looking for someone who can do some sneaky work for me. He sidestepped a Turian couple, keeping pace with the human. Is what we're doing not enough? It is, but they're already watching us. I need someone who can stay under the radar and do what I need done. If that was needed, he only knew of one person who would be what he wanted. You would need Kasumigato then. Kasumigato, huh? Repeated Naruto as they came off the street into an alley. Is she any good? Have you heard of her? No. That's because she's the best at her profession. You will never know that she has been somewhere until she has stolen something from you. He looked back at Thane, his pace slowing down. Are you just buttering me up for her, or is she really that good? He asked. She is that good, Thane told him. That was just what he needed then. You have any idea how I can get into contact with her? If most people didn't know how to reach her, contacting her might become a little bit of a problem. But the Drell assassin had the answer. I can reach her and get her into contact with you. He was one of the few people who could reach the thief directly. That privilege came from staying on her good side when they worked together a few times. Great. Think nothing of it. I owe you for what you did for me. What? That thing with your son? He asked, genuinely surprised. Come on, Thane. I told you already, I was helping out a friend. And that was another thing that managed to surprise him. The human knew what and who he was. In spite of it, he considered him to be a friend. It was something that he wasn't used to having. Now he knew what that feeling he had about the blonde was. Even so, you helped me a great deal. It wasn't a big deal. He waved it off briefly and let his hand fall to his side. Now then, why don't we get rid of our pest problem? Thane pulled out his rifle and shot the tribesman on the roof above before he could blink. Naruto took care of the other tribesmen on the other side of the alley, shooting the Solarian down with his pistol. The two fell to the ground dead, but that didn't make the human and Drell relax. We should move, Thane said. No doubt there are more of them coming. They had long since learned the tribe and the Akatsuki didn't work in two-man groups. They hurried through the alley, stepping over the dead body. How far away is the port? Naruto asked. He didn't want anyone else caught in this mess. 3 blocks away. We'd better move fast then. They bolted out of the alleyway. Naruto came out of the corner, his kunai ready to slash through a throat. But instead of finding whatever the hell it was stalking him, his kunai was about to pierce through the mask of Aquarian. And it wasn't just any Aquarian either. Tali? He said, lowering the kunai. Commander, that's really you? Tali said back, shock coating her voice. Yeah, it is. He looked past her at the colony. The place was deserted even before he got here. That's when he got the feeling he was being stalked. No matter where he moved, that feeling stayed with him. He didn't see whoever was stalking him, which meant they were very good at it. What are you doing here? What am I doing here? He repeated her question, turning his attention back to her. What are you doing here? This is a human colony. It was one of the older colonies set in the Attican Traverse and was the size of a small town. I've been sent to find Aquarian who was last seen here. He was sent on his pilgrimage, but we lost contact with him. He frowned. Did he have a red hood over his mask? You've seen him? Sorry, I found him in what I think was the supermarket. He hadn't known the body slumped against the counter was Aquarian until he rolled it over. Oddly enough, that was the only body that he had found. She lost the hope in her eyes. He's dead? Yeah, he is. Keela, she said to herself. While it was sad news for her, he wanted to get past that. Tali, you have to leave now, he told her. He looked past her again, trying to see if his stalker was lying in wait. She looked up at him. What sadness that had been in her eyes vanished instantly. Like hell I will. You're supposed to be dead, Naruto. What are you doing here? He didn't see anyone. That didn't mean they weren't out there. Not now, Tali. Get off planet while you can. Not until I get some answers, she said defiantly. We all need to know that you are alive. Where the hell have you been since the Normandy was destroyed? What have you been doing? He knew that her questions came from wanting to know what happened to him. He would have loved to explain it all. But now wasn't the time. Tali, go now. I'm staying right here, she declared, putting her hands on her hips. It seemed like every woman out in the galaxy, no matter the species, knew that pose. He was getting frustrated with her refusal. Cammy, why is she being so stubborn now? He asked redundantly. He looked down at her. There was a brief flicker on her mask. It could have been anything, but the mask was like a mirror, reflecting the buildings behind him. Get down! Why? She asked, only to get grabbed by the shoulders and pulled down roughly. A gunshot cracked over their heads, fading as quickly as it struck. Naruto spun as he fell, throwing the kunai at the building the gunshot came from. It was an easy throw and he saw movement when the kunai struck something. He could have told Tali to stay put, but that would have wasted time that he didn't have. He took off in a sprint, his free hand already reaching for his gun. He fired off 3 shots before he hit the wall and ran up it. As soon as he landed on the roof, he saw his attacker trying to get away. He only saw the back, but he could tell it wasn't like any creature he had seen before. Oh no, you don't, he declared, attacking the creature. The gun was knocked out of its hand and went over the roof's edge. He knocked it to the ground with a lunge and turned it over. He wanted answers. Four eyes burning yellow looked up at him with hate. It was such naked, unrestrained hate with an intensity that made him pause. The creature tried to free itself, trying to claw his eyes out. He leaned back his head to avoid the claws, but it still tried to free itself. He punched it in the face with his gun, but it wasn't stopping. It's getting loose, Gyuki warned Naruto. He already knew that. Even as he was punching the thing, its struggle to get loose was becoming more of a certainty. He still wanted answer, and he wasn't going to let the thing go. What do you want from me? He demanded. The creature didn't reply, choosing to hiss back at him. That's not an answer. Naruto, you're not going to get anything out of it, Sun told him. It gets loose and it'll kill you without missing beat. Kill it now. This thing has been stalking me ever since I landed on the planet. I want to know why. The creature struck him in the side, digging in with the claws. Pain coursed through him from that point, making him breathe out heavily. You son of a bitch! He roared out from the pain. I think Tali heard that, Isaba told him. Worry about her later, Saiken said. Naruto, kill that thing now. He reversed his grip on the gun and put 2 bullets in the creature. It jerked twice, 1 for each bullet, and went limp. He waited to see if it was playing dead, but it didn't move. He took the claw out of his side, hissing at the new wave of pain. He got off and stood up, wanting to look better at the creature. What the hell is this thing? His tenants didn't give him an answer. He wasn't expecting one from them. He heard footsteps on concrete behind him. He turned around, gun at the ready, but it was only Tali landing on the roof from a jetpack. What is that? She asked as the booster fire from her pack died away. You don't know either? He asked. She shook her head. No. How did you know about it? I could feel this guy stalking me throughout the place. That's why I was trying to get you to go away. Her eyes widened in realization. You didn't want me to get hurt. Yeah, he said with a nod. Well, thanks. She looked at him with a hard look. But you're not off the hook. Where have you been? What are you thinking, Naruto? Kurama asked him. He knew that thoughtful look on the blonde's face. It never meant anything good. I'm thinking that I should tell her what's going on, he said in reply. It was either that or he make her forget that she ever saw him. And since he wasn't a Yamanaka, there was only one way to make sure that she didn't remember. It wasn't an option that he wanted to follow through with. The fox didn't object to the idea. Thane and Kasumi were good to have around, but the blonde needed someone he actually knew. She's going to have a hard time accepting all of this. Not if I explain it to her the right way. Shikaku chuckled to himself. I'll be more interested in seeing how you get this past Anderson and Hackett. Naruto didn't see that much of a problem with that. He was able to explain Thane and Kasumi. He could do the same for Tali. She would have an easier time because she had been a teammate before. It's a bit involved, he told the Quarian. It was a fishing question to see if she would bite. She didn't disappoint. I'm waiting to hear it. They're called the Collectors, Liara told Naruto from across the cafe table. To the casual eye, it looked like they were 2 people enjoying the day at one of Ilium's finer cafes. Those eyes wouldn't have known both the human and the Asari had made sure the cafe wasn't bugged, or they weren't being watched. For the added effort, Naruto had put a seal on the underside of their table. It protected their words from getting heard by the wrong people. Naruto put away the picture he showed on his Omni tool. It had been the 3rd collector he had found coming after him. He had trapped it in an underground railroad. He killed it, took a picture, and made sure that it was positioned on the rails so the next train that came through the tunnel would run it over and turn it to dust. What do they do? He asked. They collect. Helpful, Liara, he said with complete dryness. She gave him a look that told him the dryness wasn't appreciated. It's the truth, Naruto. The collectors are known for appearing from nowhere, asking for the most random items, and paying in good tech for it. She made them sound like merchants. They didn't seem like that to him. Why are they coming after me then? She shrugged her shoulders slightly. I don't know. There was something in the way she said those words, quick and emotionless, that got his attention. He looked carefully at her, and saw how she wasn't looking him in the eye. You do know something, he declared. What is it? She didn't answer right away, but his gaze made her speak soon enough. I have heard that the collectors are becoming more and more interested in humanity and chakra itself. There have been rumors that human colonists are disappearing, but there's no evidence to prove it. If that was true, it didn't mean anything good for him. The collectors were looking for chakra, just like the tribe. Now he knew why they were looking for him, just like the tribe was. When it came to chakra, he was the fucking jackpot. Damn it, they're going to be on my tail the entire time now, he groused to himself. This is going to be a problem, Kurama declared without a hint of sarcasm. You're going to have to figure this out, Gaki. Got any ideas? Not a one. He restrained the urge to mentally throttle the fox. It wouldn't do either of them good, and he was supposed to stay incognito. Having an argument seemingly with himself was not the best way to stay incognito. Do you think that they can track Churka's signatures? He asked Liara. I don't know, but it does sound plausible. He cradled his head in his hands. Kami, take it. If they could track his chakra signature, it was no wonder why they were able to find him. You could stop using your chakra, offered Isabu as a solution. Sun shook his head. That's not going to work. Asking a shinobi to stop using his chakra is like asking a nymphomaniac to ignore the naked and willing woman lying on the bed in front of him. Matatabi made a face. Not the example I would have used, but it gets the point across. Besides, he can't stop using his chakra, not with all his clones scattered through the galaxy. That's another thing, Gyuki said. How is it they're not going after the clones? That was right. He hadn't gotten any sudden flashes of memory from any clone. He was being targeted specifically. How did they know how to do that? Did they have that good of a grasp on his chakra signature? All these questions and worries were enough to make his head hurt. If they get involved, this whole thing is going to be blown to pieces, he told Liara. The tribe and the Akatsuki are sure to have known about the collectors, she replied. I'm sure they do, but if the collectors can come after me just by chakra alone. He left the question hanging. They both knew the answer. Is there some way to throw them off the scent? Liara thought about it, pushing her tea away so she could concentrate. The collectors would want Naruto that much they already knew. The plan that he was working on, the full scope of was not told to her, hinged on him only have to deal with the tribe and the Akatsuki. But now there was an additional factor, an unavoidable one. They're going to have to be a part of whatever it is you're doing, Naruto, she finally said. That's not helpful. It's the truth. I know it's the truth, but it's still not helpful. How do I prevent them from finding me while I'm dealing with the tribe and the Akatsuki? There was one way he could make it work. Have them reveal the collectors to you? He thought about the suggestion. It was a good one. If he could make it work just the right way, it would seem much more natural. But the problem would be when to make it happen. If it happened too early, it would be over before he could make any headway. How would he do that? The more he thought about it, the more he came back to the chakra tracking problem. They would find him that way. It would be so easy if he simply couldn't use his chakra. Wait a minute, he thought, stopping at that last thought. What? Saiken asked him. I think I have an idea. Oh boy, said Kurama. Shut up, he told the fox. He looked at Liara. What if I had something placed inside me that stopped me from using my chakra? Would that keep them off my trail? Didn't we already discuss this? Shikaka asked. I could have sworn that we did. I think we were talking about him voluntarily stopping his using chakra, Sun replied. This sounds more like something preventing him from doing it. It'll stop me from using chakra and keep the collectors away, the blonde told them. It could work. It could work, Liara admitted, thinking it over. But you have to figure what you'd put in, who'd do the operation, convincing them to do it, etc., etc. He knew that. He also knew who to talk to for it to happen. The only problem he saw was how it could happen. Don't worry, Liara, he said, standing up from his chair. I've got a handle on it. She looked up at him with concern. Are you sure, Commander? He nodded with confidence. I'll figure it out. He cancelled the seal and walked away. Within seconds, he vanished into the crowd. They're planning what? Naruto asked, staring at Quan Misley through the video feed. They couldn't meet in person, which was quickly becoming normal, so they had to settle for a video feed. He didn't know where she was, but he was hiding out in a warehouse alongside Tali with a storm thundering outside. The Akatsuki leader is planning to give you to the tribe, the hunter said. She kept her voice low and looked constantly to her left like she was making sure no one would come in. It'll happen as soon as you are caught. That was not something he was expecting. He would have thought that the Akatsuki would catch him and force him into joining their fight. They would have him on a silver platter once they found he had lost his memories. But to give him straight to the tribe didn't make sense. He had seen the two groups actually fight each other to get him. He would know since he had caused some of those fights in order to escape. This did not make sense. Why would he want that to happen? He asked her. I'm not exactly sure, she answered. But from what I've heard, it's so they can stage a rescue attempt and bring you into the fold that way. Where are you hearing this? Where I can, Commander, and at great risk, she told him, looking to the left again. I'm not high up in the hierarchy here and I have to be careful. He understood that. It didn't mean he liked it. Be careful, Quan Misli. I'm trying to be. But what are we going to do with this? The only thing we can do, go along with it. You can't be serious. I am. Once he got past the surprise and shock of it all, he could admit that the plan was slightly on the genius side of things. The elusive man probably thought that his being rescued by them would work to their benefit. What he didn't realize just how much Naruto disliked the Akatsuki. We'll just fold it into the plan. That's dangerous, sir. He couldn't help but give a sarcastic chuckle. What part of this isn't? We need to tell Hackett and Anderson about this. No, he said instantly. She didn't why he said no, although her eyes did widen at the surprising forcefulness of his words. Sir, we can't keep this from them. You're already hiding the fact that you plan to purposely lose your memory and stopping chakra use. If we tell them, they'll tell me not to do it. I'm too far gone to pull out of this plan. The roof rattled from the thunder overhead. He glanced up quickly, making sure that the thing wasn't going to come down on his head. What was that? Just a storm that's been raging ever since we landed, he answered instantly. That was beside the point, and they both knew it. We can't tell Anderson or Hackett this plan, Quan Misli. It'll add to the authenticity of it. Well, how are we to be recovered when it's all said and done? She asked him. It's not like we're going to get away with just being arrested. He actually liked the sound of the idea. Why is that? It's plausible. I was kidding, Naruto. But it was still a good idea. If we want to get out safely, the Alliance can just arrest us. For what? She demanded, really wanting to know the answer. I don't know yet, something. He was going to have to come up with a really good one to make it look convincing. Anything else, Quan Misli? He asked the hunter. No, she said with a shake of her head. How are things on your end? I think Tali and I are making headway here. She frowned slightly. He didn't know why she would look that way. She knew who Tali was. Is she going to stay for it all, Commander? Or are you going to cut her loose like you did Thane? When you say it like that, you make it sound like I killed the Drell. You know what I mean, sir. He did. He had ended the business arrangement with Thane, making sure to pay him and thanking him for helping out so much. They had parted as friends. What Thane didn't know was that Naruto ended the arrangement so Kasumi could find the people he would need on his team inside Akatsuki. Thane was ideal for the job, and if anyone caught wind of what it was the thief was doing, his working with the blonde would look even more suspicious than it already was. I don't know if I want to put her on the team just yet. She came into this by accident, and if she wants to leave, it's up to her. But you'd like her to be on board all the same. It'd be nice, but he wasn't going to make Tali stay like that. She ran into me once. If I run into her again and she wants to join, I'll be glad for it. He checked the time on the screen. Look, we're going to have to end the call, Quan Misli. Tali and I are heading to what's supposed to be Aquarian Colony. See if there's any ruins there that'll help my theory. It wasn't just the Krogan he believed had chakra now, the Quarians had it once too. Alright, what's the planet? I'll let you know if there are any Akatsuki patrols coming your way. I think it's called Haestrom. Tell me when you can. He ended the call there, letting his Omni tool disappear from sight. Oh man, I heard all over, Naruto thought to himself as he made his way to the comm tower. He passed by all the security guards he had taken down, feeling sorry for what happened to them. It wasn't something that they had asked for. They became indoctrinated to serve the Reapers. Damn you, Kenson, he cursed the doctor he had been asked to find. Damn you for what you did to these men. He had been asked by Hackett to look for Dr. Kenson in the Bahak system. The Admiral told him that she supposedly had information on the Reapers, and that prompted him to go. He found the good doctor in a Batarian prison and promptly busted her out. When they got free of the place, she told him about what she and her group had been doing, studying Reaper artifacts. She told him the Reapers would soon invade through what she called the Alpha Relay. She and her group were planning to destroy the relay with an asteroid. She offered to take him to the project base inside the very asteroid, and he agreed. But when they got there and he saw the Reaper object was still lying out without any kind of protection, the security team of the project turned on him. It was then he realized that they had been indoctrinated. He tried to fight them off, but they overwhelmed him and knocked him unconscious. When he awoke, he was in the med lab. They didn't think to restrain him. That was their mistake. He broke free and fought his way through the base. As he fought, he first tried to contact the Batarians in the system, and then tried to stabilize the core. The first was interrupted by Kensen, and even though he was successful with the second, she thwarted it with an explosion that killed her and knocked him out. When he came to, the entire asteroid was on a collision course with the Alpha Relay, and he had to escape with his life. The project security were still indoctrinated and tried to stop him from leaving. That was where he was at that moment, trying to reach his friends so they could get him off the asteroid. He reached the relay and was glad to see that it hadn't been destroyed. He was thankful that he had picked up enough technology to know what buttons to push. External comm channel open, the Base 6 announced. That was all he needed. He reached for his own comm. Tali, Jinchuriki, you out there? He asked. They had been following him ever since Kensen had offered to take him here, just in case he needed a way out. We hear you, Uzumaki-senin, replied Jinchuriki. It's about time you responded, Naruto. Tali shouted through the comm. I was getting worried up here. Despite the situation he was in, he chuckled in relief. It's good to hear your voice too, Tali. You haven't been shooting the Geth while I've been gone? Creator Tali has not harmed this platform, Jinchuriki answered. I have not given her any reason to do so. Don't tempt me, she replied. Creator Tali, please put the gun away. We have an agreement. She huffed. Fine. Naruto smiled, knowing full well that she didn't mean it. She had been hostile against the Geth at first, and had tried to shoot it once, which he stopped and got a bullet wound for his trouble. But now, after they had both stood by her side at her trial, she trusted the Geth. Alright, guys. I need a ride out of here now. This asteroid is about to hit a mass relay and I don't want to be on it when that happens. Got it, Naruto, said Tali. We're coming down. Make it fast. Naruto, Isaba said, you might want to look over your shoulder. He did and found himself looking at a giant yellow projection of a Reaper. It floated in the air as if it was better than him. If it had any eyes, he was sure they were staring down at him with loathing and disgust. Uzumaki, it spoke, the single word reverberating all around him. But Naruto stood tall against it. Which one are you? He asked. It kept glaring at him but answered, I am Harbinger. I'd say that it's nice to meet you, but we both know that would be bullshit. Ain't that the truth? Shikaku declared. Matatabi was little more concerned. Do we want to antagonize the Reaper? It's a hologram and we're about to royally piss off the entirety of them, Saiken replied. I say antagonize away. Wait, it's about to speak, Gyuki said, making them all hush. Harbinger did speak. You have become an annoyance, it told Naruto. It's a skill of mine, he replied. You fight against inevitability. Thus struggling against cosmic winds. It turned its head just slight enough to make the untrained eye think it hadn't moved. But Naruto saw it look at the oncoming relay. This seems a victory to you. A star system sacrificed. But even now your greatest civilizations are doomed to fall. Your leaders will beg to serve us. You will fail. It is undeniable. The shinobi didn't take it for a single second. You guys should realize that I don't have a good understanding of the phrase give up. I will not stop fighting you machines. You'll come at my people, you'll throw everything you've got at them, and you'll find me standing right in front of them. I'll take everything you throw and I will throw it right back at your face. You want some? Come get some. But the Reaper did not seem to believe him. Know this as you die in vain. Your time has come this time. At last, your species will fall. When he heard those words, everything that Naruto had searched for in those ruins, every piece and clue he had scrabbled together to make a shading of a picture, it was all becoming much clearer. We were amongst the stars 50,000 years ago. We fought the Protheans. We fought the Reapers. And somehow, we managed to escape them. But somehow, with their escape they became the only ones who had chakra. And now, they were back here again. But this time, they weren't going to lose the fight. They would fight and they would win. Nothing this machine could say would change that. We will not, he told the Reaper. You will be beaten. If it had an organic being, the Reaper would have scoffed at his words. Instead, it said, prepare yourself for the arrival. You know, Harbinger, I don't like the way you talk. Next time I hear your voice, I'm going to shoot you to shut you up. The Reaper faded away into nothingness, and he was left alone. The ship flew down close enough for Jinchuriki to open the hatch. Naruto leapt inside and they flew off before the asteroid hit the relay, escaping through it. It was probably risky coming back to NT Mayaboku, especially after Gamakichi told him the last time was it. But Naruto felt that he needed to report what he had found in person. Considering he was standing before his old friend and he wasn't being squished or killed, he'd say the toad wanted to hear what he had to say. Well? Said Gamakichi, taking the cigarette out of his mouth. What did you find? You were right, said Naruto. There was a bigger picture out there. It wasn't just humans who lived during the times of the Protheans. The Quarians and the Krogan lived in that time too. They were our allies. They had chakra. There was the possibility that there were more of them out there too. And then they lost it. Even though it could have sounded like a question, they both knew it wasn't. All they had to do was look at the two races nowadays to see they didn't have chakra. How? He asked. I don't know. What I found never talked about anything like that. It was like they just up and downgraded at some point. Of course now, we've got a bigger problem, he remarked, mostly to himself. Gamakichi frowned. What does that mean? The Reapers are still coming. I see. Are you planning to do something about it? He looked at the toad. You know I am. It's another thing I've been working on while I've been out there. But I don't think that it's enough. Gamakichi scoffed. When has that ever stopped you? It never did, but that was beside the point. I just wish that I had a little more time to work this. To give humanity a warning so they can prepare themselves. It was a severe annoyance, enough to make him scratch his head in frustration. What would you say if I told you there was a way to do that? He went still at those words. Come again? What'd you say if I told you that there was a way you could go back in time to warn humanity about the coming Reapers? You guys can time travel. Something that he had hoped for when he first came out of the rock, and the toads had it all this time? It's not time travel, Peresi. We wouldn't send you directly into the past. You'd go in a more roundabout way. The hope that had started to grow in him died instantly. Just from those words alone he knew that he wouldn't be able to go back to his own time. What do you mean by that, Gamakichi? It's more memory walking than time traveling. We could send you into a person's memory and have you traverse them. The more you walk through those memories, the more you would be able to reach out and talk to that person, coming into their own time for that moment. The stronger connection you have with that person, the quicker you could theoretically reach out for them. He frowned at that word. Theoretically? He asked. This is a jutsu that I have never used, Naruto. None of us have. We don't know if it could work. If it's a chance to give humanity a warning, I'll take it. It might be up to them to heed his words or dismiss them, but he would still take that chance to warn them. Gamakichi shifted in his seat, looking almost uncomfortable. There's another thing about this jutsu, Naruto. It has to connect you with someone that you truly know and vice versa. You would have to know this person to the depths of their soul, and they would have to know you just as well. You mean, one of my friends, one of the Konoha 12? He nodded. Yes. That meant he would have to go back far into the past, farther back than he would have liked. Still, it would be a chance to give them a warning. And if it was given that long ago, there might be preparations that he didn't know of. All he would have to do was go back. All right, I'll do it, he declared. Gamakichi looked a little surprised at his words. You're really to do it? If it gives me a chance to warn them, I'll take that chance. He already the person he wanted to speak to in mind. There was just one thing left to ask. But why are you doing this, Gamakichi? Given how their last conversation went, his old partner didn't seem keen on being nice. The toad couldn't look him in the way. Call it one last favor from a friend. It was the only thing that he said. Naruto stared at him for a moment longer and accepted it. There was no need to push the topic. Naruto waited in the stomach of a toad, taking a breather from the chase he had just been on. There were no more clones out there in the galaxy. It was just him. All right, this is it, he said to himself. Once he brought himself out of the toad, he would land on a planet he knew the Akatsuki would be waiting for him. They thought they would be taking him in to do their work for them when really, he would work from the inside to bring them down. He looked down at his side. Etched into the skin was the kanji for memory. He tapped that once, and he would lose his memories from when the Normandy attacked until he woke up again. He didn't know the full details, but he was told that he would wake up when it was expected of him. Once he tapped the kanji, it would burn off and fade away. Are you ready? Kurama asked him. No. Good, you're learning. He rolled his eyes. You pounded that lesson into my head years ago. And it's nice to see that you are still listening to it. Just out of curiosity, what are you two talking about? Asked Saiken. He and the rest of the blonde's tenants were curious and wanted to know. It's something that I told him back during the war, the fox remarked casually. And it would be what exactly? Gyuki asked. You can never be ready, Naruto told him, but you can be prepared. That's a little weird, Shikaku declared. Thank you for your opinion, Kurama said back. We will ignore it in the order it was received. Hey! Hay is for horses, not for Biju, Sun told the tanuki just as dryly as the fox. And it's not as weird as you might think, Shikaku, Naruto said, stopping the fight before it could begin. Shikaku didn't believe it. Really? He asked. Yeah, really, said the blonde. If I was ready, I would have stepped out of the toad and let the plan start. But he was still inside the toad, looking down at the kanji. Matatabi felt concerned for him. Why are you hesitating? It's going to be a weird ride when I come to. I'm not going to remember all the things the clones and I have done since I escaped the Normandy. I'm going to be confused and unable to use my chakra. The only thing I will be able to rely on are the people I hope Kasumi made the Akatsuki paid attention to, otherwise I'll be forced to work with an entire Akatsuki force. It's too late for second-guessing yourself. I know that. Trust me, I know that. It was glaring at him full in the face. He couldn't back out now. He took a deep breath, letting it flow in and out. I have to go out there. This has to happen. As he brought his hands together, Gyuki told him, Good luck, Naruto. He won't need it, Kurama declared. He's already covered. He vanished out of the toad and onto the designated planet. To the people watching him, he would have been gone for only 5 seconds. He would have to act like he had been chased. His hands found his knees and he fake panted. Ah, close one. Did I make it? He pretended to look around, all the while listening to Kei Lang get into position and take aim. Thank Ka. As soon as he felt the dart hit his neck, his hand tapped the kanji. His sight started to go dark as the world tilted towards him. His last conscious thought was alright, guys, it's time to play the game. End flashback. When his body relaxed, he sagged down from the cross, breath heaving for air. He remembered it, all of it. All the fights, all the running, the hiding, the ruin hunting, finding and assembling the pieces, and the planning, he remembered it with a perfect clarity. He remembered finding Urzia and convincing her to join the tribe so she could implant the inhibitors in him. He remembered meeting with Oka and contributing to his experiments, creating Grunt in the process. He remembered being saved by Jinchuriki and stopping Tali from shooting him on sight. As his breathing turned normal again, he looked up at Anderson and Hackett with new eyes. They smiled in relief. Welcome back, Commander, Anderson said. Hackett got up and walked around the table to undo the straps. He caught Naruto once the last strap was undone, making sure that he didn't fall. Once the blonde felt his feet touch the ground, he tried to make sure they were steady. But his entire body felt stiff from being strapped to that cross. He leaned against the table for support. He looked at the 2 men sitting down across from him. Everything that happened, everything that I did since I woke up in that tribe lab, I planned it all. Hearing himself say those words made it feel all the more real. When he thought about what he had told them to do if an Alliance ship found him, it was no wonder he had never gone to Citadel or Alliance space. By staying in and close to the attic and traverse, there was a smaller chance of being found. You did, Hackett agreed. It is because of your actions that we now have all the information we need to drag the tribe and the Akatsuki out into the open for the entire galaxy. He knew it would be so. He remembered all the times he had a real talk with Quan Misley. They were short, taking only in the space of a minute. Those times when he had blacked out while falling onto the bed or chair, it had been him coming out of his mental programming for a moment and talking to the hunter. He had been the one who told her where to pass off the information to the Alliance in dead drops they both created. She had been the one who sent the kunai to Arya because he had told her to do it. And all this time, he had thought her to be someone who turned her back and walked away. But the truth of it was that she was the most loyal of them all. He had only realized it too late. She was dead now. There was no way he could talk to her. "I'm sorry, Quan Misli," he said silently. "I'm sorry for treating you so." Hackett said, "Commander, could you quickly check your chakra?" He did, already knowing the answer the Admiral wanted. His chakra was completely back under his control with no pain. He knew it would be like that because he had Urzia secretly programmed the inhibitors to painlessly break away inside his body once he answered that question. So to prove what the Admiral he wanted, he activated the Rinnegan. "Happy?" he asked Hackett. "We are," he answered. Naruto deactivated the eyes. Anderson spoke. "Now there's the matter of how the Alliance will have to deal with you. We are going to put you under arrest for the Bahak incident for the duration of the purging of both the tribe and the Akatsuki. That way we will be able to keep you safe from both groups wanting revenge and the Council trying to get you back into the clutches of the tribe. That may take months," Hackett reminded him. The amount of data they had on both groups had to be checked and doubly checked to make sure it wasn't faked. Then they would have to go find the locations, place them under arrest, confiscate everything, and put the people involved on trial. That was going to be a long time. Anderson nodded in acknowledgement. "That's why we're planning to put you in a safe location, deep in Alliance space," he said to Naruto. As they kept talking, Naruto realized just how tired he was. Like on Omega, he was tired of all the cloak and dagger, the lying, the deceiving, finding out all those secrets that he had to forget and then find out again, fighting a battle that people didn't really know about. He had told Arya that he was close to the breaking point. Now, he had gone way past it. A teammate, and friend, was dead because of what he did. He had left the others in the dark about whether or not he was alive, and when he did show himself to them, he had to make sure that they kept the secret from the others. He was tired of it all, and just wanted it to stop. "Guys," he said to both men. They stopped talking to each other and looked at him. "Yes, Commander?" Hackett asked. "Can I just go home?" He sounded as broken as he felt. The two men didn't say a word to each other or to him. They only nodded once. Codex Entry, Humanity and the Systems Alliance Hunters, one of the more unique military forces in the galaxy. The Hunters of the Great Jungle is not one group but rather a series of different incarnations throughout history. Today they are a part of the Alliance Special Forces, but they have also been a police force, roaming bands that prevented war, tribal guards, and holy warriors. The first incarnation of the Hunters came into being 300 years before the founding of Konoha. The Great Jungle was engulfed in a tribal war that stretched from coast to coast. The speaker to the gods, Valentina Ramos, tried to bring a measure of peace to the tribes, but whenever she succeeded in one area, another would completely ruin it. Peace seemed impossible. After seeing her efforts to bring peace wasted time after time, Valentina famously declared that she was going to have to get drastic. She picked one of the initiates of the temple, a girl of only 15 years of age, and had her trained by the best warriors and teachers. When she was declared ready, after 6 years of training, Valentina declared the girl to be Hunter of the Silent One and ordered her to bring peace to the Great Jungle, or as close as she could get it. Her hunter, whose was named Maria, obeyed her command. The first demonstration of her training came with the two tribes closest to the temple. She made them stop fighting and listen to their reasons. When she heard them all and saw how they wanted to keep fighting, she did not pick one side over the other. Instead, she attacked them both and effectively wiped them out. The only survivors she left were the children who she sent to the temple. As she continued her mission, the other tribes began to hear of her power and her ruthlessness when her offer of peace was refused. As time went on, more and more tribes took the peace offering. The children who had been sent to the temple would join her in her mission, having been trained to be hunters just like her. When peace was finally established through the Great Jungle, 10 years had passed since she began. Valentina thanked her for what she did but also declared, "The job is not done." She charged the hunters to protect the Great Jungle from everything, including itself. For her efforts and diligence, Maria was named a saint of the gods. To this day, she is revered by hunters as Santa Maria, the first hunter. Research into the woman has revealed that she had chakra and was trained to use it. Hunters are unique in that their training methods are not uniform. When a person joins, they are put through an aptitude test that lasts a week. At the end of that week, the person's strengths and skills are considered and are placed with a unit that best suits them. Because of this, there are several different unit specialties, ranging from assassination to recon to demolition and other such things. It is said that to be a hunter, they must know what they are doing. It has been said so many times that the unofficial motto of all the hunters is Somos Competence, which translates to We're Competent, although there are variations of the motto for each unit.